Hey everybody, how are you doing? Sorry I'm late. I was on the phone with my mom. It's my mom's fault. um no, it's really me. Pretty much. Anyways, so look, I still haven't finished getting ready. So I'm like, "Oh no, what do I do?" So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my camera off, but I'm going to be right here. And I just wanted to let me find it. Anyways, welcome in, right? Welcome in. Where are my manners? Thank y'all so much for the overwhelming support last night on Turtle Boy Live. It was pretty cool. I mean, cracked me up. We're gonna go over that today or tonight too. So happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Let me make sure I have it. Okay, I do. Let me say hi. Hey Michelle. How are you? I've been getting your emails too. I'm sorry that yeah. I don't know how to keep up. I'm like, I'll go to, write something and then I never finish it. And then I'm like, oh no. So, um, it is what it is. And I do apologize. It's nothing on you. It's on me for people who have sent emails or texts and I haven't responded. I don't want a producer. Okay. I don't want a producer. I'm not snazzy enough, okay? But anyways, welcome in. Welcome in. You did catch up on the Turtle Boy stream today? Cool. That's good. Yeah, when he called freaking Bobby Joe, y'all, I was like, "Oh my god." Yes. Yes, and like, "Oh my god, don't answer," you know? Thank y'all. Oh, Awen, I did see your name fly by, like, quickly, but I couldn't pay attention to it. I couldn't pay attention to anything else besides trying to keep my track of thought. He did rein me in a couple times, and I'm glad because it's like I don't know how to separate the story because it's all it's like all what I've been dealing with. So from my research to my experience with, you know, L Dog. Oh, I don't know what to call her. Um, the woman that's suing me. And anyway, so whatever. But I think it went well, and I appreciate him for extending his platform, to hear me out. And I really appreciate that. I wish more creators with wider reach would, you know, think to do the same, maybe. I don't know. Create a movement here. Create a change, that's the most important thing. Change. So, okay, I'm saying hi, hey Allie B, hey, just me, Calissa Cats. I always want to say Callista. Tanya and Jean? Tanya A. I don't know how to say it. Tanya and Jean. I don't know. Hey Tanya, what's up? How are you doing? San Francisco. How are you doing? Hi, Carly and Rombo. What's up, Rombo? You're the one that I got when Rombo one time shared. It was about Lori or something. It might have been one of the other culprits in our case, but it said her cheese has slid off her cracker, and I mean that cracked me up, and it stuck with me, and I share it with others. So thank you for that, those wise words. Hey, love always. I love that blunt East Coast humor. I remember when I first moved there, I was a little taken by it, but once you get used to it, it's funny. It's a culture shock, I'm like, "Brr, brr, brr, brr." I sound like a banjo. And then he's like, "Yeah, oh," and I'm like, "Oh my gosh." But hey, that's what it's, you know, it's what makes us unique. We're all different colors and different, we make up the crayon box, all the colors in the world, our own unique personalities and stories, experiences, you know. Oh, it's cray cray. But I did notice that there was, and I don't want to brag about this, just right up front, no threats. I'm not being threatening. I'm simply sharing my experience as I see it, in my opinion, allegedly, when it fits. And my criticism does not equate to hate or violence or anything of the like. So don't get it twisted now. And hey, Hidden Gems, will you please hit the like and or unlike, dislike? Either way, interaction with the channel really helps it grow. Let's continue that Streisand effect. Okay. Anyways, I'm joking. You guys are welcome too. But yes, we're live. We're live. I'm going backwards as per usual. So what I did do, hey, Salt and Pepper, and Nina Canadian, Kimberly Porter. I'm running through them quick. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Tato, not Tudo. It's cute. That was a great show last night. I am acquiring a taste for TV. Yeah, I know. I did think about doing the brows, man. I was like, I was ready. I'm not doing my one no damn Sharpie, that's for sure. Did you see what he did to his damn eyebrow? I was like, I feel like your eyebrow right now. I think sometimes we all feel like that eyebrow, at least. Yeah, he is wild, but he's unpredictable, and he's spontaneous, in my opinion. To me, I'm just like, you're calling, okay, yeah, okay, that's what I would have done. You know, I mean, I like that though. We need those kind of people in this world, and I appreciate it. And I hope, some people are like, oh my God, she's supporting blah, blah, blah. I have no dog in this hunt or this fight or whatever. I have no knowledge really about that case. I'm doing the best I can to keep up with my family's case, and it's a full-time freaking job and a half. So, I just appreciate, whether you're for Karen Reed or against whatever and whomever you're for, just know that, this is just like networking in this space. Okay. This is what you have to do. You have to do this. I'm not saying I align with everybody. I'm not saying they align with me. I mean, that's just common sense, right? Right? It's common sense. It should be. It should be common sense. Like, you know, I mean, if I was involved in that case, if I knew anything about it, but I don't even know the people's names except for the one. Well, two. The one that died and the one that Karen Reed. Yeah. I couldn't keep up. Our case was going on at the same time. So, but that has to say something about his character, right? I mean, he's got a wider audience. He has been busting or just doing critical live streams about Lauren and her freaking, in my opinion, abuse, her manipulation, her exploitation. And he's calling her out. And that says something. That says a whole lot. I mean, where are our in the true crime arena, where are the bigger creators? I mean, are they still hungover from CrimeCon or what? What the hell? Anyways, no. I mean, I get it. I wouldn't want to be involved in this shit either. But you know what? Sometimes you have to be like Mindy Caldwell. All right? You just got to take a damn stand. And I mean, right? Like, I salute the shit out of her. I respect her for doing that. We'll go over that too. But be more like Mindy Caldwell. I want to be, like that was huge. And it's a risk. Unfortunately, it's a risk. Doing the right thing should not be risky. Doing the wrong thing should be, right? So this is inverted. So it's like, right. I did too. I did. Yeah. Oh, and he's asked me what Alex died of, and I was like, being a dick. I was like, I don't even know I didn't formulate that. I didn't even think about it beforehand. It just came out. So, that's the dangers of going live. I don't know. It's kind of true, you know, somewhat. Yeah. Yeah. Same here. Same here. Oh, hey, Huggy Bear, too. Good to see you. I was going through my information, screenshots, DMs, whatever. And yeah, I was going over Tim Ballard crap, making my rounds. And I was like, I wonder what Huggy Bear is doing. So I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. Hey, Brenda. LM is not going. I know. And he played the audio too. He was like, oh, so I'm doing more than you. And I was like, yeah, you are. Anyways, it was funny, but it also was sad and it was angering because I hadn't revisited that interview besides, when it first came out, in 2022, the one of Larry and Mom with Lauren and John Matthias. Um, in my opinion, exploiting the F out of my family, out of my parents, it's that is probably the most triggering part. And then I didn't realize, the first time watching it, I didn't know what I know now, especially with the hindsight, that hindsight is 2020. It really is, because going through it, I felt like it just wasn't right. I didn't really care for Lauren at that time anyways, so I already didn't trust her. There was already a rift. So, but I still watched it. I still appreciate that my parents were, that they were able to share, whether it was with the right people or not. Whomever heard it and took away good messages and learned something about my mom and Larry's like personal feelings about, their losses and everything, then that's the valuable part, that's the takeaway. Everything else is just noise, in my opinion. But I've learned quite a bit since then. Ruby Frankie, that whole case, that taught me so much about sharing my children online, photos to, I'd love to show you all my kids. Live, I have a almost 10-year-old, and I have oh crap, I'll just, oh my God, they grow so fast, right? 16, yes. That live right here. And I'd love to show them to you, but I don't trust anybody. And I think that's okay, so don't want to exploit the children. Hey, I've been really enjoying. You've been on it, girl. And I'm like, oh, I haven't even, like, you've been live, and I'm like, okay, no, just don't even step in today, at least. I didn't want to, interrupt, and that's kind of what it feels, what I mean, when you enter a chat and I'm like, hey, and then I don't want to divert it. I was on Left Undone last night too, and yeah, I'm like, okay, I'll try to keep on track. But I have no. Kresha with with one track mind does not exist. There's no such thing. But I just appreciate you for just being you, for just being genuine and yourself and your genuine self. I appreciate that. Right. No good deed ever goes unpunished, right? And hey, little brands, you are doing some weird shit with your name, girl. I can't. Well, but then my name, Kresha, right? You can thank my mom for that. Just kidding. Lou, boop, da, boop. I'd have to be drunk. Anyways. But yeah, and Donna in the back. And hey, Ravina. Oh, wow. Cool. Hey, Angie. Thank you. Hey, Hawkeyes. Hey, everybody's welcome here, you know? But I mean, we shouldn't decide whether somebody's a good person or bad person. I know, but here we have the divide between Lauren Matthias supporters and I don't want no damn team. Okay. I'm not like assemble the team. I don't need no hashtag. I don't need, people to stand next to me. Okay. Don't lead because I'm not going to follow. And then don't follow because I'm not going to lead. So just stand beside me and just be my friend. That's boom, pretty simple, right? I'll never ask anything of you that I'm not willing to do myself. That's basically, that's my whatever. So, but I do appreciate y'all being here. Stop. For what? If you don't mind me asking. She's been, yeah, the one from Friday, I think. I was like, holy shit. I've never heard her be so, I won't say angry, but I'll say with vengeance. And I was like, whoa. I get it. I mean, again, it's not worth, I mean, none of this or, winning an argument or trying to get them to use critical thinking or their own bias, whatever it is. Everybody's here for a different reason, I think. And so everybody has kind of their own expectations. Some people came in late and don't know that that Hidden True Crime started on my family. Like the month that Tylee and JJ were unearthed from Chad damn Daybell's property is whenever Hidden True Crime was born and started having conversations around their dinner table. So, yeah, I mean, whatever. And it added value, but now I don't value their words. So to me, it's just like, I don't value them as a person now because they've exposed themselves completely. Now I'm questioning my own reality and their work, everything that they said, that did make sense, that I'm like, oh yeah, that I did agree with. I also did not get, I wasn't like, just, oh, I got to see what Dr. John's got to say. Like, okay, I value what other people have to say. That's what I do. It's like a collective. And, you just kind of filter through it. That's what I do. And I mean, so I valued that Dr. John spent time sharing his expertise, I guess, maybe. I don't know. That's jury's out on that, which is crazy. Me and my mom used to watch this show called The Riches, and it's giving me the Riches vibe. I don't know if mom's listening. If you are, you know what I'm talking about. With Minnie Driver, that's about all I remember. But we also used to watch Big Love. I didn't even know Lori and Charles were freaking Mormon. Anyway, so I went and watched that entire series all over again when I found out she was Mormon and all this was Mormon, and I was like, "Oh my god, let me go watch Big Love real quick." I know it's a show. I know. Don't come at me. But just saying. Just for a basis. People were watching what? Real Housewives and what's that other thing? I never did go watch the TikTok-y thingy on whatever it's on. I'm tired of paying for subscriptions and stuff to Hulu, whatever special is going to be out, new documentary. And I'm like, I'm done. Like, I'm done. They done got me. We've been paying $16 and whatever a month on Amazon. And I'm like, what? It was one-time order, but $16 a month and didn't know it for months and months. No, she's not apologized. I don't think she will. And okay, are John and Lauren Mormon? Lauren is. John said in his Mormon Stories podcast when they both appeared, it was like October 2021 or 2022. It was 2021, I think. Her and Dr. John went on Mormon Stories podcast, and that's where Binder Mindy came in. And John DeLynn, Dr. John DeLynn from Mormon Stories podcast, the host of Mormon Stories podcast. And Dr. John Matthias said that he was raised Lutheran. That's all I know, you know. And why is she suing me? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. To prove I don't know what she's doing. I don't know why. I'm trying to figure that out myself. Besides, it feels like she views me, my family, the victims at the heart of this matter, of this case, the ones who are deceased, that, you know, the channel was built upon. And it's like she sees us, maybe, allegedly, I don't know, as like she owns us, the content. It sounds really stupid and weird and mean saying it out loud, but I don't know. It's wild. Yeah, it's like property. She said she was proud of her work in the Daybell case, and I'm like, right? I guess. I mean, it's not just your work. I mean, you have an angle, you have a perspective, you're entitled to it, just like everybody else. That's how that works. But y'all, and I kind of said this last night too, and it kind of confused Turtle Boy, because I was like, it's this like-minded behavior, this like-minded belief system. That's what this has been about. That's what this is. And I'm like, you see it. It's inverted. It does. I'm telling you, it's not just Chad and Lori. I'm not worried about them having a following. It's the others, all of them. It's widespread. I'm not saying everybody, but there was a comment last night after I exited Turtle Boy show, and you know, I appreciate it. I do. And I don't ever, like, when I say Mormons or whatever, and I said the group that I study, I even said that, but don't insert yourself. If you're not, you know, guilty or practicing the same beliefs as Lori and Chad and others, that means not you, not it, you know? But anyways, I don't know. I know it's kind of built into the religion, allegedly. Not everybody has their own experience, so it's a spectrum of belief, right? Just like I have my own view of America, okay? Same difference. So it's okay. Everybody has their own experience and entitled to it, but this is the stuff I have to talk about. It's a lot to have to put disclaimers up every 2 seconds because I talk about a lot of triggering shit. I do. I talk about difficult things. We have to get comfortable talking about uncomfortable things if we want change. I picked that up from a gentleman a long time ago whose niece was missing and then found deceased in the river. Ugh. And I mean, I was just like, oh my God, that makes so much sense. You have to get comfortable talking about uncomfortable things if you want change. Thank you, Miss Susan B. Appreciate you. Appreciate that. Oh, your puppy is so cute. Sha. Thank you. 8 moments in trading. Oh God. I wish I could, Allison. It's good to see you though. I love your picture always. Thank you again. I feel bad, Miss Susan B. I always feel bad. Like I need to just have a conversation or something, you know. But I really do appreciate your support. It'll help me get a lawyer, right? Allison, I mean, could I explain the Delphi trial if I knew it? I don't. I just look, now I can tell you that I knew about the girls, the Delphi case, you know, about their murders. And then I remember noticing that they were very ritualistic, in my opinion. I mean, just saying. it does exist. Ritual crime, they exist. They have ritual task force that they get funded for, like in Utah, but they're like, oh no, there's nothing to see here. There's no such thing as satanic ritual abuse. And I'm like, right? Because y'all created that label. However, there is really egregious, extreme abuse of children that y'all labeled, to give it a conspiracy theory title, old nasty label on it, so that when you touch it, you get the cooties, you get the conspiracy cooties. And so then everybody's like, oh no, she's got the conspiracy cooties. And then they judge you on that. However, I'm of the opinion that it's just another way to cover it up. Abuse, let's be honest. Just like the term conspiracy theory was created by the 3-letter government agency that starts with a C, ends with an A. That term came out after the JFK assassination to do damage, in my opinion, and it's worked. It's a conspiracy theory. Oh no. That's some crazy people that we all owe apologies to. Okay. Turns out they were right. And this is before internet, but anyways, I'm just kidding. You do your own research, y'all. It's very empowering. But just like satanic panic, that label was meant to do damage, and it has, and it still is, just like false memory syndrome foundation. Just doing really good damage, although you wouldn't believe me if I told you. Just false memory syndrome foundation was created by a couple who were accused by their children of SRA. So they're like, oh, okay, we'll just outsmart them and we'll create something to counteract that. We'll just say that your memories are false. And they were implanted by these therapists. Because there's a conspiracy. There's this whole, collective network of devious, I don't know. Does this make sense, right? Yeah, of all these interconnected therapists who see patients and then they just collude and conspire, confederate, and implant false memories just to F with people. What do they get out of it? Please tell me what they get out of it. If I don't even want to entertain it because it's so dumb, but it's worked. And anyways, I don't know. I know that she went to, let me pull this up. I'm having that problem again where my lips are doing that pilly thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Gotta click on the channel. Posts. Okay. Long as y'all promise, just to know that this is just information from another channel, doesn't mean I fully endorse. Okay. It's just, these are ideas. Okay. That of other possibilities. I don't keep my mind closed. I don't say, nope, that's off limits, because it very much well could factor in to whatever, whatever the situation, in my opinion. So that's just me. I keep all avenues open. So don't come at me. But this is True Crime Design. Okay. Really appreciate her work. Let me grab her link, throw that in the chat. And then what I did was I uploaded the audio of Lauren struck my video, took the video down. It was the portion that I used of Lauren's content that's of my family, whatever. And what I did was I uploaded the audio of that 17-minute, 42-second clip that she claimed. And so it's just going to be the audio, but we'll do that after this, okay? Then we'll go over to Turtle Boy. Okay. So, I mean, I watch her videos and stuff. True crime design. And she's done quite a few on the Delphi case. I would suggest go checking those out, Allison, and anybody else. I don't know much about the Idaho 4K. I know I had to keep up with Lori and Chad. And Lori had 4 trials. Or between the two of her and Chad, they had 4 trials in 2023, 2024, and then 2 in 2025 this year. So, I mean, my head's spinning, But this caught my eye one day recently. I wonder where that other post is. I feel like there's one missing. But I did take screenshots. I always do screenshots. Because, you never know. Look, she's been tagging me in it too. And so I appreciate that. Like, I'm like, okay, yay, I'm not crazy. Like this, Idaho 4, and this is True Crime Designs post. Okay. Idaho 4 and Delphi viewers and non-compromised creators, because there are some that are compromised, right? Really need to pay attention to what's going on in the Vallow Daybell community via the hidden true crime exposure. Trust me on this. It's all connected by the very people, places, networks, institutions, and topics we cover on this channel. Lauren is not who she appears to be. I think you can already start connecting some dots here. Difficult research, Kresha girl, I'm picking up exactly what you're putting down and more. Keep going. The world is listening this time, and I am here to contribute and amplify the truth you're uncovering. Why did I not like that? I'm liking it now. That was 3 weeks ago. So, I mean, I feel heard. I've for so long, I've felt so invisible. Like, I'm like, what the hell am I doing this for? And I'm like, well, I'm doing it for my posterity, like I'm doing it because I promised my dead family members that this is what I was going to do. And so I'm trying to be a woman of my word. I'm not perfect, but I'm trying. Let me scooch down. It might be further down because it was about Othram. And it was like pictures with Susan Hendricks, Lauren at Crime. She might have taken it down or something. What is this? Coffin Daffer and the rest of the government. I'm just reading this. And the rest of the government's damage control industrial complex want Karen Reed supporters to stay far away from Brian Kohberger case. And I find that very telling. Now that the public has observed, clocked, and are completely outraged by their treacherous frame job tactics and contempt for due process and our constitutional rights, they realize this propaganda charade is no longer effective on the majority, right? There is no place in our justice system for you tyrants, narcissists, and grifters. I mean, I stand for that for sure, right there. So, yeah, I knew that right there. You can just, I'm very observant. I'll tell you that. I'm not saying my discernment is like on point, but again, I tried to even doubt my own experience, with Lauren, because I'm like, well, nobody else is saying anything. I must just be being a bitch, it's possible. And then I had forgotten a lot of things. I had to shove that shit down just to cope and deal with what was really going on, why I was really here on YouTube, why I was really researching, why I'm really grieving and hurting and processing and, the loss of my family members. So, it just wasn't like at the top of my list. So if not, I'm gonna jump back up to the top one. I'm just looking for the damn author one because that's the one that was telling to me. Or whoa, was it a short? Might have been. It was a short. All right. Let's see. There. Well, no, this is actually Turtle Boy. Let's play it right here.
$10 from Nick sends 10 and says people like Lauren don't require the crime con type people don't require evidence. They literally have no clue how the legal system works. They don't believe in innocent until proven guilty. They don't believe in the Fourth and Fifth Amendments or the First. They're sycophants for the state, and that has bled over into her situation here. She doesn't need evidence. It's just what she thinks, and that's good enough. It's a great point, man. That's a great point. Like the way she feels about Richard Allen, who was convicted without much evidence at all. There's certainly not evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, but to these people, they don't care about that. And that's a great point that person brings up right there, is just that, like, they don't care about that.
Ongoing, extensive, and has significantly impaired my emotional well-being, my ability to work and provide for my family, as well as my family's sense of safety and livelihood.
I can't.
Next.
It was a whack job.
This is,
She's a whack job.
So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt.
$10 from Nick sends 10 and says people like Lauren
Let's watch it one more time. I'll
the
visit
crime con type people don't require evidence. They literally have no clue how the legal system works. They don't believe in innocent until proven guilty. They don't believe in the Fourth and Fifth Amendments or the First. They're sycophants for the state, and that has bled over into her situation here. She doesn't need evidence. It's just what she thinks, and that's good enough. It's a great point, man. That's a great point. Like the way she feels about Richard Allen, who was convicted without much evidence at all. There's certainly not evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, but to these people, they don't care about that. And that's a great point that person brings up right there, is just that, like, they don't care about that.
ongoing, extensive, and has significantly impaired my emotional well-being, my ability to work and provide for my family, as well as my family's sense of safety and livelihood.
I can't.
Next.
Okay, either. We shouldn't have
It was
to.
a whack job.
This is,
She's a whack job.
So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt.
$10 from Nick sends 10 and says people like Lauren.
All right, so that's enough of that one. I don't want to play the. Let me turn my sound off. Let's see. Sorry, it's taking me so long. I didn't have it on my plan. Like this one, I'm not going to turn the music on because I'd have to go and mute it later. Just take a look. Not asking you to sign your blood on the line or anything. I'm just saying, just consider some things. Don't be, like I try not to be so rigid. I wish I knew what they were saying though. Is there some closed caption? Look at that dude. Him and his always. You think that's by chance that they just do weird hand signs like that? So right here, this says the annuals of the Friends Church. That sounds like the Process Church of the Final Judgment. Oh, actually, it sounds like the Best Friends Animal Society. Kind of. The Friends Church make frequent mention of the Patty family as communicants of that sect. A colony of the Carolina Patties is found in Kentucky across the Ohio River from Evansville. And people of the name, it's tiny, are numerous in California, especially, blah, blah, blah. Let's go down the highlighted part. Many, this is fraternities, and these are the things that you got to look out for, I'm learning. Many of the Patty men have been members of the Order of Ancient, Free, and Accepted Masons. Never heard of that before, but there's so many. So just know that. Joseph Smith, the founder of the Mormon Church, he was actually a master Mason. Again, I don't quite understand it yet. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know how to teach anybody else what I don't already, what I don't understand myself just yet. So we usually just learn together. So let me push play. So this means Illuminati. And so right here. And so if you go check out your cemeteries, even your own family's gravestones, okay, if there's this, Masonic signs, I mean, chances are they were a Freemason. I used to think that it was such a good organization, and it does do good. Just like with anything else, it's not like Freemason bad, church good. No, not at all. There's bad and good in every facet of our lives, okay? Every organization, everywhere, okay? So not the black and white thinking, but it comes with the territory, anyways. So, what am I trying to say? Look for these signs there. And once you start, we're not trained to, or taught, trained, whatever, to look for these signs and symbols. That's what these are. They communicate. Chad Daybell, what started getting me, thinking on this level is that, yes, I heard that they communicate signs, symbols, and actually it'll be their downfall because, as you will see here in a minute again, they can't not use them. They give themselves away. Tim Ballard's like, I mean, all the time. Julie Rose always doing I don't want to do it. And then somebody be like, could you Mason or whatever, No, miss me with that shit too. But it's just a tool. It's an added skill to train your mind, to once you start learning about these things, then you can't not see them. And unfortunately, so just saying, it's just an added, characteristic or whatever that catches my attention now that I'm aware that they communicate through these code words, code phrases, these, have I lost y'all yet? These signs, symbols, tokens. I mean, that's in the Mormon church, in the temple, I'm sorry, itself. Signs, tokens, handshakes, new names, it's fashioned after, the temple ceremony is fashioned after Freemasonry, what do you call them? Ceremonies. Yeah. It's wild, y'all. It's a wild ride. Never stop learning here. So it says Norrell Patty. Okay, according to the state, Camden Norrell Jr. Patty, 48 of Camden, died at 9:30 Wednesday at his home. A self-inflicted gunshot wound. In 1963, he was married to Jody Eshelman, who survives. Mr. Patty was a member of Mount Zion Masonic Lodge. There's lodges down the road. We got a Jehovah's Witness. We've got one right, down there. And I heard that, there's like ley lines and, they're always structured in your city, and it's by design. True crime design. I get her name now, and so I haven't gotten that far into it, but I believe that exists. I do. Just think about Tim Ballard going on the History Channel with, I think Janelle Murphy had told me that was Val Brinkerhoff, but I'm not sure because I didn't see his name, but, and Hannah Stoddard, of the Joseph Smith Foundation, they went on the History Channel and they were talking about how the inverted pentagrams on the temple were not, in fact, inverted pentagrams. Okay. They were lying. And it's, for the most part, I guess, worked because they are inverted pentagrams, and you have to question why. I have to question why when I went to Salt Lake City to go spend time with my friend, Jen, and her wife, Michelle, during Lori's trial, that we went down to that shopping mall. I don't even know what it's called. I forget. Built by the church, something Creek Mall or something. And Jen went into the Apple store, right? Because she was hacked. Remember that? For those who know the L mom. Anyway, so I could not go in. Like, I could not go in there. I did not want to be anywhere downtown or wherever the hell we were at. I was just so uneasy. I was getting anxiety attacks, panic attacks. And so Michelle stayed outside with me, because I'd go in and I'd just be like, nope. I can't do it. I can be sensitive that way. Courthouses, hospitals. Sometimes the deeper I go into Walmart, even, or Sam's Club, I'm just like, I mean, it's like I can't run out of there fast enough. And I don't know. Sometimes it just be like that. Some people say it's connected to trauma, unresolved trauma or whatever. Maybe so. Like bridges. I'm just saying. But sometimes it's because you can, you're hypersensitive. You can kind of pick up on things. Energy, being drained, getting energized around somebody where they make you kind of anxious. Those kind of things. But anyway, so surviving with the widow or a son, Mike Patty. 3 daughters, Lori, Lisa, and Julie Patty, all at home. His mother, Ms. Edith Patty. Okay, let me push play. Mount Zion Lodge. Oh, well, looky. Nick McClellan. Oh, the same lodge. Follow the money. So prosecutors doing this to protect the family, that we don't have to see what's in there, and that's not the case. And he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it just for our, I don't know. Bing, 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 bing. It looks like a shmashmina, a mangina, if you will. All right. I don't know. I'm really looking. I think it's further this way. Let's go this way. Okay. Might have to come back to this one. Isn't this the lady that found the tip or whatever of Richard Allen's name at the bottom of a filing cabinet years later? And then didn't she get a reward? If so, I hope she didn't get a reward. Just makes it that more sus. Oh, there she is again. Kathy Shank. Okay. Let's see. I just don't believe in corruption. I don't. I'm not a fan. Because that could be me, you, my brother. It could be your son, your daughter, your grandma. It can be anybody. If anybody can just be convicted because evidence, they can make evidence match. Okay, and sell it to a jury by, tugging on the fifis, then we are in some major poo. I like this too. Hold on. It's just him.
Engage in these types of petty arguments or conflicts with other creators. Like, we're not going to do what he said, she said, or tit for tat. That's not our brand.
No. Darvo.
We couldn't defend ourselves without looking like absolute fools.
Well,
we couldn't defend ourselves because people have the perception that because we're a bigger channel, that somehow we would be bullying her.
No.
We didn't want to defend ourselves because we didn't want to go public with this. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we thought we could ignore it long enough that it would go away. But after months and months and months of continuing multiple posts and escalating, we realized,
to the point where law and crime was getting involved.
Yeah. We realized this got to the point where the risks were increasing, and we weren't willing to deal with this forever. And that is why in the end, we decided to get a stalking injunction.
Yeah. So hold on. Whoa. Gotta go over there. All right. Okay. That's the top one. Damn. I don't know.
$10 from Nixon.
Our brand is not
that, but no, I really can't explain it. Just, I know that she went and reported over there at Delphi, and then I was like tuning in and listening to her reporting on it because there were no cameras, no audio, nothing allowed in that trial for Richard Allen. And that is just fucking wrong. I would have gone livid. Okay. If you can have a fair trial for Alec Murdaugh, where his granddad, like his photo, his, painting or whatever hung in the courtroom, at one. I don't know if it did at that time, but you know what I'm saying. Like if you can, that made me nervous too. But they did it there. I don't know if there's corruption or not. Besides what I heard, Lauren Matthias of Hidden True Crime did allegedly, where they in the Alec Murdaugh case, where they had this attorney-client privilege phone call that was released and then retracted like immediately, and Lauren and them were allegedly told not to publish it, but they did anyways. Who does that? Who does that? Who publishes something when the people are telling you, oh, it was, it was by accident? It sounds reminiscent to Awen, what Awen said. And what I suspected the whole time was, this information came out and then they run with it. She allegedly ran with it. And it could make Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, it could make a criminal, a convicted, killer or killers, get out and walk free and start, dubbing people dark again. And, because they're not being held accountable. Anyways, just like I said, I think I said it on Turtle Boy last night. Like, yeah, and some bitches just want to get involved, little women, and they are not just women, just people in these cases, they just thrust themselves into these roles where they just want to be like, you heard it here first. Here, I need the views, and just, you heard it here first is one of those trigger lines for me. I'm like, I don't want to hear it here first. I want to hear it through the proper channels. I don't mean, no pun intended, but I want to hear it because this is how I was supposed to get the information, especially from this case, because I didn't want anything to do with receiving something by accident, just somebody sends you something and you're like, oh shit, like Sherry Dowdle, or, I mean, that's a whole mess. And, oh, by the way, I'm going to have Kathy from Left Undone. She's going to come on Tuesday, which I'm so excited because she was one of the, if not the first, and I'm not trying to, I just said, you heard it here first, not saying like that. She was one of the first channels on YouTube that were reporting on Lori and Chad Daybell case. So I'm just really looking forward to it. And I have to say, she has been one of the very few creators who has been very respectful of me and my family. I've seen her at the trials. She didn't like, she wasn't like this one right here on your screen, acting like she owned anything. Okay. Or us. So, she wasn't exploitative, just supportive. She's, been a channel member at times. I appreciate her. I appreciate that. I do. And I do. I appreciate that. This genuineness. I love genuine people, there's nothing more important. I can't take all the stress from the drama. It's too much. So anyways, but, yeah, so Tuesday, see you next Tuesday, right? No more Joe Schmo. Thank gosh. Right. But, she looks like she's sucking on a lemon right there. Anyways. All right. So what was I talking about? I'm sorry. Got sidetracked. Oh, I think I was talking about the Delphi case, but I was following Lauren's reporting on the Delphi case, and I was watching Lawyer Lee and a few like criminality. I didn't know all the people, like I don't know all the channels. Bob Mata, and his wife, I forget, Andrea, I think. But I've just kind of kept up when I could. But I mean, how is it that I follow Lauren Grayson reporting on the Delphi case, but come to different conclusions? I'm not saying because, whatever, they were there and reported on it, then we should have the same, outlook. I'm not saying that, but I mean, it's just kind of odd that we can be worlds apart on his guilt, Richard Allen guilt or innocence, you know? To me, I'm just like, maybe it's because I listen to Lawyer Lee and Criminality and others, you know? I don't know. Just kind of being a smart ass. So what do we want to talk? Let's listen to Mom. Okay? Let's listen to Mom. Is what we'll do. We will not play a video over it. Okay. Media. So it's just going to kind of be like this.
On Kresha's channel.
Okay. You hear it? All right. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this heifer off. Okay. And so we're going to be listening to the 17 minutes and 42 seconds. I don't know if y'all even want to do this, but I don't really, this is kind of the best way, fastest way to get it out. I want my mom to be heard. I want my video back up on YouTube, and I want it back up on Facebook. I want Lauren to stop weaponizing my family. You know, her using my family, our pain, our tears, our struggles, exploiting that. We're not your content. We are not your content. No other victims or victims' family members or anybody else for that matter. We're not your content. And so it's like a double, it goes both ways. Okay. You can treat people's stories, you know, if you're priding yourself on being a good storyteller, then do it and do it the right way. Because doing it the wrong way, I mean, it makes you look like a freaking evil bitch, in my opinion. I mean, it kind of feels pretty evil. It feels very Lori Vallow Daybell-ish and Chad Daybell-ish, okay? That's what I'm saying. It feels very like-mindedness, like the same people that I've been trying to warn everybody about. Like, it's not Chad and Lori having a following. It's actually these other people who believe the same things, but they believe that they don't believe, you know, they're like, I'm not like Chad and Lori. And I'm like, okay, right. Nobody said so. So, you know what I'm saying? Like they say like, not all Mormons believe that. And I believe that. I do. That's a true statement. I do believe that there are a lot of people who have no idea what's going on with the people that sit next to them in the pews. Okay. But I'm just saying, if that's not you, don't appoint that. Don't appoint yourself to that. Don't say just because I'm saying Mormons, it doesn't mean you. You know, if you're doing devious shit, then yeah, stand up, please. I wish that would happen. I wish y'all would come forward and just show yourselves. You know, we wouldn't be in this conundrum. But it's like, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of people that are really being very true to themselves, you know, like reflection, doing that, just soul searching, you know, do I believe? Do I practice things this way? Does it sound familiar to me as what has been said about Lori and Chad? And then if so, you adjust. I've found out things along the way. I'm not Mormon. I don't go to church. I don't belong to a church. I've learned, you know, that there's source, okay? Whether that's Sky Daddy, whether that's God, Jesus, nobody, nothing, you know, whatever. I don't know. And neither does anybody else, okay? Nobody else knows the head. I don't care if you're Chad Daybell and Julie Rowe and now Lori, and you died 11 times, half-ass died, you know, a near death. You can't hold death. But I'm just saying, like, come on, you know, that doesn't give you authority. You did not. I mean, just keep that experience to yourself. I think what like Lori, well, what Chad did, what Julie did, what people like maybe Tom Harrison did, people who've had these near-death experiences, and the people that I research, okay, the people that I research, they do that in order to, in my opinion, to manipulate others into having a higher authority. Like I know I've seen Jesus. I mean, what are you going to do? What's your, I know more than you. Trust me. No. That is a manipulation tactic if I ain't never seen one. So run. Don't let people guilt trip you. And that's, I believe, a lot what's going on here. But anyway, so I'm going to play my mom. The clipped part that Lauren Matthias is actively still suing me for to keep us quiet. But good luck. Good luck with that, chat. My mom deserves to talk. Larry deserves to talk. My brother deserves to talk. Everybody who has been affected by these tragedies, by Lori and Chad's fucking crimes, their belief system that they use to justify these murders of my family members and Tammy and I believe Joe, and an attempt on Brandon. My mom was named a Rhonda, a zombie. My mom was named a zombie name. She is marked for death. Okay. I've never seen them cross it off their list. Okay. So, and I've seen this similar marking of people, light or dark, in like the Hamblin case. Okay. So it's not just Chad and Lori. I think that's a huge mistake. That's a huge mistake to make, to just believe that it's isolated. That's part of the problem here. That's what I'm believing. I believe Lauren, hindsight for sure. I believe she was controlled opposition, whether she was put up to it by the church. I mean, they do incentivize creators on multiple platforms, different platforms, because that's what they're doing. They're proselytizing and trying to convert members to their church. So, I mean, I get it as a business tactic, or a missionary, tool. I mean, why not? But it's when you start getting paid your opinions and the way you endorse something, it changes everything. Money changes it. And especially if you're not knowledgeable about it, like what if I heard one creator was contacted and had left the church a long time ago. But so, I mean, but at least she still had the basis, the core, belief, I guess, of the church. I don't know. I'm just saying, but like me, I didn't know anything about Mormonism. Nothing. So yes, I'm going to make mistakes. I have made mistakes, and I'm not, it's like not on purpose. I'm not trying to be hateful or ugly or rude. I know that in this culture that I research into, there's this persecution complex. Okay. It just comes with the territory. And so it's like defense mode automatically. And, anyways, let me play this. All right. Thank y'all for listening and being here. Let's listen to my mom.
But I didn't go on Kresha's channel very often because I couldn't understand what she was talking about. She was head down into her research, and she would talk to me about it, and I'd be like, what? I'm like, Kresha, please, honey, I just can't take on any more information right now. I said, someday I'll be able to catch up with all this, and I just can't right now. And okay, Mom, okay. And so anyway, we did all the talk shows and all that mess. And all this time, we kept the spotlight on JJ and Tylee and Charles and Tammy and on Brandon. And somehow, and I don't know when it happened, but where did JJ and Tylee and Charles and Tammy go and Brandon go in Lauren's videos on her channel. At what point is she using my names, using pictures of us, and saying, "Oh, we're great friends with the Woodcocks," when she's trying to prove that she's got a good reputation? When I don't understand it. I don't understand what she's trying to prove. But all I know is anytime I put on one of these videos, that the 9-hour one I happened to stumble on one night, and I listened to 20 or 30 minutes of it maybe, and then I'm like, oh, this is just crap. I'm not listening to this. It was her crying about her being stalked, and I do know about the stalking. I do know a lot more than I let on. And Lauren wasn't stalked. She was doing it.
In your opinion,
In my opinion, she had a lot to do with it herself. In June of this year, we had a conversation, Lauren and I said, yeah, I hear you trash talked us. I said, but you know what? I'm turning my head. But Lauren, I'm telling you right now, you need to keep your head down, keep your mouth shut, and work on your channel, and work and be with your family, and leave this alone. It will blow over. And I was very sure she understood what I said, and she obviously did not, because then it got even bigger. And then I've learned that her stalker, and I'm not going to use names, but the stalker that she claimed was stalking her hadn't even posted a video on TikTok since September. And then just things that were not a part of all this. It's like puzzle pieces just got getting put together. And I'm like, here, you are a damn fool, Kay. You have been used. You have been exploited. And I've never liked that word. And for a long time, I didn't feel that way. I felt like we were getting our story out. We were making Charles and JJ and Tylee, we were bringing life to them because we could talk about them. And Colby talking about Tylee more than we did. That was his sister. And I mean, Colby's the biggest loser in all of this. He is, my God, I can't imagine being in Colby's shoes. But I am so incredibly proud of him, because he has landed in a good place. He's still got a ways to go. We all still have a ways to go. But he is headed in a very good direction. And he's doing so good. And I can't express how proud I am of him. But anyway, in the meantime, here we are. Just Lauren's having a 9-hour meltdown on TV, where she was able to air videos and do commercials, and that just seems set up. That just seems very scripted, very disingenuous. I don't know. Convenient. Okay, thank you. And again, I didn't know till 2 days after that 9-hour live that it was 9 hours, and I was like, what do you mean 9 as in NINE hours? I couldn't believe it. Janine told me. Yeah. And I'm like, Janine, did you sit there? You really listened for 9 hours?
I did.
And she said, well, yeah. And I was like, girl, you're a good woman, I can tell you, because there's nobody I don't think I could listen to for 9 hours.
But I learned a lot. Like I was interacting with chat. I was getting out my own feelings, and how it looked, because I wasn't really paying attention. I never really do. I never absorb things immediately.
I know.
Whenever I get off here, I got to go and process everything still.
You get
It's
it
just,
from me.
yeah, it sucks. The fog brain, but it's not immediate. And that's why I don't react immediately. I'm not a knee jerker anymore. I used to be, but I just remember in my feelings, because that's what she was targeting, and she succeeded, in my opinion, in my case, in my experience, and I let her, and I was trying at that time to just let bygones be bygones, because 6 years, it's been 6 damn years. And obviously I'm the only one with a effing problem. I mean, I know there's others, and I knew that, but they were all gone. It was just like, okay, well, I mean, it must be me. Maybe I'm just finding some flaw in her, and I've already forgotten a lot of the things that happened in 2021,
Exactly.
when her and Lori Vallow, but I do have a human receipt for that, sitting backstage too. And for, when it's time for that. And she's the other side of the story, and it's Awen Reese, and she's here. And I'm glad, because there's 3 sides to every story, not just because there's 3 people that were involved in that, or that I'll be mainly focused on, but there's 3 sides to every story, period. There's his side, her side, and then the truth.
Exactly.
Larry, and I know people can be biased, but some people can be just downright in denial.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe. And I mean, I don't even try to pretend to worship anybody. No human, I'm just like, I don't worship anybody. I appreciate their work and what they contributed, whatever it is, however we run and cross paths. But I never am like, oh my God, I just can't let go of this person. That is freaking me out all over the web and all over the world. I mean, it happens all the time. Politicians and celebrities, and I'm just like, what are you doing? What's going on here? I prefer truth and reality versus I can't even freaking delusion. There you go. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna give it back to you, and you're doing great. I mean, I'm glad.
Well, I mean, look, I love Lauren. I mean, but I'm very hurt by her. I think she needs to be humbled. She needs to back up, and she needs to do just what I told her to do back in June. Let this crap blow over. Quit bringing it up. She made it bigger herself. It wasn't the stalker that did it, and she wasn't really being stalked. An ugly text or whatever on TikTok or whatever, that's not being stalked. You want to know what's being stalked? People sending you shit saying you need to pay Donna Serafina $20,000 because she solved the case. That's being stalked.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and I got plenty of those. Oh yeah,
I remember that.
Oh yeah, and then and by the way, if anybody knows Donna Serafina, no, we did not pay her $20,000 because law enforcement said they don't even know who she was. They don't know what. Don't be there paying anybody money.
It's not how the legal system works. That's not how our judicial system works. It's not by. I mean, I appreciate her. I appreciate what she did, but I also despise what she did because she caused stress.
She caused a lot of stress, and putting out on her, just going out on some channel. I forget who it was. Anyway, and there were like 50,000 people watching. It was New Year's Day or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, look at this crap she's saying about me.
Threatening to release our personal phone call.
Dog, listen, her dog died. Her bills weren't paid for 3 or 4 months because she was working all on this case. And I'm like, well, that's not our fault. That was her that chose to do what she did, and her dog obviously got sick. I'm sorry about that, but it's not my fault. It's not our fault. I only know to go by what law enforcement was telling me, and if she has a problem with that, then she needs to bring it up to law enforcement. I'll give her $20,000 if they back up what they said, what she said.
Right. It was already put up.
But no,
and it
I'm not the villain here.
It was a certain amount, right? That the police advised you to put up, right?
Right.
Well, a lot of people have misunderstandings about that.
They said, I said, I asked the FBI, I said, I don't know how much to put up. I have no clue. I'm like, how much do y'all put up? And they said, we cannot advise you on this, but what we can say is we put up $20,000 normally. And I said, okay, then that'll work for me. They didn't advise me, but I heard that $20,000 number and it sounded good to me because I didn't know. I've never done that before. I've never put up a reward for anything before, much less 2 kids. So all this was a first. All this is a first. This is a first, what I'm doing right now. All this is a first. I've never been a victim like this before. I was thrown into a, hello, Allie, how are you?
Poor thing.
I see her. That Allie, she waited on Larry and I in Boise at Ruth's Chris there downtown. She waited on us all the time. No, that's not Allie. Okay, never mind. I'm confused. Anyway, that's Natalie Stewart. We're cousins. Anyhow,
oh my God. I'm like, what?
I'm sorry.
I'm muted. I'm muted.
I saw it on the screen and I went off totally. So sorry.
That's okay.
But, I had never done that before. I've never done any of this before. I've never been thrust in the spotlight before, ever. I've always been one who is fine to be in a room and be the wallpaper. That's me. Larry's the one who's the one in the center of the room talking to everybody. Okay, that's Larry. I'm the one up the wallpaper, and we're thrown into all this, and it's sink or swim, people. And we had a message to get out, and that was to help us find JJ and Tylee. And all the while I'm dealing with the death of my big brother, my brother, whom I was very close to. And I never even had time. And then we were selling our company at that time. And that was a 6-month ordeal. And it was like, holy shit, how much can a person take?
Don't ask that question. That's a rhetorical question.
No,
that's
I don't
like
never
the universe
ask
is like, here you go.
and
but y'all were broke, right?
Bored.
Y'all were broke and bums, right? Before $1 million.
God.
Right.
No, we were far from it, and we were doing just fine. So whenever we buy a new car, we have our own money. And everybody thinks, they're just pissing it off because they can. No, I don't piss money off. I don't. It's against my DNA.
She don't.
So anyway,
Mom's very frugal. Very frugal.
We've been accused of many things, and it's like, whatever. You know what? I don't even know you, and what you think of me doesn't even matter because I just don't care. I can't care what everybody thinks. But I've had to really grow a thick skin. I've had to live 6 years of pure hell, and not go. I remember when this started, when they found the kids, and then talking to the prosecutor about all that and how long is this going to take, and it can be 5+ years, and I'm like, 5 years? No way.
Right.
Oh no, ours isn't going to take that long. No. Well, it did, but we lived through it, and it was hell, and it was you just get, like, after Lori's trial in Boise, you start getting it took 3 months normally after Lori's trial before I felt human again. It just totally I can't tell you how it just wipes you out emotionally, physically. I just did what I had to do. I went through the motions of life because I had to. I had to do certain things. And
thank you.
Then Chad's trial started coming, and that was in March or April of 24. And so 2 months before his trial, I started feeling, oh, it's coming. And now I've got all these worries, and where are we staying, and what are we doing? And thank God we had a place that we stayed in again, the same place we stayed at for Lori's trial. And it was a very good deal for what we could do without renting a whole apartment for 6 months or something. But anyway, it's just the trial lasts 6 weeks, but the effects before and after each trial, that would be probably about 6 months of my life, going from getting ready for the trial, a couple of months, then the actual trial, and then testifying, and then that was, oh my God, I've never been one to want spotlight on me at all. I've never been in front of a court from so many people on John and Lauren's channel, on Kresha's channel,
No.
but I didn't go on Kresha's channel very often because I couldn't understand what she was talking about. She was head down into her research, and she would talk to me about it, and I'd be like, what? I'm like, Kresha, please, honey, I just can't take on any more information right now. I said, someday I'll be able to catch up with all this, and I just can't right now. And okay, Mom, okay. And so anyway, we did all the talk shows and all that mess. And all this time, we kept the spotlight on JJ and Tylee and Charles and Tammy.
But did it
and
start over?
On Brandon.
Hold
and
on.
Somehow, and I don't know when it happened, but
yep, it started over.
Where did JJ and Tylee?
Okay. I was like, wait. And it doesn't show me back here. So yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have talked over some of the parts. I was like, oh my God, you idiot. Why'd you do that? The whole point was to let her have her voice, right? But I mean, were y'all able to hear it and everything? And just let me know. And I mean, I can always do a video just like this, but no talking, after this is over. Just do audio. But yeah, it's Kresha0123@gmail.com. And of course, that was the 17 minutes and 42 seconds, I believe. That was, we call it copyright striked. That's the language used here on YouTube. I don't know why it doesn't sound like it's in the right tense, but I did research into this and I was like, okay, whatever. And so yeah, this was from October 26, 2025. And it was on my channel. It was a Sunday. And I had called my mom, or I'd text her, probably like, let me see, like that Thursday or that Wednesday. As soon as I kind of figured out what Lauren was really up to, it pissed me off some kind of bad, as I'm sure that, you understand, of course. Let's see. Sorry, I like receipts. I like being able to speak properly, or not properly, but to the timeline, because my memory is horrible too. Let's see. Oh my gosh. How much did we've talked a lot since Lauren exposed herself, which is awesome. One thing I do want to address in the future, though, is fundraising by web sleuths for JJ, their end of the world thing that they do. I don't really think that I feel comfortable with that idea now that things have been revealed and people have revealed themselves, especially web sleuths, Lauren, Megan, Joe Schmo, you know all the people. I don't, and I did eavesdrop on a web sleuth, it was about 4 or 5 days ago, and hold on, let me finish this thought. Where? Hold on. It doesn't help that we have like a group chat, me, Mom, and Jason. So it's like, let me figure this out. Anyways, so I sent my mom a text before that October 26th Sunday live stream, and I was like, hey, and I just kind of gave her as much of a rundown as I could until I was like, oh my God, this is taking forever to explain, why I'm doing what I'm doing, and that I don't believe Lauren's 9-hour live stream. I think that she was really just trying to suppress her own shitty words being leaked out. And that's the threat here, in my opinion. She's definitely scared, but it's not of a stalker or anything like that, in my opinion. Allegedly, just trying to cover my ass. It's really just to stop her own vile, shitty talk about me and my family and colleagues and other creators like Jordan and McKay. The L Mom was listed on one of those screenshots that leaked out with me on there too. So I'm just saying, so that has to give validity to that screenshot of Lauren, whatever, if you want to call it shit talking. It's really freaking kindergarten level, Oh my God, don't get me pissed off, because I don't know what flies out of my mouth. But I mean, and I don't have it right on hand to oh yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. But I don't have it on screen. So it says, to correct myself, I don't just roll my eyes at Kresha. I find her actions despicable and destructive. I think I can handle it more. Because her brain doesn't seem to comprehend anything comprehensive. Probably because I'm fucking traumatized, you bitch. You know what I'm saying? You should be trauma informed, like you pretended to be. Okay? You won't use the word rape. You won't use murder because you want to comply with YouTube's whatever, so you can get all the monetizations and all the bells and whistles, right? It should come with a R word whistle. Like I said last night I couldn't believe I said that out loud, but it's what it sounds like when she's like, I'm threatened. I'm threatened. Oh my God, like danger. No, you're not 2. You're not even 12. Hell. I'm just saying, like, it's disgusting. So yeah, I am. I mean, I agree with her saying that I think I can handle it more because her brain doesn't seem to comprehend anything comprehensive. I comprehend that you're a shitty person, in my opinion. I'm entitled to that still, for now. If that's okay, yes, the massa. That's about how I feel right now. I'm being dramatic. But anyways, Jordan and McKay know better, she allegedly wrote. Mormon stories made J and K, yet so basically Jordan and McKay, yet they steal their slides, the entire show, and call it theirs without shame. Speaking of shame, honey, let's talk about shame. No, let's not. I mean, she is too old for me to be schooling her, you know, like you're going to have to go backwards, just like Lori, just like Chad. Like, you do not pass go. You do not collect $200. You do not get to fuck with my family no more. And I mean, enjoy it while you can, because your time is limited, in my opinion. That is not a threat. That is not a threat. That's not a threat, Lauren. That is, I'm taking my power back that somehow, you know, you seem to have and felt entitled, or like you were the boss of me. Or did I threaten you with my comprehensive thoughts that were, you know, I got to sit here and look at this stupid shit, the way she wrote. Comprehend anything comprehensive. Can you just not use the same word pretty much in the same sentence? Comprehend anything comprehensive. It's stupid. All right, let me stop being petty. But I mean, it's just so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. But I did see that the numbers over there plummeted 3,000 overnight, which I'm like, what? I just happened to see it on Turtle Boy, you know, while he was flipping through, I think the videos of that interview with my mom and Larry with Hidden True Crime. And, yeah, I was like 316,000. And then he said like something about the views of the video. And I was like, oh, you know, so I was like, yeah, I did see 316,000 last night while live with Turtle Boy. And then this earlier when I was on the phone with my mom, I was just looking for an interview that I ran across earlier of her and Larry, but it was on Law and Crime. I know, Law and Crime. That's whoo, you don't bite the hand that feeds you, girl. You just don't bite the hand that feeds you. That's my advice, but too late. So, but yeah, it was like right after Lori's interview, this interview that I saw, I'm sorry, Lori's conviction in Idaho. And I saw this interview earlier, and it came on, you know, automatically. And I was like, it was a really good interview. I mean, I was like really impressed. And it wasn't the normal, you know, Anjanette Levy or what's his face? Prime Crime, Jesse. It wasn't, it was another lady, and I don't know her name, that interviewed them. But I mean, she took, let them take their time, you know, to process their thoughts and to share and not be, you know, because I mean, yes, trauma does a hell of a thing on your brain. I mean, I'm not the first, you know, for you to hear this. You didn't hear it here first. You know, this is what's happening. When you become traumatized, your brain doesn't connect quite like it used to. Plus, I'm getting older, so there's that. What's her excuse? Because she seems to be on point, you know, with her robotic, comfortable, right? Comfortable. I don't like it either. Ruby Frankie says comfortable. Yeah, that's to Left Undone. Okay, just saying. I agree with, or was that Jules of Thought? I don't remember. Comfortable. Comfortable, girl. Comfortable. Anyways, yeah, that's how trauma works. And I mean, so if you're saying that you're a victim advocate, that you are victim oriented, victim centric, and you pride yourself on that, Lauren and John, you sure, to me, in my opinion, what it looks like and what it has looked like is that you have done the exact opposite. You've actually caused more damage. You have caused, you just caused a whole lot of pain that was unnecessary, that justice would have and will continue to get justice. The victims will continue to get justice in every case, whether you're involved or not. Okay. Don't flatter yourself. Okay. Hashtag Nancy joke. Just kidding. Speaking of that, I am working on some merch right now. I'm sorry for what I said whenever I was a hidden gem. What you think about that? Anyways, I thought it'd be kind of funny. And I mean, right? It's like, don't, and I did pin a couple comments, where, we did, whether you sat through the 9-hour live or not, or whether you were a hidden gem and you were part of Patreon, whatever. I mean, there's no judgment here. I mean, because I was right there for the 9-hour live too. I had just recently resubscribed to her. Okay. That's where I was. And again, I told y'all the only time that she would acknowledge me is whenever I would send a super chat. And I did it, like I'd look at Jason, my fiance, and I'd be like, hey, I got to send a super chat. And he's like, all right. And I'd be like, bing, 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 And I mean, my parents would be in the chat too. And, oh, hey, Mama, Pawpaw. Hey, Kay and Larry. Oh, Kay Woodcock's here. Okay. Just the bullshit, right? And the fakery is so thick. It's just, it makes you choke, You're just like, oh my God. It's gross. It's gross, but, it makes you think twice. How Lori was able to get away with so much damage in so little time? Because she also confronted, whenever she went for her police interview, she she said that Charles was threatening her with all these threatening emails. They were a bunch of vagaries, okay? Just a bunch of vague, not specific, never had to show proof or receipts of any kind of threat made by my uncle. In fact, I think in the FOIA docs, all we found was that Uncle Charles was like, look over your shoulder today. It's happening, because it's coming. He meant served. He was trying to serve her, but she was ducking and dodging. And people around her were enabling her. So this is where this becomes really, really, really relevant to Lauren, in my opinion, because she is off the fucking rails, off her fucking rocker. Her cheese has slid off her cracker and then onto somebody else's and then slid back off again. Okay. So, yeah. And there's so many people around her allowing this, enabling her, emboldening her, supporting that, endorsing that, fighting her own battles. She doesn't give a shit about you or me or anybody. I don't think she gives a shit about her family, to be honest. That's my opinion. It's what it appears to be. But Lauren sure is about some Lauren. Okay. She is about some Lauren. And it's scary. And I mean, again, I can't imagine what this is like for my mom and Larry. To have interactions, personal interactions again with another person who is off their rocker, just like, unhinged like Lori was to Charles, witnessing that firsthand like my mom did. I don't speak for her. This is kind of, my way of thinking. I'm just like, oh my God, this is horrible. I wonder if this is triggering my mom all over again, to just kind of see it play out again. And, you try to knock sense into them. And I don't mean that physically, you know what I mean? Like, just come on, catch a grip. That's what my mom used to tell me a long time ago. Get a grip. I hated that, but get a grip, girl. Like, nobody can do it but you. And, you have to wonder, or you would think that one would wonder. You think that you would sit there and be like, well, how come? Why are all these people saying this? Sometimes you're the asshole. Sometimes you're the problem. I'm not exalted from that. I'm not above that. I've actually had this experience, where I'm like, I would always try to hurt in my dating life or whatever, I would always look, I have a saying, and it's not very appropriate, but I mean, it is after 9, it's after 9 p.m. Central Time. So, but it goes like this. Fuck the fucking fuckers before the fuckers fuck you. Okay? I know, I'm not proud. But I mean, it's just kind of like, that was my mentality at one time. Like, you're not going to hurt me because I'm going to push you away. I'm going to self-sabotage. I'm going to just F this effer up. Okay? And I'm going to do it big. I don't ever do anything half-ass. I do it whole ass. Good and bad. That goes both ways. But just saying, I mean, and I had to come to this realization where I was like, I don't want to be an asshole anymore because I don't like who I am. I don't, when I looked in the mirror, I was just like, oh my God, you're such a bitch. And it was miserable. It was unhappy. I was unhappy. And it just wasn't right. It wasn't the right way to treat people. So I changed. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm finished changing or growing. That's part of the process. But I mean, it is what it is. It just, again, a lot of red flags, with the whole expecting the little, her little boy allegedly was like, run, mom, run from the stalker, from the danger. First off, your son shouldn't know. Secondly, if it appears, and look, it appears to be to me that this whole thing was orchestrated by Lauren, in my opinion, allegedly, in order, like, she had to create a stalker story. If you go back and look at her channel, I remember, and I didn't watch these videos, but she had done a couple of videos, and I want to say maybe Dr. John even did an assessment or whatever on these Netflix about stalkers. And I mean, I'm wondering, I need to go and look one day and see what the timeline is, on these stalker-esque videos and cases, to kind of see if she was learning about stalking. Okay. But there's definitely coercive control. I mean, she nailed it. Lauren nailed it herself, on herself. It's coercive control, in my opinion, that Lauren has used against me, used against so many other people, in my opinion. That's what this is. And that's one of her favorite phrases, coercive control. Whatever. I am not qualified, certified, to diagnose anybody. This is my experience. And this is me trying to figure out what the hell was going on. So another thing that Lori did was, this is that whole Darvo thing where Lori would provoke Uncle Charles. She would threaten him. There's going to be an angel here, to dispose of your body. Okay. Things like that. You're not Charles, she dehumanized them, all kinds of things, by calling them different Garrett, Eplos, Ned, all kinds of weird shit. I mean, I feel like Lauren has treated me as a subhuman, like Duty Ron liked to throw around that day that he had Lauren on, and supported her and endorsed her, and still has not corrected himself or seen this any other way besides Lauren's a victim because she said she's a victim. You're a retired cop. Yeah, I feel like I'm in fucking opposite world. It's concerning, right? It's like, I need Dr. John and Lauren to just be their normal asshole selves, okay? Not the whatever this is that they're being. I'm just like, who are these people? What is going on? What's wrong with them? Something's wrong. I don't want to be concerned about them, okay? It's like, this is my time to be like, yeah, F you, like, Beck Montu. Just, You know what I'm saying? But I really can't even enjoy, and I say enjoy, you know what I mean? Like, just feel the full effect of uh, being unchained from that, you know? Like, I, no longer. She exposed herself. Lauren exposed herself, and then Dr. John was like, okay, let me join. And here we are. So, I mean, it is what it is. We didn't burn your false fucking kingdom to the ground. You're doing a great job of that. It sucks to see, though. It does. It sucks to watch. I really wish that Lauren, for sure, and Dr. John would have just been better people, that they have, projected themselves to be. I wish that they weren't another letdown in my life. I wish they weren't another lesson of what to do, what not to do, what red flags are, what, not a cautionary tale, another cautionary tale to live through. Okay. I mean, whatever. I'll definitely move past this. But right now, you're not going to, Lauren and John, you don't get to provoke and then just drop it. Like this bomb, like a hand grenade. Like, Lauren had the hand grenade. She pulled the pin and just sat there and held it. And I'm just like, okay. And so she moves on because that's a good PR move, turns out. And we're over here going, what? And so God forbid that we actually, respond and react. You don't get to offend people, victimize people, manipulate people, and abuse people. You don't get to do that and then turn the fuck around and walk away. So move around, because no, that's what Lori did. And then it's like, because we're reacting, they're like, oh my God, why don't you just get over it? And that's so we can look like we're the aggressors. We're the crazy people. This is how this goes. Charles looked, just out of his wits. He was like, so, to me, I don't know. I wasn't in his mind. I wasn't in his body. I did not experience this myself, but I'm reading his expressions in these body cams, and it's like, he is so desperate for just somebody to listen to him, to get help for his wife who is off the rails, who's unhinged. And I mean, that's so heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking. And then for Lauren to compare herself to him is even more frustrating. I mean, it's gross. It's disgusting. And I don't want her to use my family or anybody else for that matter in her mouth ever again, because everything, in my opinion, is weaponized by this woman, and it's gross. And you don't get to get away with it any longer. That ship has sailed, girl. But yeah, here's Uncle Charles. He's out of his freaking wits. He's trying to get help.
They don't let me in there.
Probation, and she knows when the second coming is happening next year. So does a prophet. Okay. He knows it. She knows about it. She meets with Moroni, Jesus Christ, face to face in the temple every day. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Schneider. I've taken over Charles's body.
I miss him.
And Charles will get killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it with my priest, with my power. She does priesthood blessing. She does.
So no. Who's Nick Schneider? Okay.
That's who I am.
No.
Okay. Right. Okay. So he's not at church. He's not.
She took my truck from the airport. So thanks. She took my truck from the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flights. I had to buy a little ticket. I took him back home. I've got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right. And he's safe at school somewhere.
Right.
Like that.
For now. If she knows I'm here, she's going to go get it.
Okay. What car? What is she driving?
A black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you have the license plate on that?
It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's handicapped. Okay?
Nothing in the pen. There it is.
And I don't know where she put my truck. She took $35,000 in cash out of that account yesterday.
Oh,
I mean, I
forgot
just
about those.
never thought she would do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with reality. I'm not me. She yells. She's unhinged. It scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now?
The
I
phone's
hear
right here with me.
iPhones.
The phone's with me.
Oh, your phone. Now, how do you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this
Oh.
morning when she pulled up to school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has a purse up the keys and left with my dog. And
So he's reacting. He's responding to Lori's cuckoo cuckoo because she locked him out of his house, stole his truck, hid the truck, took his clothes, his personal belongings, dropped some of them off at Deseret Industries, dropped some of them, behind the food storage in their house, hid it, took the dog, what did he say, the dog collar? I forget. Hold on. It's been a minute.
purse up the keys and left with my dog. And so I don't know
With my dog, but she left the collar, that kind of shit. And so this is, in my opinion, the same thing that Lauren is kind of doing, where she gets to, throw her narrative out there, shit on everybody. But then, here it is. She's, in my opinion, hiding these texts. She's trying to stop them from coming out and biting her in the ass. So what she does, in my opinion, is actually, I criticized her PR move, but I take that back because I think it's the only PR Hail Mary she had. I think it's the only option she had, because if said text messages came out, I mean, that would have been pretty huge. She also could have just owned up to it like a freaking woman does, or, an adult does. And you just say, oh, okay, yeah, I've been shitty. I've said some shitty things. And you go to each individual person and you apologize genuinely. They don't have to accept it. And that's just par for the course, honey. But I would have had a whole lot more respect if she would have just done that. Just been sorry. But don't sit here and take it out on me and say I'm being threatening because I'm speaking my truth about you, my experience with you, as a threat. That's not a threat. If you see it that way, honey, you might want to go get your brain checked out. Maybe you're the one that's not comprehending anything comprehensible, allegedly. Just saying. So you don't get to just, shit on everybody. And then, I don't even know what word to call it. What do you call that? But then blame people and say, oh, like the cops are looking at Charles like, okay, why do you have her phone? And so then he sounds off the rails too. Not so stable, because it's crazy. It's crazy town. And this isn't the first rodeo. It's not. I mean, and it's effective. It's effective. And so they get to try and, continue on and look all wholesome and all churchy and, oh, but I'm a good Mormon, or whatever. I'm a good person. Do I look the type to victimize people? Oh, no. People believe it right now. People believe Lauren is, I've actually seen text messages, or not text messages, but comments where people are just like, sue her, sue Kresha. She's threatening, she did make physical threats. And I'm like, receipts, please, receipts. And let's see where you got that taken out of context. Okay. Cause that's not me. I talk a lot of caca, but I don't, if push comes to shove, not with anybody involved in this situation. I'm just saying, if it had to do with my kids or, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna go. But I mean, that has to be, that's just not the way to resolve things. Verbal resolution is the greatest thing, but it can't be one-sided where, you're trying to communicate, like, in my opinion, like Janice was trying to do by approaching Lauren or whatever, crossing paths with Lauren on the court steps, and just being like, why are you talking shit on me, girl? I mean, okay, right? Why did she have to blow her rape whistle, basically, and just be like, she's threatening me, and just acting all like it's like a kid. Hers is looking at me, Mom. Stop it. Don't look at me. Just that weird shit. It's like the kid that bites the other kid and then cries, I don't know, or bites themselves and then blames it on the other kid or the sibling or something. It's really weird. But this is so you're not Uncle Charles, Lauren. No, ma'am. You are not Tylee. No, ma'am. You don't get to compare yourself to JJ, Tylee, Tammy, Charles, Joe, or anyone else for that matter. Okay? Ever.
I saw this in her purse. I don't think she's here. They were going to give me a key to the room. I was going to go.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Just trying to land it.
You guys will come with me, see if she's in the room.
No, we can't just go in. If you're not allowed to go in, we can't either. We can just. Okay, that's going to be up to them if they allow you to go in. No, we can't now. You guys are married, so there shouldn't be. No, we're waiting for right now. What we're doing is my sergeant wanted to get some information from you. I was about to call you, but then Gary said you were here. We're just going to wait a second. My sergeant, they're on their way because we have a sergeant training. So they're going to be here. They have the paperwork. So if she is here, we knock on the door. She's here. That's why we need the paperwork in hand. Okay, so we can take her.
Tell me again real quick. What's her first name? Lori.
Satan.
And tell me again about the vehicle. It's a black Infinity QX80. And try that license plate again.
Okay, hold on.
KDM 62. It's KDM something.
KDM 62, 63, 67.
Handicap plate.
Handicap.
Yes.
All right, I'm about to change it over to what Lori did.
Is it registered to you?
Yes.
He's so
Tell
tired.
your last name again. V.
Victor, ALLOW.
Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. That's an SUV that you're describing, right? Okay, I know what it is.
I'm going to go check and see if I can go in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, sir?
Okay. Also find out if they'll give you permission to go into that room.
Yes, sir. Right. Okay, now hold. I opened this one. Okay. Now check her out. This is Lauren in this situation, in my opinion.
You can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines. Right. So start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay. So,
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby.
His great nephew. That's awesome.
And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me,
what kind of threats?
Just
nothing.
You'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me.
Where are they at? Where are the receipts? That would have been the extra step right here to hold this woman who looks like she's harmless, right? That's the worst mistake my uncle made, was believing that this woman right here was harmless. That's what I'm saying. She's just creating vagaries, it's just all these things. It's the thing and the other thing that connects the thing. And so it's shitty.
Right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him. So that's just how it is. So we married for 14 years, dealt with him for 14 years, and him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her.
She's done nothing wrong, right?
Yeah, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night. All of a sudden, I want to see JJ. And I told him,
Not all of a sudden, according to the FOIA docs. It was planned. He got her to get his hotel room because she always did that, for him for his business trips. And so she knew that he was coming. Okay.
I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see you whenever you want to. Come take him to
Charles told her that. I'll never keep JJ from you. Mm-hmm.
School, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your
he was going to rent us a house.
And so we moved.
All my family lived.
$4,500 a month on top of the $4,500 a month that he gave her for spending allowance. So he paid the rent and $4,500 a month spending money.
So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
He didn't move them to Houston. He moved to Houston. That's when my mom went and helped in March of 2019, whenever I captured the JJ bus video with Pawpaw, because he stayed back in Lake Charles with us and we had to go fill up one of the charter buses, and I captured that moment, and I'm so glad. I'm so grateful for that moment, with JJ singing on the microphone, my little bonus son in the background digging in his nose. Okay. And singing with Larry, with Papa Larry, when he stepped back on the bus. And I'm so grateful for that moment. I am. Anyways, so my mom helped Uncle Charles move from Phoenix to Houston so that, Houston does have schools for autistic children. Turns out Houston's a pretty big city. I don't know if Lori, she don't care. She just framing things her way, right? Her narrative. This is her narrative. Too late anyways. Charles was dead at this point in time as of this morning. So she'd been dealing with it for 14 years, so right. He was not threatening. He did not try to hit anybody with a bat. She's a fucking liar, and she's a convicted liar and killer. So there's that. But again, looks can be deceiving. So you don't expect it from somebody who presents themselves as a member of a church, participates in all these different church programs, prides themselves on talking Jesus. And with Mormonism comes Moroni and Joseph Smith. Okay. So, and Nephi, be like Nephi. Hashtag don't be like Nephi. Okay. Don't. I'm making merch on that too. Don't be like Nephi. So I'm just saying we've got to train ourselves to kind of look for these things. They come in all sizes, packages, races, genders, creeds, different walks of life. People are opportunistic, they're out there and they're prey on other people. So this happens all day, every day. And I just want to get better at pointing these things out, manipulations and things. Not to mention that they talk backwards. I don't know how to explain it. I just know that it's like inverted, where they say all these certain words, and it's like in the moment, it sounds like all the key words, that you look for. Like, let's say they apologize, but yet they say, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you feel that way. I'm so sorry you feel that way." Like that's not genuine. That is very gaslighty, narcissistic type of, and again, I'm not a professional or expert, obviously. But it's inverted. So it's like you hear or read it in the moment and you're just like, okay, I remember seeing Megan say, after Lauren did her 9-hour live, that Lori, I mean, no, not Lori, Lauren apologized and everything. And I was like, are you high? You must be high because she did not apologize. And so go back, please go back and check that, please. Cause no, that was not, anyways, but that's what I mean by inverted. It's like this inversion of speak where I don't know. I'll have to point it out as it goes when I see it.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his like services, his DVD, his anything. He like ripped him out of school and said, "We're moving." Okay. And
you were acting like a crazy bitch with Merle and I. Okay.
I didn't go with him at first. He took him, and I let him take him.
Yeah, and she let him take him. She was holding around with Chad Daybell. Okay, they were jet setters. She was paying Chad Daybell's way. Actually, my uncle was, paying Chad Daybell's way around. They were visiting temples and things. Wholesome people, temple going Mormons.
And I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 the story. Yeah, and so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years.
It was way longer than 30 days. It was like double that.
Because men need to do that. I have 5 kids. I have grown kids. I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up. Yeah. Which you did.
If I ever wanted to punch anybody right now, it's this hooker right here. Oh my God. Look at her face, y'all.
Just like, come back. And so I moved in with them to Houston. Okay.
To secure the finances, remember, to get his finances in order, meaning to make sure that you were going to be the beneficiary for his life insurance policy.
For the family, and Tyler went with me. We drove to Houston from here and left out.
And you abandoned her. Mm-hmm.
Our family, all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there.
His cousins, right?
I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever. Yeah. It takes so long.
She doesn't have grandkids. She was just a grandmother barely because Kelsey and Colby had their first baby, Riley. And I mean, who looks just like Tyler, y'all. Whenever we went and visited them in Rexburg, I sat on the floor with her while Mom and Colby and Kelsey were just, they were right there. But I just looked at her and I was like, oh my God, just in my mind, I was like, she looks just like Tylee. Oh my God. Cause I met Tylee when she was 3. And I mean, she favors her a lot, especially I got chills. And, she was just, being a kid, just being a little toddler. And she was like, do, and she was playing with this little toy. I don't know what it's called. And so I was kind of doing that too. Just playing on the floor with her. And I mean, just so many things were running through my mind. Like, how can Lori forfeit this? Like, why? How are we here? Why are we here? I don't it just boggles the mind to no end. And that's why I do what I do. I think that's why I research and look for the answers myself, because they're in here. They're in all these statements. They're in all these interviews, these FOIA body cams, they're in there. You just have to kind of sift them out, if they're not trying to sell me something, basically, if they're not trying to get me to believe them or whatever, if it's just kind of, in this context, then I can kind of, with everything else, plug these things in or throw them out. So I've found so many answers by doing my own research. I didn't plan on doing this, y'all, but so I do apologize for the Lori. But anyway, so I'm debating on whether to go Turtle Boy or to start with. I want to start with this, and so I'm gonna have to trim this out later. And so, because it's gonna I'll get a copyright, not a strike, but I'll get a copyright for the music that's going to be played with it. But I just love her style. It's Rotting Jewels. Okay. She works more of the Process Church of the Final Judgment angle, aka Scientology. So this is her turning point, deep state dominion. So this is going to lead us up to Frank Vandersloot, And my new findings, y'all. Holy shit. And a freaking guy that grew up in Lake Charles that's involved in this stuff that my mom knows that Uncle Charles knew. I found this out earlier. I was like, what? No way. So hold on.
I presented a cure for drug addiction, which is the last thing that the deep state wants. I've presented cures for depression. But the thing that pisses the deep state off more than anything else, and I swear to God, this is a fact, is me holding this book here right now and telling each and every one of you to go out
Grant
and buy
Cardone.
this book as if your life depended on it.
Oh my God. It's right here.
Yeah, she does. I love her intros. Yeah. So I will get dinged for it, but I can trim it out after the fact. And so I don't monetize my lives until, usually days later. But I mean that's my option. So with that being said, they not like us, okay?
Send it down with your wallet.
Glad you got that.
Colby.
Right.
Not like us. They not like us. They not.
I'm just saying.
We're gonna send it down with your wallet.
Glad you got that.
We're not Colby.
Right.
We're not Colby.
Not like us. They not like us. They not.
Okay. All right. That cracks me up. And sometimes we just need to be cracked up. Okay. Or we'll crack. That being said, I was going to, I put together the information and everything. But I was like, this is the fastest way to get it out. And this guy here is called the Prophecy Misfits podcast. Well, actually, no, that's not it. It's Wretched Watchmen. And so I just happened upon him one day, and I know he looks at it from a Christian angle. Okay. So just know that. And, but full of information that is very pertinent to my research for sure. And yours too, if you're here, you know what we do. So here we go. I'm going to drop his link in the chat as well.
Came across this randomly. This was in 2018.
Whoa, slow down.
And this is from Rabbi Shmuley, which is pretty interesting, who has connections to Miriam Adelson.
He has some hard
She has connections to this guy as well. We just talked about Miriam Adelson on Tuesday. But Rabbi Shmuley here is with PayPal founder, of course, and Palantir co-founder, Peter Thiel, who gave a fascinating speech about the uselessness of college at ATP USA rally. This was in 2018. Pretty fascinating. Also in 2018, pretty interesting, Turning Point USA announces U.S. Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos as the speaker of the 2018 High School Leadership Summit. We've talked about Betsy DeVos in the past because she is the sister to one Eric Prince. If you guys don't know Eric Prince, he's the one that created Blackwater, the private security firm. He's the one who's involved with Israeli surveillance technology. He's the one that's involved with the wellness company and all that type of stuff. I've got an entire deep dive surrounding all of this on my channel. Just go onto my channel, down to deep dives, and you'll find one that has a big title that says Carbine on it. Go watch that if you want to know more about it. But Betsy DeVos is also connected to this. Eric Prince, and they're involved with the immigration thing. He wants to do private contracting for immigration with Trump and everything like that. We take a look at the financials of Turning Point USA. We jump down, funding. Richard and Helen DeVos Foundation, run by the in-laws of former Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, are funders of Turning Point. So there should be no surprise there. Now,
that Eric Prince and that Betsy DeVos, those are Frank Vandersloot's. These are his in-laws. Okay. Just saying. Just oh.
Now this is where we start getting into some interesting connections on this. We go to the Turning Point USA team and we look at their advisory council. There's a lot of faces and a lot of names that we probably wouldn't know, maybe some that we do know, so on and so forth. But there's one here called Craig Jensen. He's an advisory council member for Turning Point USA. Who is Craig Jensen? Well, we go to his website. I am asked about Scientology all the time. I enjoy talking about it, but my simple answer is it works. I became active in Scientology in 1974. I recommend that you read Dynetics, The Modern Science of Mental Health or Self-Analysis by L. Ron Hubbard.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a Scientologist on the advisory board for Turning Point USA.
That's not all.
Well, we know that Turning Point USA is a hodgepodge, a conglomerate of ecumenical faith movements. You got it.
Which is the same damn thing. Chad Daybell, Joseph Smith. It's all hodgepodge. Okay. That's my opinion.
It's pretty much take a pick of what you believe and what faith you want, and they're involved with that. But Scientology is pretty Pretty fascinating. Now, if we look further into some lawsuits against Craig Jensen, it's pretty fascinating. This is a lawsuit from 1994. It's Craig Jensen and Sally Jensen, who are getting sued by Donna L. Page. Executive Software North America Inc., Craig Jensen and Sally Jensen are the petitioners for this, and they're getting sued by Donna Page, who filed a complaint in state court against them because she claimed to have experienced several acts of discrimination during her employment with Executive Software. Specifically, Page alleged that the company required all its employees to study the teachings of the Church of Scientology written by L. Ron Hubbard.
No, thank you.
So when he was the CEO of this company, he was forcing his employees to study Scientology, and if they did not, they would get fired, at least according to this one lawsuit, which you might look and go, that could probably be fringe. But the problem is there was another lawsuit a little bit later by two people who were also fired for not studying Scientology. It says two fired for not becoming Scientologists. This is the former CIO at Diskeeper, which is the name change from Executive, the other company that we just read. It's the same company. Diskeeper has filed a lawsuit claiming that his work forced him to take Scientology training courses in order to keep the job at Diskeeper. Alexander Gottleman and Mark Lichet were both dismissed at their job for refusing to participate in a training course titled Basic Study Manual, where both employees were told that they would be more intelligent and his personal life would improve drastically. Gottleman filed a complaint with the Los Angeles Superior Court stating that Scientology training was a condition of employment, and the refusal to take part in the training session led to their dismissal. Gottleman was told that his presence at the training courses was non-negotiable from Diskeeper CEO and Chairman Craig Jensen. So now we've got multiple lawsuits from multiple people, all claiming that Craig Jensen is forcing his employees to study Scientology.
Wow, guys.
This is the same one, just a little bit more information. It says two ex-employees of Diskeeper have sued the firm over allegations that were obliged to take part in Scientology training courses as a mandatory condition of employment. Diskeeper founder and chief executive Craig Jensen is committed Scientologist who allegedly told Gottleman, who is Jewish, that his attendance at Scientology-based courses was non-negotiable while talking up to the supposed benefits of the course. Lichet refused to attend the course, and Gottleman's support of his stance ultimately led to the dismissal of the duo, the lawsuit alleges. The suit claims unspecified damages as well as injunction that would prevent Disc Lab from making attendance at Hubbard study technology courses compulsory. So multiple. So my point on this is if you have somebody who is head CEO of a company that was forcing people to take Scientology courses, to study Scientology.
Now, I remember an article not too long ago that I screenshotted or took a screenshot of. That's probably the better tense to use. But it was of Trump wanting to pass some kind of, or I don't know. I can't speak to it because I don't have it in front of me. So, but it was something along these lines about being able to basically proselytize whatever religion a person's part of in your workplace. So all your coworkers, they can loud and proud just try to interest you in the Book of Mormon. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know right off the top of my head much more than that, but I have to stop every now and then to use fair use and to make commentary, and that added to it because it's kind of the same. I wish I could speak more intelligently
in order to keep employment. You're telling me that he doesn't have that same idea when he's on the advisory council board of Turning Point USA?
Thank you. Lightning in her eyes.
So we got some influence happening there. That's not all. If we take a look at this is the America Fest 2025 Turning Point that's throwing this. Some of the speakers on this thing. Ay, man. You just look at some of the speakers on this thing. Tucker Carlson, of course. Steve Bannon. It was as bad as they come. Keep in mind, Steve Bannon is the dude that was trying to help Epstein clear up his public image, if you guys don't know.
I mean, come on. There's Beck. Okay. Tucker, Erica, and it's to honor Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump Jr. I've collected these, of course, screenshots of these articles that came out at East Idaho News. Okay. And I'm not political. I don't know the politicky talk. Okay. I don't. So I'm going to sound really dumb, really ignorant, especially because it's converging into this, from religion. I know they're supposed to be separated, right? But I'm dealing with Mormonism, and in my opinion, through the research, the theocracy is real. Okay, Brigham Young tried to create a theocracy, and I sometimes wonder if these things were tested on humans back then. Like I don't know. Anyways, just a thought I had. But no, I have to disagree with that comment I just pinned. Get a life, you guys. This is a joke. I wish it was that, lightning in her eyes. I really, truly wish this was a joke. But it's not, in my opinion. But you're welcome to stay or go. If it's a joke, it's not a joke to me. So appreciate your feedback though. And so again, Donald Trump Jr. was having East Idaho News reported about it. And it had to do with Donald, or what's his name? See, I don't remember their names because this is how unfamiliar I am with these peeps. Donald Trump Jr. Well, that's not very hard, huh? He was meeting with Vandersloot. I'm going to look it up. That way I can show you better, can tell you. Here we go. Trump Jr. visits Idaho Falls for private meeting at Melaleuca, the wellness company, by the way. That's Melaleuca, the wellness company. By Nate Eaton, September 21st, 2016. So I remember coming across this and I was like, oh, well, this looks interesting. Idaho Falls, Donald Trump Jr., the son of Republican presidential hopeful Donald Trump, stopped in Idaho Falls Wednesday afternoon for a closed-door meeting at Melaleuca Global headquarters. Trump Jr.'s plane landed at the Idaho Falls airport around 4:20 p.m., and he immediately went to Melaleuca. Sources say he visited with CEO Frank Vandersloot, his wife Belinda, and the company's management team for nearly an hour. He then went back to the airport and departed for Salt Lake City, Utah, to attend a fundraiser. EastIdahoNews.com was denied a request to interview Trump during his visit. The meeting at Melaleuca was closed to the public, and Vandersloot declined to comment about what was discussed. So, hey, isn't that Phil Lyman right there? Kind of looks like him. Let's see. This was Trump Jr.'s first visit to Idaho Falls. Other Republican candidates, including Marco Rubio and Carly Fiorina, I don't know, met with Vandersloot at Melaleuca earlier this year during their presidential campaigns. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So here, I don't know how to say her name. Maybe he'll say it.
Let's start with the debate last night.
Your name.
Hillary Clinton said, I can't think of anything more outsider than being the first woman president. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I guess that's the best argument she thinks she can make because she's the ultimate insider. She is the ultimate member of the professional political class. And she has spent a great deal of her life positioning to become president of the United States, changing her positions if necessary over and over and over to become president of the United States. I'm not running because I'm a woman, and I don't expect people to vote for me because I would be the first woman president. I'm running because I think I'm the most qualified candidate to win the job and to do the job.
Hillary Clinton said, I can't think of anything more outsider than being the first woman president.
Well, isn't that what he just said?
Well, I guess that's the best.
It's the same damn interview. Oh, okay. Carly Fiore, I don't know how to say it. First class bank account, still flying coach. Well, right? They need to do that still. Wait. First class bank account, still flying coach. Okay. What's the scandal? Anyway, so I'll grab this link too, share it with you in the chat. And let me go back to here. And I wanted to see this really.
Thank you.
I don't know why.
Love the sign.
That's a great sign. The sign the lady just held up said, hold it up again. This woman is our destiny. Shut up and vote Carly. Okay, well, I couldn't say that.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. And thank you, Frank and Belinda, for opening up Melaleuca. I had a great morning here with the management team and some members of your community. I want to start in an unlikely place, if I may, to try and explain what I think is at stake in this nation. Why I'm running for president, why I need your help.
Oh, shit.
Not just to win this job, but to do this job. So let me begin a long way from here. In January of this year, before I launched my campaign for president, I was, among other things, the chairman of the largest private microfinance organization in the world, called Opportunity International, Christian-based microfinance organization. And in January, I traveled to the slums of New Delhi to meet with some of our clients. I don't know how many of you have ever been to the slums of New Delhi, but they're pretty grim places. Mountains of trash, marauding animals, sewage in the streets, people piled on top of each other.
Anyways, okay. I'm just kind of snooping around while live. I'm sorry, y'all. But yeah, so that's that part. And then let me get back to Wretched Watchman. And let's continue on this rabbit hole.
Donald Trump Jr., Tulsi Gabbard's there, Ramaswamy's there, Jesse Waters, the clown's there, Shapiro, Megyn Kelly, who just came out in defense of Epstein. If you guys don't know, she's trying to clarify that because Epstein was only sleeping with girls that were 14 years or older, that doesn't necessarily make him a pedophile.
Let's see.
Yeah, she was going with that. Glenn Beck, we know him. Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Russell Brand, Rob Schneider, Ben Carson, Ali Stuckey, Sean Duffy, Danica Patrick, who's a New Ager. Like, she's all wrapped up in New Age. Pretty fascinating. Benny Johnson. Riley Gaines is fascinating. If you guys don't know, Riley Gaines, she's married to an immigrant who doesn't have a green card, but yet he hasn't been deported. Wonder why that is. Interesting.
Okay, hold on. I just found it. What does 15 look like? Teens and former child actors weigh in online after Megyn Kelly comments. And so former child actresses, as well as teenage girls around the country, have posted photos of themselves at 15 years old after journalist Megyn Kelly seemed to downplay the youth of Jeffrey Epstein's victims on her podcast. So what she went on to say on the Megyn Kelly show on November 12th, she stated that somebody very close to this case told me from the start that Jeffrey Epstein, in this person's view, was not a pedophile. Quote, he was into the barely legal type. Like he liked 15-year-old girls, Kelly continued. I'm not trying to make an excuse for this. I'm just giving you facts that he wasn't into like 8-year-olds, but he liked the very young teen types that could pass for even younger than they were, but would look legal to a passerby, unquote. And so there's that. She got a lot of backlash for that. So just wanted to,
Interesting. And a whole bunch of other people. Frank Turek, Jack Posobiec, Jentison Franklin.
This guy right here, Nick, whatever Freight, I don't know how to say their names. Okay. He was on a flyer with Tim Ballard. I'm going to look it up real quick.
And so on and so forth. Lucas Miles, we talked about him and all that type of stuff. But the one that I want to point out is this guy, Grant Cardone.
Oh my God, y'all.
Anybody heard Grant Cardone?
Oh my God. And
that's a name that I wasn't really aware of until I started looking into this. Let's take a look at Grant Cardone, shall we? Here's Grant Cardone. He was interviewed by, this is on Charlie Kirk's channel. This was 7 months ago. It's actually fascinating. I don't know if you guys can see that, but he has an advertisement in his thing. It says, become a premium member with Angel Studios Guild. Angel Studios. Of course, we know, we've talked about them, their connection to Mormonism and all the ecumenical false religion stuff that they're doing in regards to that. But let's get back on track.
This guy, Wretched Watchman, the one we're watching right now, this guy, he has a whole playlist on The Chosen and breaking that down. So I was so pleased to hear that he was knowledgeable about Operation Underground Railroad, knowledgeable about Angel Studios and Tim Ballard and the whole shenanigans. So I'm like, okay, good. Yay. It's really nice to run across somebody, that I didn't know existed, that is researching kind of the same areas. Okay, so
Charlie Kirk had Grant Cardone on his channel, interviewed him. Of course, he was going to be speaking at the event. Grant Cardone has a company called 10X or X10, one of those, vice versa, which way. But it's all about, you can advance your career and you can be wealthy and you can own all this stuff and everything like that and everything like that.
So earlier, I was on the phone with Mom, and I was explaining some stuff to her, and then I was like, oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm like, you don't happen to know a guy named Grant Cardone? And she was like, yeah. Uncle Charles played ball with him, and he was like the catcher or something. I don't remember. And I was like, no way. She was like, yeah. She was like, I remember him and everything. And I'm like, no, this is so weird. It's so weird. And mainly, and he's about to go into it, but basically, where's it at? What the hell? Here we go. It's he's Grant Cardone is described as a top-level Scientologist and financial guru. Cardone is a featured speaker at TPUSA events, like America Fest. His business model is explicitly linked to L. Ron Hubbard's teachings, connecting the hustle culture, financial influence seen at TPUSA rallies with Scientology's coercive cult-like business tactics. And he's about to really, stuff. I was like, oh my God, he's from where I live, Lake Charles, Louisiana. And I mean, come on now. I mean, only Gypsy Rose's ex-husband, Ryan, is from here. We're from here. Uncle Charles is from here. JJ was from here. My mom, I'm just saying, it's just like, what? Anyway, so it kind of blew my mind. So Natalie. Oh, plus Grant grew up as a Catholic. And so my mom and Uncle Charles, were raised as Catholics. And so I'm like, oh, what are the chances? And yep. Wow.
Charlie Kirk participated with some of his events as well. But the thing with Grant Cardone is Grant Cardone and Scientology. Yes. He says, I am a proud parishioner of the Church of Scientology, like so many millions of other Scientologists around the world who use Scientology to improve their life. Not only is this dude a Scientologist, but he is the highest ranking Scientologist that you could be. Like, he's top level that you can get. So he's not just some fringe dude. This dude is big time Scientology. Not only that, I grew up Catholic in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where I went to church with the family every Sunday and attended Catholic schools. I still practice my Catholic upbringing today. Because over my 60 years, I prayed in Christian churches, mosques, synagogues, Buddhist temples, and yes, at Scientology churches.
Sounds like a one religion.
Says, I have studied Scientology for 20 years and have been using many of the practical applications taught by the non-denominational Church of Scientology. I know people who study Scientology who are Jewish, Baptist, Catholic, Protestant, and Muslim. While Catholicism is my faith-based religious upbringing, Scientology is an implied religion for handling the day-to-day issues in life. As I was first introduced to Scientology by the way of the book Dianetics, written by L. Ron Hubbard, the same book that Craig Jensen recommended for people to get hooked on Scientology.
Hey,
as well. So we got Craig Jensen, who's advisory board for TPUSA. We've got Grant Cardone, who's connected in many ways to Charlie Kirk and going to speak at his events and so on and so forth. Also, if you guys don't know Grant Cardone, he's a shyster. He's a scam artist. Financial influencer Grant Cardone says he can make you a billionaire. His investors claim that he defrauded them. Mounting legal troubles against the social media phenomenon have not stopped him from continuing to promote questionable business ventures to his millions of followers. We also got this. This is Grant Cardone's consultancy scam, cult-like behavior, and legal issues. Grant Cardone is a multimillionaire real estate mogul, sales trainer, and social media influencer with millions of followers across platforms like Instagram and YouTube. He preaches a message of extreme wealth, materialism, hustle culture, and disregard for work-life balance. Cardone's enterprise has destroyed businesses and plunged clients deeply into debt, according to interviews with former employees, poor clients, and business school professors. But we want to jump.
So yeah, Natalie also knows Grant Cardone, which is who this wretched watchman is explaining right now on the screen. Just like I said, mom, Uncle Charles. Oh my God. It's like a very small world right now. And so she says, I can tell Natalie Huber. Oh my God. I can tell you that his mom would not agree with him being involved with any faith other than Catholic. Right. Oh yeah. That's your true diehard Catholic, probably.
Down
Sounds
to
like.
his business and Scientology connections. While Cardone insists his programs have nothing to do with the Church of Scientology, many have drawn parallels between their similar coaching models and indoctrination tactics. Namely, both Scientology and Cardone rely on an authoritative cult leader, income from expensive courses, getting members to recruit family and friends, and isolating members from outside views. In fact, Cardone openly admits basing parts of his sales training programs on L. Ron Hubbard's teachings, the founder of Scientology.
He's a fast scroller. So, and considering top ex-Scientologists like Leah, oh my gosh, Rotting Jules says it Ramini. And so I have to like make myself go, oh, now I don't know how to say it. Remini. I don't know how to say it. Anyways, so I used to pick and joke in the very beginning of my research and starting this channel and everything. I used to say that I'm going to be the Rhea Lemony of the Mormon church because she's the Leah Remini of the Scientology church. Turns out though, joke's on me because Leah Remini is actually, associated with Best Friends Animal Society, allegedly. And although she claims to have left the Scientology movement, I don't know. There's just kind of like apologists, kind of like Lauren. One could surmise, Anyways, my opinion. So she's have called the church run like a dangerous, controlling cult that ruins lives. The connections here are concerning. Anyways. I no longer,
So not only is his entire business model and wealth structure scamming people out of money, but on top of that,
still talking about Grant.
He teaches it exactly how Scientology teaches their people as well, using the same tactics for both. It's a gigantic cult.
Me too.
To say the least. Especially since both Scientology and Cardone promise impossible, almost magical results. That's pretty funny, magical, because it's mysticism. If you just hand over all your money and do whatever they tell you. Other bizarre parallels include allegations of Grant Cardone tracking employees on secret cameras and microphones around his offices, monitoring phone logs, enforcing strict codes of conduct, and making it almost impossible to leave without consequences. All strikingly similar behavior to controversies Scientology already faces. Yeah, pretty much. Scientology is so bad as a cult that if you try and leave,
that name's gonna pop in here too.
They will destroy your life. Destroy your life.
Yeah.
And basically he's doing the same thing with this. But we have another connection here with Grant that leads us to another person connected to Turning Point USA. And that's Grant Cardone connected to Camelot Castle. You can see Grant here with Joan Rivers, who's another. Well, we'll just leave it there. Grant is one of the alumni of Camelot Castle Icons of the Future program. Grant Cardone is a firm friend of the founders and illuminating minds of the Camelot Castle project, John Mappin, Arena Mappin, and Ted Stourton. The Mappins had the great pleasure of dining with Grant and his beautiful wife, Elena, at the Cardone's palatial home.
Okay, hold on. Got to show you this. Because how do these people just go by castles, man? And then Lauren has a kingdom she's burning down. I mean, I live in a trailer, okay? I'm just trying to live in a damn trailer. Just saying. I mean, what? This is in Scotland. David Levitt he used to be the former prosecuting attorney in Utah County, where Charlie Kirk got shot, according to Lauren, when she compared herself to that. It's the same county. He was, in my opinion, very corrupt, and he's allegedly part of the Hamblin satanic ritual abuse case that I've been researching for a couple years now. That is basically, they call themselves CS members, and so they basically exist inside of the church, but they actually they are alleged to be worshiping Satan. So, but they still say Heavenly Father, Jesus, Lord, you know, they use all the same words as the regular world, but they do, you know, they mean Satan. They are actually, they call it like opposite day, opposite, you know. Anyways, it's very fascinating, but they call themselves the group and or the Church of Satan, which basically is the LDS Church of Satan. Okay. Whatever that means. But basically, you know, they exist among others who are sitting next to you in the pew. And oh, Jesus, I hate freaking logging in every damn time. Right. Well, that was a bust. Okay. Let me bring y'all back over here. Let's get back to this guy. But I just want to, you know, how the castles, man.
So Camelot Castle, Grant Cardone, but it's John Mappin.
It finally played.
Let's learn about John Mappin, shall we?
Here, I want to show you. So this is the castle. And that's David Levitt.
Sometimes life is stranger than fiction. Scotland was always on the top of our list. The fact that Nicholas Rossi was in a jail 50 miles from here nearly kept us from that. But then we realized that our dreams are our dreams.
The story of US fugitive Nicholas Rossi continues to generate headlines on both sides of the Atlantic. David Levitt describes the extradition case as one of the most important he worked on. In press reports, the man calling himself Arthur Knight dismissed his involvement. In Scotland, he consistently told a court he's an Irish orphan being framed by US prosecutors. He alleges he woke from a coma in a Glasgow hospital to find that his arms had been tattooed to resemble the individuals wanted in Utah.
Goodness.
After reviewing all the evidence, the sheriff ruled the person before him is Nicholas Rossi, a convicted sex offender facing rape allegations. This is a place he came to build a new future. You yourself with your family are coming to Scotland to build a new future.
Scotland's a great place. We're coming for different reasons. He's coming to hide. We're coming to live.
Sharon Frew, STV News, Cove, Innergeil.
You know what's interesting though?
On the edge of Loch Long.
Oh my gosh. This was featured on a Dateline episode that was taken down after that. Just like one of the episodes about Lori and Chad's case, you know, about our case or whatever. It was taken down too. And I'm just like, what? Dateline, you know, Dateline's a pretty big production. It's weird that they took it down. So it says the full video and article are linked in our stories. And it says edit now in our Dateline highlight. But then that has since been taken down too. So anyways, just want to give a little context to that and show you this too. Real quick. We're not going to watch the whole thing.
There's such a prejudice in the Native community about a non-Native adopting a Native.
This is not how you adopt a child. This is how you procure a child.
The Fox 13 News investigative team has obtained video of Utah County Attorney David Levitt talking about how he adopted a Native American child.
The video shows Levitt explaining how he tried to broker a deal with a tribe in Montana, offering them the ability to export buffalo meat to Ukraine as part of a request he made at the same time to adopt the child.
Fox 13 News investigative reporter Adam Herbets found out why the statements made in this video are part of a long-standing criminal investigation.
The Tribal Social Services looked at us and said, we're not giving you this baby.
This video was recorded by a documentarian in 2020. It's 17 minutes long, and it shows Utah County Attorney David Levitt telling the story of how he managed to adopt a tribal infant in 2017.
And finally, this strategy comes in.
I'll just say he says he walked on to the reservation and obtained her and then left and then moved to Scotland in a castle. And his wife is a researcher, a sex researcher who works and lectures for BYU, a Mormon college, basically, university. I mean, what are the odds?
In my head. And if you got 5 minutes, I'll tell you the story.
As he describes it, his strategy meant hopping on a plane to Montana, then walking onto the reservation unscheduled to meet with the president of the Northern Cheyenne tribe.
I said, I'm here for 2 reasons. I said, I'm here to tell you the second reason first, but I'll tell you I'll tell you the first reason second. And I said, but before I tell you the second reason, I want to tell you a story.
His story touches on the importance of family. Then it highlights his close friendship with former Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko.
Victor and I have this goal of introducing buffalo into Western Ukraine. And you're a sovereign nation, and you have a buffalo herd, and Ukraine is a sovereign nation, and it doesn't have a buffalo herd, but it wants one. And so I'm here to try and see if we can form a bilateral agreement between the people of the Northern Cheyenne and the people of Ukraine to introduce buffalo to Western Ukraine. And at that point, he was all ears.
Okay. So I know it's hard to kind of, if you're new here, the context, but basically what is being insinuated is that David Levitt was the target of an investigation that involved David Hamblin and this alleged sex abuse ring that involved alleged cannibalism of people. Okay. And I have the entire Hamblin case file, the grandma FOIA, documents, and where David Hamblin's daughters wrote different reports. They're lengthy, but they're very, very informative, in my opinion, to explaining the beliefs, different experiences. I mean, they're so detailed. They are so horrific. It happened allegedly like a couple decades, three decades or 4 decades ago, and they have yet to even get it in front of a judge. Okay. David Hamblin was arrested in 2022, followed by his ex-wife, Roselle Anderson. Okay. That's a key word, because M. Russell Ballard was related to Andersons, and Tim Ballard is allegedly related to Nephi Anderson, distant grandfather. Just saying. And so these things are, they're bloodlines. They are the elite Mormon. Okay. This is in my opinion, like the Diddy of Mormon. This is the Epstein, but in Mormon. This is the Mormon pillar of the rest of the pillars, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it, but yeah. So if you want that file, I'll be more than happy to share with you. But just brace yourself, because it is egregious AF. If true, but I believe them. Okay, so this is crazy. So I just wanted to kind of show these connections, and let's get back over here.
Shall we? My Stay with John Mappin, the QAnon hotelier. It's from 2021. It says, back in 2006, I was introduced to a man called John Mappin. He was, at the time, a prominent figure in the Church of Scientology and lived in a suite of rooms with his wife, Urena, in a grim and rather dreary Victorian hotel on a stunning bit of North Cornish coastline. The hotel itself was unprepossessing, really, hovering between 2 and 3 stars, although it had a grandly auspicious name, Camelot Castle. Then in December 2019, Mappin raised a flag over his castle that had a Q on it. Mappin had literally started flying the flag for QAnon.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, boy.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Lord.
He said, Happy New Year to all the great truth seekers throughout history. Many were sucked into the QAnon cult in 2020, although Mappin was early to the party. The rest of us only realized its power when we saw QAnon followers storming the Capitol after Trump's speech, calling for action, which he's been globally condemned. So again, we're back to the psyop of January 6th, part of the QAnon situation. And somehow that trail has managed to make all the way back to this dude. It's amazing how this connection just keeps going.
Connected.
When I visited the hotel, QAnon was but a twinkle in a mischievous hacker's eye. Back then, it was all pictures with Tom Cruise and other Scientology figures, including its leader, David Miscavige. I think that's how you pronounce that. And prominent believers such as John Travolta.
Miscavige. Now, John Travolta, hold on. I'm going to let him keep going, but I'm going to go grab something.
Filled the lobby. Today, I hear a vast photograph of Donald Trump, Melania Trump, And John Mappin himself looks over reception. Mappin is a Trump super fan. He was early to that too, and has been wearing MAGA hats since before they were even red. Here's a picture straight from John Mappin himself with the Q flag above his casket.
Okay, here we go. All right. So basically, this is a whiteboard meeting from 2016, and this is Ken Krogh right here writing this list of names. Glenn Beck, Lindsey Sterling, Lexi Walker, Brooke White, Elizabeth Smart, Terry Crews, Kelly Preston, John Travolta. I don't know what the hell that is. Jenna Elfman. These are Scientologists. Okay. Cascade, Montel Williams, Alex Boyer, Adam LaRoche, Luke Bryant, Elder Ballard, the Carlos Slim family.
So this is the movie, guys. Yeah.
That's not Tim Ballard talking.
Eduardo V. He's
Eduardo
like the Tom Cruise
Bra-
of Mexico. Sweet. And he's in our pocket like 110%. And they're the ones doing the movie. Ali.
Allie, who used to be the, Miss Louisiana. Okay. I think, was she anything more than that? I don't remember. My cousin was Miss Louisiana also and went to compete for Miss America. Okay. I'm a little freaked out right now. I'm just saying.
Allie Landry. Former Miss America.
Oh, former Miss America.
Yeah. The Doritos girl.
So can I erase this now? Yeah, you want this way. Go this way.
2016 whiteboard meeting.
Who? Eric, did you get a picture?
That's not bad.
Well, how about Sean Reyes and Governor Herbert? They're both fans.
Of course.
Supporters.
They're both supporters.
Yeah, political. We've got some other politicians too, national, like a couple congressmen. Congressman Paulson.
Put Senator Lee on there, which, okay, this is the rumor that I've heard. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a rumor that Senator Mike Lee could possibly be related to Christina. Dun, dun, dun. Right? Just saying. I mean, I'm like, okay, no, I like Christy. I want to like her, and I still will. I'm just saying, like, it just keeps getting more and more real. Didn't Mia Love die? I think Huggy told me that. I'm not sure. Please confirm. Mia Love.
Fox.
Maybe non-Utah. You can put it on the Utah congressional region. I think of outside Utah. So yeah, Brett Baer.
The Clintons will make it in just a minute.
Brett Baer.
Elaine Quijano. Didn't you see the one that did the CBS News piece on
And Elaine Quijano got him.
What about
Well, Ken Krogh is one of the two men. The other man being Tom Harrison. The book Visions of Glory. He was also in Lawrence Ward. Just coinky dink. But Ken Krogh and Tom Harrison gave Tim Ballard these priesthood blessings that when I ran, I ran a transcript through, not the priesthood blessings, but basically it's like a Mormon fortune telling, I mean, I have Tylee's here and it did not come true. Let's just say that. Where, it has to be done by a priesthood, whatever, I don't know, appropriate person in the church to, do those kind of things. And so it's like a telling of your future. You're going to, marry noble, I don't know. Anyways. And so they do these priesthood blessings for Tim and it's like, hey, you're going to be the future prophet of the LDS church. You're going to be the future. I'm sorry. First it went senator, then it went president, then it went, no, let me get it right. It went U.S. senator, prophet of the LDS church, and future president of the United States. Those three. And so also there was a transcript that was included in a lawsuit filed against Tim Ballard. And it was like just a screenshot of just this weird transcript type thing. And I don't really have a better way to explain that, but let me duplicate this so I can look. Anyways, I went over it on my channel not too long ago, actually right before all the stuff broke with Lauren. And it's I ran it through because I had learned about MK Ultra techniques since that time period. You know, since I first saw it come out in the lawsuit, the screenshot of this, what is like a transcript of like a session. Tom Harrison was, or he's a retired, it was a child sex abuse therapist. But I mean, yeah, a therapist. And he also is alleged to have met with Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell in his Salt Lake City office, where he taught them allegedly how, and Hector, I believe, Hector Sosa, how to portal. And then after doing a lot of research into what portaling means, it actually means to remote view, which is similar to what Janet Russin has done allegedly for Operation Underground Railroad. And that was to basically use remote viewing power skills. What do you call that? To locate missing sex trafficked children in Haiti and, you know, other vulnerable countries where sex trafficking. Anyways, I'm just saying. So this is a possibility. And these are right before the murders. Like Chad and Julie would have been meeting with Tom Harrison allegedly in a Salt Lake City office where he's teaching them how to remote view. And, you know, I liken it to psychic driving, basically, is what it's called. And if anybody has been able to watch the amazing, much needed interview from J.R. Sweet that was on We Are the People podcast, or We Are the People Utah. Let me type it in real quick, because holy shit. I was like, yes, the way they did the visuals. This is exactly, in my opinion, what happened to Julie, Chad. I don't know if it happened to Lori. I don't, you know, I'm trying to figure that out still. Again, I don't know any of these things for sure. These are just my theories. But, you know, I've got receipts along the way to lay that down. We Are the People. Okay, let me copy this and go freaking to YouTube, like a smart person. Okay, let me click in. Let me put this in. Oh, no. No music. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm taking the long way, apparently. That would be videos. And actually, yes, here it is. I'm going to share this because this is so interesting. So this is the Mormon monarch, the J.R. Sweet story, which I've heard before, but he just, I don't know. I don't know if it's because I learned more since then. I don't, probably a little bit of both, but We Are the People, Utah. And this was 4 days ago. And, it says J.R. Sweet shares his firsthand account of surviving generational ritual abuse, dissociation-based mind control, and his alleged involvement in the CIA's Monarch program. Raised in a devout Mormon family, where Koberger is whatever. Okay. JR describes how hidden networks of abuse operated behind religious and institutional fronts, how he was selected as a child for trauma-based programming, and how those experiences fractured his identity for decades. Alongside his wife, Kate, JR opens up about memory recovery, the cost of confronting hidden systems, and the long path toward healing. This episode contains extremely sensitive content and is intended for mature listeners. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. And he also has, you can go to, let me copy this so I can put this in the chat. Let me go throw this over there so I can get back on this. Okay. Just put it in the chat, and then I'll grab We Are the People podcast, and I'll throw it in the chat when I get back over there. So let's just check this out, because this was something forwarded to me through email from one of my, a supporter. And I mean, I'm so glad she shared it with me, because this is basically it too. And I was like surprised to see that it was on here.
Operation Paperclip, and this is something people need to know because it has been so covered up and mocked and berated and claimed to be a conspiracy theory. And by the way, the term labeling people as conspiracy theorists was invented by the CIA to deflect any attention over the JFK assassination. They invented that word as a way to shut down any scrutiny or this critical investigation of what they were doing. So they started that whole ball rolling. In terms of Operation Paperclip, it is documented. There's absolutely no question about it. Alan Dulles, CIA director, was associate of Heinrich Himmler of the Third Reich. So what Dulles proceeded to do when the Third Reich was brought down was he secretly brought all of the top Nazi scientists into the U.S. He falsified their files that he gave to Harry Truman, making them look like there were no war crimes. They brought these Nazi scientists into the CIA to work for the CIA, and that includes the human experiments they conducted on Jewish men, women, and children, and the psychological studies that these Nazi scientists had done. The CIA was using their expertise for these programs through Operation Paperclip, and this was Nazi, much of it occult beliefs that the CIA adopted and actually put these people on their payroll.
One of the programs that came out of Operation Paperclip was MKUltra. Now, MKUltra was a very complex program that dealt with human experiments and mind manipulation.
As this 1952 CIA memo says, the aim is controlling an individual.
Let's stop this, because I want to read this. And thank you for your super chat, Becky Marie. Christina's husband, Connor's mom, is sisters with Sharon Lee, Senator Lee's wife. AKA, he is her uncle by marriage, so uncle-in-law. Yeah. Mike Lee speaks at Firm Expo with Tom, Chad. I remember tracking this picture down. Rod Meldrum. And okay, so she says Tom Harrison, and Tim Ballard. Christina is temple-going Mormon. Mike compared Trump to Moroni. I've got his dog whistles. Yeah. Talking about tyranny and basically the same thing that Tom Harrison says, and I forget it right offhand. I was trying to remember it earlier when I was telling my mom, and it's just something where they have the right to separate the wheat from the tares, or you could say the zombies from the not zombies, or you could say the demonic possessed by, basically my family. And so what it is like a bloodline rating, marking other bloodlines for their uses, whatever that is, allegedly. Yeah, and Lee is supposed to be talking in. Thank you again. Thank you again for that info. So Lee is supposed to be in the upcoming December TPUSA panel. So just noted. And not to mention, in one of the lawsuits against Tim Ballard, they alleged that Senator Mike Lee met with Tim Ballard the night before he was supposed to put in for that he was running for senator in Utah. Mitt Romney vacated his seat or whatever, and but didn't want to hand it over to Tim. I don't know. I don't politic. I'm just saying. And so Tim allegedly met Mike Lee in the Salt Lake City airport to devise a plan, like a strategy. Okay, so here we are. Oh, he's been on yours since January 6th. Well, hello. Yeah, he went to Firm Expos, Firm Foundation. I have photos, screenshots of him being at these events along with Glenn Beck, Tim Ballard, Tom Harrison. Well, I don't have Tom Harrison in any of my screenshots, but I mean, basically preparing a people, which was the scapegoat for this quote unquote cult. But then, they just rebranded, or actually they were already Latter-day Media at that time, but they have like so many companies under this umbrella, and so they 404'd, meaning they shut down the websites and, rebrand. That's what they do. And so they can continue the grift, in my opinion. So they're all connected. They were all speakers at the same time, even though Rod Meldrum tries to play stupid. He claims Tim Ballard, but he does not claim Lori and Chad. Oh, shocker, right? Shocking. Yeah, we weren't born yesterday, dude. So are y'all game to go more? I mean, because I can go more. I know it's going to be long, but it's kind of action-packed, right? Thank you very much. I wonder if true, etc. Appreciate the information. My Lauren picked a well-connected individual to target, didn't she? Yeah. Laugh out loud. I love that for her, right? Well, and I remember, the Friday night that they premiered, Lauren and John premiered their 4-hour, whatever the fuck that was. I don't know, follow-up response for their own damn stuff. And they scheduled over me, right? They scheduled a premiere over me that Friday, but I wasn't planning on talking out about my experience with Lauren until that Sunday. So, but I did. If anybody wants to go, you can go to my channel, and if I have any mods that can do it, because I'm already bogging down. But if you go to my channel and you look on my past live streams, there's one from about let's see. I'm already here. Let's see. Okay, it's under. Let me share this real quick. Let me shush. All right, I copied the link. It's called this one right here. They meet again. So this was live Daybell restitution decision today. What will Lori owe Kay Woodcock? Well, this was good. Dr. John and Lauren scheduled over me again, which, I mean, that's just normal. But I actually do share some about my experience with Lauren on that live stream too, if you don't, if you were unaware. So I'm throwing that link in the chat, and let's continue. If y'all want to go, if y'all want to continue on, up to y'all. Just let me know. Well, thank you, Jay. Thank you. All right. Hey, cooters. Coot. Oh, it reminds me of dumbass and my toot toot. But anyways, we'll just do coot. Okay, yeah, that was the one. Oh, wait. I don't like Lauren, but Christina is a connected LDS woman who is friends with Chad Daybell followers. Wow. So Tom Harris, so the same belief system, right? Right. I've gone down rabbit hole researching and can't stop. She's on LDS website for Light the World. Uh-oh. I don't know about this website, but I will, thanks to you. And it sounds, yeah, I understand. It's like the lingo, Light the world. They use words like liberate and freed, freedom, which is interesting because that kind of, I mean, if you just here for the weird code phrases, okay, I'm just saying. Julie Rode did this thank you again. I'm sorry, Becky. Oh my God, email me. We could pray. Oh my God. I just want to pick your brain, and you're welcome to pick mine. I would love that. I think it would help. Well, welcome in. Who is going to admit they don't understand what she is saying or trying to understand? Who, me? I know. It is a crazy town over here. It is. And so you really have to come in with the understanding of not understanding, if that makes any sense. I know it don't, but it's the same beliefs as Lori. I've been following the money, basically. And so that's what this is. This is me seeking justice through understanding and trying to hold the people accountable that have my family's blood on their hands, because Tylee wasn't my blood, but she was my step cousin, 16-year-old who was murdered, dismembered. She was partially burned and buried in her mom's side piece, his backyard. And not far away from that grave, that shallow grave, in the pet cemetery is where Tylee was buried. Short, I think about 30 feet away was my 7-year-old autistic nephew, who was bound in an abundant amount of duct tape. And they found him in his pull-up also. It's just, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so they killed Chad and Lori Daybell, killed or murdered, and they're convicted of murdering my Uncle Charles. Well, Chad not, but anyways, semantics. My Uncle Charles Vallow, who was shot in the chest twice by Lori's brother. Lori was my aunt, okay, but by marriage, just like Becky shared about Mike Lee, okay, and Christina. So it's like by marriage. That bitch don't have my blood. So, but basically, they were convicted for killing Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife of 30 years, and conspiracy. It's all technicalities. It would take me forever to explain. And then it's taking me, I hate this part because it's like, it just jumbles in my head. So I'm not good at explaining. I'm not good at like summarizing things. So I'm just the space cadet over here that, Lauren has been bullying for years in my experience. And so yeah, I don't know. I know that's weird. I'm just going to stop there though, because I don't know what the fuck I'm saying anymore. Anyway, so yeah, go check this out. I put it in the chat. Live Daybell restitution decision today. What will Lori owe Kay Woodcock? And this is where I start my crap, experience with Lauren and JJ, Colby, mom, like all, it's still by extension, this is still my family. And I still think it's terrible what happened and why we were even brought together in the first place. Why Lauren and John decided to crank up a podcast and gain hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Many other people started, and then come to find out, make 2 to 3 times this alleged amount, or this proximate amount, thanks to Dreamfeed Media, forensic accountant here on YouTube. $2.3 million annually. Okay. 2.3, allegedly, approximately. It could be, like I said, 3 to 6 times that amount. YouTube channels and podcasts, myself included. I found my voice. I found you guys. There's a lot of things good that can come from this. However, that's not my experience. My experience has not been so pleasant. And I just so happen to have the best friends, and who are my moderators. I've had one cross me, okay, and leave me high and dry in the middle of. I actually lost a moderator too recently, because of the Joe Schmo Lauren bullshit, and it sucks because I miss her. But cross paths, people part ways. I get it. Just know that you're loved. Just know that you're loved if you're listening. Hell, okay, hell, straight up going through the worst shit in your life, and I trusted this person with my passwords because I didn't know how to tell person to help me. Now I'm talking about they're there to help. Moderator, not all, everybody, all my mods are here to help, and I'm just like, I don't know how to. It's digital. Like I'm not that kind of mind. Like I like papers and I like printing things. That's just me. I like tangible things. It makes sense to me. iCloud storage, I'm just like, where and why do I got to pay for it? It doesn't make sense to me. Anyways, that's on me. So I trusted that person with all my passwords. And every free range you can, had access to every damn thing. So that's on me. And that was a learning curve for me. like, don't do that again, Kresha. But also, it just shows, it taught me that there are people out there who have different motives, hidden motives, if you will, pun intended, who don't really show those, publicly, but they're expectations that I was unaware of with said moderator. I'm just like, yeah, I really don't want to bunk with you. I don't even know how I'm going to feel when I get to Boise. I don't know. I'm going to my aunt's trial. I'm not trying to have a meetup and have parties and pizza and, like, I would love to, but that's not what my experience is. That's not it. I mean, I would love for it to be. I would love for it to be a pajama party, but it's just fucking not. That's the honest truth. If I can do that while I'm there after I establish comfort, because I'm a homebody, and I'm going through alone without Jason, who is my comfort, my children who are my heart and soul. I don't want to be up my parents' ass. They don't want me up their ass. And you know what I'm saying? Like,
plus there was a rift.
We all respect our space. We appreciate it too, because we all grieve differently. And some people assume that because my mom had gotten the life insurance policy of my uncle, which has been taken out on my mom and a lot for some godforsaken fucking reason, as if it's anybody's job or place to tell anybody else how to spend money, much less their murdered brother's money that was left to them legally. The fuck off, like what? Like, I did not ever feel compelled to just be like, Mom, I just really need to know I need an accountability for this money. Okay. I need the report by the end of the day, and I will be telling you how to spend it. That's not how the fuck this works. Just period. End of story. Bye. Okay. And I didn't feel entitled to that either, but a lot of people do, and it's crazy. maybe I'm fucked off. I really don't know. Whatever. It's just not my place. I was just glad Lori didn't get it, because it would have paid for her defense and Chad's too, just like Tammy's blood money paid for her. And I'm just like, okay. Anyways, I didn't want nothing to fucking do with it at all. Don't even mention it around me. Like, I don't want nothing to do with no damn blood money. It's not why I'm here. But some people are out for blood money. Some people really are. That's important to them. That's their goal in this area. I don't know. I'm not to say that, I just know what my expectations are, what my intentions are. And then, that's it. I'm not here. Like, that's why it felt weird to say, please subscribe and like. You know what it's like to brand?
But please, will you? Because holy shit.
Your family's pain and murder. It's weird, but you kind of have to. You don't have to. You can stay in the algorithm dark, over there with other hidden things, and never,
or not, devote your time. This my experience, this is my research, my experience. It costs money. That's all I'm trying to do. It's just break even.
I'm not like, if I'm going to be here and I'm going to go through this, I would like maximum exposure for the victim's story, or possibilities of the victim's stories being told. I don't know. I wasn't there. You weren't there, allegedly. If you were, please hit me up so we can talk. Because nobody was there at the end of their lives when they took their last breaths. Nobody was there. Lori was there. I lie, just kidding. But so all this is going on. It's weird. People are talking about your family. One thing that bothered me, though, and I will say this again, I'm not going to go deep into it, but I will say this. And I was like, how the hell am I do this and not go into it? Right. Because that's where I've been hanging out, is going over, in channels where they are. I look at everything more than once. I do. I would suggest everybody do it, because I went in with my emotions. I went in thinking, well, let me bury the hatchet. Everybody else seems okay with Lauren. It's got to be me. I try to be the bigger person. She's been nice to me when we've had, I don't want to say confrontations, but run-ins. I don't know. And we were in the same place at the same time at the kids' memorials. I don't know what it was, but when we got to, for the kids' memorials in Rexburg, we stayed at a hotel. And then that morning we went to the venue, which
her friend Sarah put on.
Lauren said that, her friend Sarah had obtained, and Sarah's sweet. I'm grateful. I'm grateful, but it wasn't that, it's still all the feeling, all the emotion.
Sarah is alleged to be, according to my source, one of the other lady that possibly colluded with Lauren and put Linzie up to writing my aunt in prison, and in hopes to allegedly score an interview with Lori. And the plan was, according to my source, my very reliable source, the plan was to, if Lori would have agreed to doing an interview with Lauren, then Lauren was going to, and this is kind of laughable, give the proceeds to Colby, unbeknownst to Colby and unbeknownst to Linzie. Okay. But Lauren was Lindsay's boss at that time, allegedly. So it would have been Sarah and Lauren that were actually writing or penning these Mormon lingo, written to appeal, I guess, to prove to Lori Vallow that, she was actually communicating with a true blue Mormon. Okay. So it's the same Sarah, unfortunately, allegedly, according to my source. All the things that were going on. And I don't know why it hit me right then, right there. It kicked my ass so hard right there. At that same time, we got to the place and I couldn't get out because I just was overwhelmed with just emotion and crying. And I was just like, oh my God, I can't, I'm ugly crying and I can't even get out and like walk in the building because I can't hold my shit together. And it's so uncomfortable for me. Maybe not for everybody, but it was for me. And I mean, that's all I can do is tell you how it was for me. And maybe what it appeared like to others, what it appeared to me to be for others, I mean, it was a very solemn time. The red balloon came down. There was a red balloon at the top of the ceiling in the theater area where, we were sitting in theaters, stadium seats or whatever. And it was a real nice slideshow that was played, with different reporters, Lauren included, Ashley Banfield, the Vinnie Politan, I want to say, and can't think of all their names, okay, because that's not my job. Okay, maybe, but all the main reporters who reported on these stories over the last 5 years, you form a bond with them. They may not know that, but I do. Like I just know their personalities, and I appreciate their deliverance of my family story. Do they have people that go on their programs who shield the church? Do they have people on their programs who shield themselves? Do they have people that go on their programs who are exploitative or out for themselves, out to build their public image? What are they there for? Like, how are they representing your family? Like, also, according to my source, Lauren allegedly would sabotage other people's chances of, landing on Dateline or the CW network, News Nation, documentaries, Netflix. Okay, so according to my source, that's been alleged. That's like number one for me. I'm always looking. And I don't know if it was my trauma that happened when my uncle was murdered, but everything was just fight or flight for me. It was hypervigilance. I felt like, I know this sounds weird, but spiritually wide open. It was crazy. Okay. Like I could hear the air move. It was like, what the hell? I mean, for quite some time, I'm just telling you what I experienced. It may be alarming and you may be like, Kresha, go to the damn doctor, and I'll be like, okay. But that was my experience. It didn't last forever, but it did last for some time. I felt so sensitive in the sense that I don't know, like I said, I just felt open and hyper aware of my surroundings. And so it's like I was able to kind of view, not remote view or nothing, no weird Chad shit. Okay. No weird Chad, Tom Harrison and Tim Ballard shit. Lori, all of them. Nothing like that. It's just, I watched and observed things, even if I wasn't focusing directly on them. I noticed things kind of going on, like I can look at a thumbnail, right? That's what they're for, the title. And I'm just like, oh, that's what's going on. I don't have to go in and read the entire story to kind of get a sense for what's happening over here and over there and so on and so forth, right? You can kind of pick up what's being put down. Okay. And so like, it was crazy. It was such a crazy time, but I noticed a lot of things and I felt very protective. It's just who I am. I'm nobody's protector, but I felt, and it was, I think, silly to think this because it's not realistic, but I wanted to protect my family from being like having to look at things that they didn't need to look at. Like, let me go in. It was like, let me go in. This is my thought, like, let me go in and I'll just go and check everything out first, make sure everything's safe.
And, you know, if you want to tackle this, you can come here and I can gently share the information with you. So that's the research thing. Okay. Like just to, and then it's like, you know, not everybody does what you do, Kresha. You know, like everybody grieves differently. Everybody copes differently. Everybody do things differently. That's what makes us unique and cool and you know, one of a kind. That's kind of the point. So this was just my way of processing, dealing, learning, educating myself, sizing up the so-called enemy. I mean, who's this cult? You're telling me there's a cult on all these salacious headlines, but nowhere. I mean, how do you convict a cult? I mean, I need to look that up actually. I mean, is there some guideline somewhere? Never even thought about that till just now. But again, it's like, what do you do? Where's this cult? Where's the danger? Okay. Alex is dead. What about the rest of them? I'll say it till I'm dead. Okay.
Still saying it.
I'm still going to say it till I'm dead. There's a war waged against my family. They're dropping like flies. Come to find out my mom is on the hit list. Don't tell me that there is not clear and present danger and evidence of said clear and present danger. Don't tell me that shit because bye, you know, move. Like you don't have my best interest at hand or my family's best interest at hand. So move.
That's why I never will do mushrooms.
It's a crazy, crazy experience. And I wouldn't wish it on Lauren. I wouldn't wish it on her family. I wouldn't do I wouldn't do any harm or wish harm or perceived harm on another fucking soul. I think it's wrong. I think it's gross and it's transparent. Like we can see it. We see it. I don't know why you can't see it. A little weird. And it's tragic because,
hey, Sushi,
you know, I really wanted to believe that you weren't who you turned out to be. You know, it really sucked. But not too late. You're not in prison. You know, nobody's dead. Nobody's murdered. Apologies would have been great up front. And then all would have been well. You know, your brain could have continued to get the corporate size, you know, if you wished. Just saying. I mean, I don't understand all that. I hate drama. Like, I can't stand that shit. Leave. Bye. You know, like, I don't need you. Don't bring drama here. There's enough fucking drama in this case without your fucking drama. Your created drama. Nobody appreciates that shit. And all it is like a desperate attempt to look at me, look at me, look at me. Nobody wants to nobody looks at the person that's like, hey, you know, look at me, look at me. No, not real people, not those who see through that shit. There will always be a fan base though. So just whatever, you know, it's nothing that I'm going to be doing on Sunday. It's nothing that any of these YouTube creators have done. You've done it yourself. And that's just life, huh?
What kind of evidence are you looking for? Because I'm not an investigator. Please let me know. And please tell the Emperor to put clothes back on. But thank you, Patricia Smith. You know, I've said before, don't come here for receipts. Do your own research. It's so simple. I'm an adult. You're an adult, I assume. Be an adult. Do your own. Don't follow people. Do your own damn research. Empower yourself. That's what I teach. That's what I try to do. Anyways, thank you. It's just go, you know, kick your own ass for a little while, and then, you know, do a lot of introspection and soul searching within, not outside. You go inward and find you, because I don't think Lauren maybe knows who she is. And I understand that because I've been there. You're always on top of it until all this shit. And I found myself through this process. Still fun. It's going to be a lifelong quest. It's really cool. Really cool thing that I really enjoy is learning every damn day of my life. Something new. I don't know. Don't come here for answers. I ain't got them. Like, I'm not the Q&A girl. I'm not the Q&A person. Like, don't bring your questions too. I have questions. Sometimes you can answer things and problems with questions, I think. But that's me, you know, like, bring your ideas. Toss them around. If you need them, take them. If you don't, great. You know, if you do, great. If not, nobody owns information. There's no, you've seen it here first. That's stupid bullshit. I'm just, if you care, Lauren, you can take my advice or not, or any other people who are in this genre who are doing on the channel or podcast, however you choose to dice through the content, just know that content used to have pulses, and not only pulses, but they had personalities, and they had a life, and they used to breathe just like you. They used to think just like you. They had their own personalities, friends, here, hobbies, pets, means a lot. Schools, I mean, just all the things. They had their own lives, and never. I try to. This is how I balance myself. I'm like, well, would my family members, if they were right here, if they could look at me right now, and I know that they're looking at me, would they be proud of what I'm doing? Would I be representing them positively or in a way that is respectful? And I'm not always following this. Okay. So just know that I'm human. Okay. I'm like, I can pull the earrings off and I can go straight from good to hood real quick, go back to good if I need to. But I really strive to do right by them. That's my job as the aunt I never got to be, the niece to my uncle, and the step cousin to Kylie. And I only say step cousin out of respect for Annie. She's my cousin. Colby's my cousin. They're my cousins. It is what it is. Anyways, I don't want to go on all that. Yeah, I've shared it before. How my stepdad raised me from the time I was 18 months old. My grandma, I didn't even know he was my stepdad. Okay. Found that out later in life. That we don't recognize step, but I do it out of respect, believe it or not. Right. Anyways, but so Lauren had that live stream, and Jen, and whatever her name is, Janice, who was Annie Cushing's mod and best friend or friend or good friend, and I mean, whatever. Okay. It was just pretty cringe afterwards. And I didn't realize it at the time because why? Because I'm not worried about that shit. Like, I'm not sitting there looking for that stuff. And I think that's what can make family members going through a traumatic time like that be gullible, right? To get taken advantage of, because you're kind of just trying to survive. You're just trying to breathe, and your mind is overwhelmed, inundated with every thought, every possible scenario. I mean, I have figured out
are you talking about
world. And
I guess, lady, I mean, that's kind of a weird question. I don't keep talking about emails and text, right? Tell your freaking cult leader that to release her text talking shit about my family. That's what this is about. Okay. So we're waiting, still waiting, but I mean, let me go find it for you, Patricia, since you can't do it. Okay. Actually, no. No. And the end game. I've even found that out. At least I believe I have. And it's just like, oh shit. Like, hey, Dr. We all have that drive. I do. If your family, like the kids were missing for 9-10 months, it was terrifying. It was fucking terrifying. I don't think I processed this all the way. I know. I mean, I've not been to a therapist, like a legit, like, hey, this is me going to therapy. This has been my therapy, and it's been very helpful. But I mean, it's just talk therapy. What else? It's not gonna anyways, there's legal professionals who do this. So I've not done the professional, but I do look inward. I do search my soul. I try to. I think everybody should. And I think there's a lot of evidence of a world and a lot of people who don't do this. We have to learn how do you help somebody? Do you help somebody who doesn't have introspection? Because I think that becomes dangerous. And I don't know. I'm just theorizing right now. I could be totally ignorant. Please let me know. Y'all know I am not exalted like my aunts. Okay. Like I'm just always joking about that, but it's disgusting, especially if you think that you're off limits and that you're beyond criticism. The fuck out of here. You don't belong here then. Like, I don't want you here. I don't want you representing my family. If you think that you're fucking perfect, to kick my ass if I think I'm perfect. Hold me accountable. And that is exactly what I'm going to do, Lauren, Sunday. But we do need to watch this inglorious court hearing where I heard, my mom told me that Lori, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, but where Lori, okay, so didn't plan on playing that either, but whatever. All right, let's go back to this.
That dealt with human experiments and mind manipulation.
As this 1952 CIA memo says, The aim is controlling an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will, and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation.
In the church committee, MK Ultra came out as an actual program of mind control using mental, physical, and sexual abuse and psychotropic drugs.
Lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD.
It was one of the first times that anybody had run into a powerful drug that was different than anything else that they knew anything about.
A decision was made at the highest levels of the CIA to do testing on unwitting Americans.
At Ravenscraig, Dr. Cameron went further with drugs and electric shock treatments than any researchers in the MK Ultra project dared. His aim was to wipe the mind clean. Then he would implant new messages by forcing the patient to listen to a hypnotic repetition as many as 250,000 times. This was called psychic driving.
He would give the patient intensive electric treatment. He would attempt to implant new ideas in the mind of the patient.
Now, to a layman, it would appear that Dr. Cameron was trying to take the slate and wipe it clean, the slate being the mind. In other words, brainwashing.
Exactly, that's a very good comparison.
Brainwashing.
Yes.
No. Good heavens.
You're doing fine, just try to describe it.
Oh, you don't know. You want to give yourself. You want to give yourself to Jake.
That's wild.
How do you feel inside?
Inside. I'm living inside.
Nobody explained it to me. Nobody ever asked me if I was willing to do it or anything.
They put me on sleep treatment. And now they kept you asleep for 23 days.
Whoa.
And while I was asleep, they were shocking the heck out of me with electric shocks and playing tapes.
Why are you looking for responsibility? Why are you
It was really like a concentration camp.
I want to talk to you about it. You want to find it this way? You look that way. There's nothing for you to watch here, but you're going to talk to me as we go along.
They couldn't go any further because CIA Director Richard Helms destroyed all the CIA's MK Ultra documents, and they had to rely on coached witnesses. So they were never able to dig even deeper. What they got was bad enough. It was never terminated. There's no evidence that it was ever terminated. No documents, no nothing, and not even an admission by the CIA that it's been terminated.
How do you feel?
I'm feeling better, thank you.
Feeling better? Are you sleeping well?
Yes, I'm sleeping better now.
We could disable a whole city by putting a very small amount on a water supply. After all of these years of us, those of us who are involved in looking for this secret drug, this was the only thing that began to look for the first time like it might be something like that.
So MK Ultra was one of the hardest programs for me to wrap my.
And welcome back to We Are the People. This is your host, Jason Preston, and again with my beautiful bride, Alexia. How are you today?
So yeah, I would love, I just don't have enough time in today, right? But this is J.R. Sweet, and his story is, the more research I do, the more it makes sense. Okay. I know these stories are so, in my opinion, outlandish and like, there's no way that could be true, but you just gotta kind of, I believe them. I believe that their experience is true to them. And so I respect them in that sense, and it's, not that it didn't happen for them just because I don't believe it. No, I think that's very offensive. Especially to somebody's real trauma experience, So I don't know. It's just something to look into. I did drop that in the chat earlier. Let me grab it again. And let's get back. Hold on. Closing some windows. Okay. Damn it. I have too many YouTubes open. Okay. All right. Wretched
you guys
Watchmen.
Believe that. Is there anything else on that?
Here's your receipts.
So we've got that connection there. Meet the Q-obsessed Scientologist trying to cozy up to TP USA and Trump. Don't worry, we're getting back to the turning point thing. Wealthy Scientologist John Mappin lives in a castle, loves President Donald Trump, and spends his time online boosting Byzantine conspiracy theories, including QAnon. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a psyop, but what do you expect? He's a British right-wing political aficionado with ties to Trump's 2016 political or presidential campaign and one of the GOP's most powerful youth organizations. That's Turning Point. We'll get to that in just a second. On Sunday, Mappin said he met with a prominent U.S. intelligence official who told him QAnon is real. Now, we don't know who that person is, but something tells me they're connected to Flynn. A giant Q flag waves above Mappin's King Arthur themed castle in southwest England. We talked about that. Online, Mappin frequently posts pro-Q messages to his social media accounts and boosts the name of the most popular Q community creators. What makes Mappin's remark distinct from the run-of-the-mill online QAnon chatter is Mappin's reported connections to political power players in the United Kingdom and America. Mappin generated headlines in 2018 when he hosted Turning Point USA figures Charlie Kirk, its founder and president, and Candace Owens, former communications director. And this was for the debut of Turning Point UK, TP UK. Mm-hmm. Give it up for John. Kirk told the crowd, prompting applause at the end of the event. And in 2017, Trump's son Eric Trump called Mappin before the president's inauguration to thank Mappin for his support and to invite him to visit the first family in Washington, which of course he did. He did indeed go and visit them. So now we're starting to get something interesting here because we got Scientology, we got Camelot Castle connected to another Scientologist who's involved with Turning Point USA. Then we have the QAnon situation. Then we have the Trump connection. And then we've got Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, and Turning Point UK.
And then with Tim Ballard, we have Marisol Nichols, who she literally says that she did the couples ruse with Tim Ballard, and she was his quote unquote cock block, straight up. So there's that. She's Scientologist. And then like y'all saw earlier, like I showed you on that whiteboard, you know, all these names. And that's not even it. Tony Robbins' names ends up being on here.
Like Tony, the girl, the blonde.
Yeah, I'm going on her show next week.
Did you guys put Tony Robbins?
Oh, they just said Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins. Oh, yeah, of course.
She's big and stuff. She does a good job. Okay, so you're not going on her show next week? No, I should be tweeting this and everything. We don't know. It's not confirmed yet, but
who is it?
What's her name?
I can't remember.
Emily, what's her name? The Blaze? Lauren.
The Blaze.
Tommy Lauren or something. Tommy Lauren? Something like that. LOHREN or something. Yeah. Yep. Are we going on next weekend? I'll be in New York next week.
Who's the other? There's a guy too that's really Buck Sexton. Yes. Now we have to really do a balancing act. Like I said, we got to. I mean, like over here, if we got Buck Sexton and Glenn Beck, we want to have probably O'Reilly. You know.
57.8% of the millennial generation have left the church they grew up in. In the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I want to know if there are any active LDS here. What do y'all think about Ken Krogh and Tim Ballard and, you know, the people basically that I researched that were in the bigger circle of Chad and Lori? Same movement, but just different parts of it. I'm curious. I never really thought about that. I would really appreciate it.
Saints, it's actually slightly higher. So there it is. And in my dream, I had seen myself telling my story to Clay Olson.
It was
for the second time hearing it. He's got 3 million followers in this cause to overcome pornography. He's one of the only people on the planet that's figured
it's so
out
low
how to turn it into a cause for the millennial generation who love a cause, and they become fighters. I'm talking too much.
Yeah, you are talking too much.
Who's paying for this movie to come about? I think Jim's. Aren't you from the building?
A great group of people have come together to invest in this production. Some of them, the Carlos Slim family is involved.
The Carlos Slim family
is involved.
It's literally funded by Carlos Slim, who owns the New York Times. The guy who funded the movie literally owns the New York Times.
folks who don't know who Carlos Slim is, tell them who he is.
He's one of the wealthiest men in the world. Telecommunications in Mexico, Latin America. His son Patrick is the kind of the real the point of contact for that. He's very passionate
Sound of freedom.
about what we're doing and fighting trafficking from Mexico. John Paul DeJoria.
Fox is help distributing it.
Really? Yeah, Fox.
John Paul DeJoria is Paul Mitchell, a co-owner of Paul Mitchell. He's the long, he's got like long hair. Anyways, if y'all can picture who I'm talking about.
And for
I know, inappropriate, but that's all I had.
And then there's several other groups that have come in to invest in this picture, and it's the people that have invested in it are true believers in what we're doing. The Carlos Slim family is involved. John Paul DeJoria.
I don't know why I
Fox
repeated
is help
that.
distributing it.
Really? Yeah, Fox, Century Fox.
And for
Think about those connections.
I'm the bad guy in the story. I'm the bad guy.
Save kids. We just don't like the way he told the story about it.
Yeah. And
He said, what else do we need to be doing? I said, I'll tell you exactly what you need to do. You need to build task forces that you've never built before. You need to dream up something that's never been actually realized. And he said, let's do it. Do you want the position? I said, yeah, I'll take the position. And he said, all right, we'll start getting it together. I was so excited, dude. I was mapping it out. Here's what I'll go first. Here's what I'll do. And then Trump lost. And now for the last 4 years, you've pretty much hardly even heard the word child trafficking. There's people like Baz who I know is that he's next level, right? Like he's the kind of guy that I'd want to be my boss.
Yes.
I'm talking a huge task force. I'm talking hundreds of thousands worldwide. The U.S. leads it, and we should lead it. You know why? Because we are the number one demand. We need to take responsibility for the fact that we consume more child sex material than anyone in the world. But never in the history of the world have I seen like satanic forces zeroing in on just children. You're watching Trump transform into a spiritual being who is now relying on God.
The Bible certainly is one of, if not, it is the book.
This is a guy who, got a pretty big ego. Pull out your phone right now, because I know real traffickers have the pictures of the kids on their phone. If they don't have
bullshit,
the pictures on their phone,
bullshit.
then
They
that's
smell your
an indication
pheromone.
I don't want to get into a place where I accidentally create a demand.
I just realized a mistake with everything I was just saying. I can't give the total amount of super chats to your organization because people could just do that on their own. They could literally just go to your organization and make the donation. I'm going to double it. Whatever you guys do in super chats, by the end of the show, I'm gonna match it.
Oh, super chats are flying in.
Right.
Super
Well,
chat.
'cause I was just thinking, I was like, why should I ask people to give me money for my show and then just give it to you when they could do that themselves? I'll match it one for one.
Thank you so much.
No, easy for me to do.
Look at the
I know. Look at this,
That's
man.
rock and
People,
roll.
those are the ambassadors of freedom right there, brother.
I'm gonna match it 100%.
That's the movement. You think they're gonna stop this movement? Who's gonna stop this movement, brother? Nobody.
We'll look into it. That was horrific. Mountain Meadows massacre. Anyways, I know I'm going all around the world, right? That's what I do. This is how I operate. I try to tie things in as we're going. Which, maybe it doesn't work out for everybody, but that's kind of how I'm trying to, I guess, tie it together.
Well, along with it. So let's learn a
Thank
little
you
bit
for
more
that.
about this connection to Turning Point. And this says the official launch of TP UK was the December 11th, 2018 invite-only event at the Royal Automobile Club on Pall Mall in London. The event was hosted by Johnny and Irina Mappin, Peter Southall, and Lord and Lady Plunkett, and was advertised as a gathering of political genius. Since the launch, TP UK has begun to take more formalized structure and has even been endorsed by a host of conservative politicians. Tell me if you've heard of any of these people, including Priti Patel and Jacob Rees-Mogg, as well as Nigel Farage. However, perhaps the most central figure behind the arrival of Turning Point UK is John Mappin of the Mappin and Webb Jewelry Dynasty, who not only organized the launch event in London, but also has been earmarked as the contact point for high-end donors to the UK operation. Towards the end of their talk at the RAC Club Turning Point USA, founder Charlie Kirk repeated that potential donors can talk to John Mappin or some of our other very good friends in the room. You can see them on Camelot TV Network, which is a Scientology TV thing that they do.
Sending love.
And he's done stuff, including send Trump this King Arthur sword, which you want to start getting into the King Arthur stuff. You start getting into some pretty interesting mysticism to go along with that, which we don't have time to get into, but he sent that to Trump, and that's when he went and visited Trump as well. Very interesting what's happening here. Let's learn a little bit more, shall we? This coming from the Telegraph, it says, I helped my friend Charlie Kirk start Turning Point UK, and the late Queen loved his Christian values. Pretty interesting that there's a Queen connection. This is from September of this year. John Mappin last saw his great friend Charlie Kirk in May, so their relationship not only goes...
Mom, she was like, tell Turtle Boy I appreciate him inviting me on. She said, but I'm just done with all that. And I was like, okay, Mom, I'll tell him.
Back in time, but has continued for a long period of time. It says they're one of the original financial backers of Turning Point UK, which we learned that as well. You can see a picture here of the Mappins and the Kirks on vacation in Jerusalem in 2019. So they got a connection there. Since their first meeting in 2018, when they were introduced by a mutual American friend, barely a week went by without a text message or a call between the two men. Irina and Erica had also forged a firm friendship with the two couples, even holidaying together in Jerusalem in 2019.
What? Okay, so I've been, going in and out of chat, and so I saw Rico, and I was like, oh shit, what the hell? So, okay, I finally found the Rico post involving members of her family. I'm assuming, is this Christina's family or what? I'm not shocked. I'm not at all shocked. I found cases in Texas for May 2025 involving Gravity Capital and Gravity Funding as well. I don't even know what that is, but I fight with gravity every damn day. So does Lauren's Botox. So, we have that in common. Just kidding. All right, let's continue.
When that mutual friend made them aware of Kirk's work, Mappin was fascinated by his dynamic Illinoisian ability to connect with young voters. I called him and said, listen, Charlie, you've got it.
Pump the brakes. What the F? Oh my God. Okay, so thank y'all. Okay. Oh, wow. Yeah, you can. You just have to be, feed them beans. You just have to be creative. But her dad is up to old tricks and brought his kids along for the ride. Yeah, I wonder if this would lead to an arrest. What? Hey, aren't there some kind of transcripts or something of Lauren testifying or something in her dad's cases or whatever case? I don't even know. It so reminds me of Lori Daybell. Okay, Lori Cox, whatever. Barry Cox. Barry Cox. I would love to read his, the reason he was in prison and when Alex sold their house while he was in prison, allegedly. Anyways, that's crazy. But it kind of sounds like the same kind of, tactics. More of her dad's schemes, but her brother, wow. Interesting. Okay, I'm sorry. I could be playing this while I'm reading the chat. Two Karens? Oh, Karen. Okay. Yeah, that's a good name. That is such a good name. It's like Laren, but Karen. Keep It Moving says, no, all of Karen's family allegedly in on a Rico. It's on Reddit. Holy shit. And guess who is involved? The McConkey fucking law firm. McConkey Donkey, right? Oh my God. Okay, let me play this. I'm going to go dig for it.
Come over and duplicate this.
God dang, I hate
Turning Point USA in England. It says Nigel Farage had also been urging Kirk to help set up some kind of UK equivalent to Turning Point. And when Mappin convinced them to come to London in December 2018 so that he could throw him an introductory party at the RAC Club and launch Turning Point.
Okay. Can we just echo Jennifer's freaking sentiment here? Damn it, Lauren and family, get your shit together, right? I love it. Thank you. And yes.
UK at the same time, the 20 or so people he had planned to invite quickly mushroomed to nearly 200. Yeah. This is Rob Burley, who's a businessman and nightclub impresario, said he wanted to give a dinner at his club with a few people, including Zach and Ben Goldsmith, who wanted to meet Charlie. And then he got a call from George Farmer. George Farmer is a British American entrepreneur, and he's also Turning Point UK's first chairman, and was also introduced by Mappin to Candace Owens, and they got engaged 17 days after meeting at this event. Pretty interesting. George Farmer is an interesting character because not only was he the first chairman of Turning Point UK, but he was also the CEO of Parler. Remember that free speech, right-wing social media app that tried to take off? That would be George Farmer, who was CEO of that thing.
Because of Lori.
As well.
Actually, hold on.
Worth noting.
Pause. This is what I found earlier today. It was just a screenshot of just this, just this one blurb from the lawsuit, the court filings. Let me grab it. I'm gonna grab it real quick. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm stopped up. It's like I guess my kids are bringing the germs home. I've been having headaches more in the evening time though. Let's see. It was part of Lori's filings, and it was about Kurt McConkie, the mental health, the mental institution. Oh my gosh, come on. I do a lot of screenshotting. Okay. Let me let him play while I'm digging.
1990, Mappin discovered Scientology and became what remains today a Christian Scientologist, which
there's no such thing.
Possible. You're either a Christian or a Scientologist. You can't be both. And then if we jump down, we can also see more pictures of Mappin chilling with the Kirks as well.
Children abroad, and you already know.
We'll just finish it off with this. Worth noting that John Mappin is listed in Epstein's Black Book on page 35. Epstein recorded.
Know who else is? And I saw it just on the same thing. John Huntsman Jr. allegedly. Just throwing that out there.
2 phone numbers and 1 address under the name. His main address is in London, UK. And here's the picture of John Mappin in Epstein's Black Book as well. Do with that what you will.
Do with that what you will.
Do with that what you will.
Damn it, where's this?
So it seems to me, again, we've talked about this before. We're not going to go over everything. There's no reason to.
Yes.
Turning Point USA is not a good organization. It is there designed to get involved with the ecumenical religious movement. It's there to combine faiths together under the name of politics. And it is there in order to brainwash and manipulate children to follow into the Christian nationalist movement and follow along with the political regime's
New World Order
engagement for helping create this one world religion that we're seeing and creating this one world system that we have going on. Turning Point is a spearhead and all that. The actors, and I use the word actors on purpose because many of them are simply actors.
Tim Ballard is an actor. I'm sorry. Yeah, an actor. He actually literally freaking is. Okay. I know. But so I found it and I'm just going to read it. It says just this one little excerpt that I have from a filing in Lori Vallow Daybell's case. Says, I'm just going to pick it up. It says, prior to said meeting, defendant was and currently is being treated by a clinician believed to be employed by the IDHW, hereby identified as of NC. Okay. On or about October 5th, 2021, said clinician and defendant, Lori, were engaged in, quote, watching, unquote, the transfer of trial motion regarding defendant Mr. Chad Daybell. During this hearing, NC, recommended to defendant Lori that she contact the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, hereafter LDS, legal counsel to discuss her case and possibly obtain legal counsel to assist her instead of state appointed public, I'm assuming because it cuts off there, defend, like a defense attorney, like Jim Archibald. I mean, because she had marked means at the time. And so this is part of her appeal in Idaho. And I was just like, oh, wow. Just again, I'm not a lawyer, obviously. Okay. And I have just been trying to figure this out along the way, along with a lot of you. So back when this came out, it was like in 2021. Or after October 5th, 2021, which was actually the first time I streamed live, and I only know that because of this filing. It was pretty lengthy too. And I've always wanted to go back and look at it, especially knowing what I know now versus then. And just kind of, because it's also, like I said, in her appeal. It's part of her appeal in Idaho as of now. That's pending. So, and so I'm going to read the little, what do you call those, footnotes or, oh my God, I don't even remember the freaking names. I tried asking Jason that earlier too, and he couldn't remember either. But like, it has the little print at the bottom and it says, references or whatever. I don't know. Finding defendant unfit and incompetent and not fit to stand for trial. Then number 2 says all Fifth Amendment rights are reserved and hereby not waived by way of the necessity of these motions to preserve justice and the constitutional rights of said defendant. Meeting between attorney and client was at the committed, and then it cuts off. So anyways, I don't know. It's just interesting because that is how I learned about Kurt and McConkie back then. So I just said that really weird, Curtin McConkie. And that's how, allegedly Lori talks to Daniel McConkie. And I found out all this stuff, like this could have really been a setup, in my opinion, for Lori to directly get Daniel McConkie when you have like a whole answering service. You have people answering these phones at LDS helpline, anyways, if y'all understand what I'm saying, I know it's too much for me to have to explain it. I know I'm being mean. I'm not half-witted, but it's not on purpose. I don't know how to explain it effectively right now. But those of you who do know, maybe you can help. I don't know. It would help. And I appreciate it. So I'm going to finish my.
And I don't mean that as they're political people playing actors or they're politicians playing. No, I mean, they're just actors. Like literally. If they weren't playing this part, they'd be on a TV screen somewhere. And so they're at the spearhead of this thing with so many actors involved that are simply there to start drawing people in, to brainwash people, to start following this political movement, which is combining all these faiths together. And Charlie Kirk was a part of that. He was raised up in that. And he's gotten influence from so many different levels, from so many different people, from so many different faiths, that he was controlled in all of this. And we have a massive connection of Turning Point and Charlie Kirk to Scientology. Scientology, while it doesn't get talked about very often and isn't one of the big flashy names that gets discussed a lot, it's as evil as they come.
What I keep emphasizing is, since the end goal is the NWO, okay, in my opinion, and seriously, that's this whole second coming of Jesus Christ, ushering it in, blah, blah, blah. It's opposite of that. Okay. So it's inverted. So it's the Antichrist, basically. And I believe that Chad and Lori are part of that end time programming. So, the whole point of the NWO agenda is to make us, one religion. So it doesn't matter, if it's Mormons, if it's Catholics, if it's Baptists, if it's non-denominational, if you're an atheist, okay? That basically means we all have to believe the one religion, I guess. I don't know. I never really looked at that. Now that I'm saying it out loud and processing that as I speak, what if you are atheist and you don't believe in a deity? Then do they make you? Anyways, I haven't gotten that far. Anyway, so that's, I just was reminded to say that just now.
As evil as they come. I've talked about some of this in the past. I just want to pull it up just in case we're not aware of the whole Scientology thing. But I've talked about this as well.
It was
L. Ron Hubbard learned and studied and looked up to Jack Parsons and Al.
Huggy didn't, and so this was from Heidi Love. I remember learning that, in her research, that Joseph Smith actually knew Aleister Crowley as well. Is that true? And if you're still here, please let me know. Appreciate it.
Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley is the founder of the Thelema religion. And Jack Parsons, who was a rocket scientist, was a temple leader, a Thelema temple leader. And the dude was out there, I mean, as mystical as they come. L. Ron Hubbard took much of his Scientologist teachings from these two men. Now, L. Ron Hubbard had a big relationship with Jack Parsons, and Jack Parsons introduced L. Ron Hubbard to Aleister Crowley after learning that he was such a fan of Aleister Crowley and his writings, his Thelema writings. And so this trio here is the people who really develop what Scientology
What about
is.
legal?
But it goes much deeper than that I think is important, because when you look at the Scientology connections, many of its belief systems and instructions come from Gnosticism, ancient Egyptian religions, which is connected heavily to Hermeticism, Theosophy, the Kabbalah, and Thelema. So Scientology is a hodgepodge, a mishmash of all those different types of religious connections. But on the more political influencer side of things, Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard basically were created by the Tavistock Institute and the CIA.
Okay, and that David Levitt is connected.
It was originally
to that.
created.
David Levitt and his wife Shalom Eastwood Levitt. They are connected to that, Tavistock and Esalen, as well as David Hamblin's dad, Robert Hamblin. He was a sociologist that was paid by the government to conduct these behavior modification type not experiments, but well, I don't know, whatever you want to call it. I guess so. I guess experiment. And it's interesting. It's just interesting. And not only that, but I remember, and I'm reminding myself right now that I need to go look up. I had saved it in my Adobe a long time ago, but it was Robert Hamblin, David Hamblin's dad, who he wrote something, either not a book, but it's definitely a PDF. Okay. Research into speaking inverted. And so that would really help me in my research for sure. Because I've been, it's something I picked up on a long time ago. I just didn't know what to call it. And seems to be part of this inverted system. And think about Aleister Crowley. He learned to do everything backwards. Everything that he had learned, regularly, I guess. He inverted it. Allegedly, I wasn't there.
By the Tavistock Institute, we don't have enough time. We don't have enough time. But Tavistock is part of the globalist thing. They're way up there. And it was created by Tavistock. L. Ron Hubbard was trained by the Tavistock Institute that had to do with so many different psychological and pseudo-mystic belief systems. And then the more physical side of what came eventually with Scientology came from the CIA, specifically their Kubark interrogation manual, their counterintelligence interrogation manual, which includes the Alice in Wonderland interrogation tactic, which has to do with speaking confusion to control a room and to control a person. And if you look at the training,
Tony Robbins
manual for Scientology, training regimen number 1 is called Dear Alice, and it has to do with the Alice in Wonderland tactic of controlling a room through confusion speech.
What's up is down, the left is right.
The main tactic that Scientologists use to recruit people into Scientology is they start confusing people. You basically have to try, even if you're not the smartest person in the room, you try and present yourself as such that the person that you're speaking to just starts following your lead. That's kind of how that works on that.
Mirroring, kind of, huh? So this prompted me to bring this up. Bringing up old shit. This is a Packer OUR report number 33, the magic number 33 on M. Russell Ballard.
And classified ads. 2 of Ballard's Hollywood VMH partners, like Art Linkletter and Bob Cummings, also partnered with Ballard.
Art Linkletter, kids say the darndest things.
Linkletter and Cummings were experienced franchisors. Ballard could draw from their experience. Art Linkletter and his son Jack, who managed his father's investments, were marketing their universal franchising concept at the time. It sought investments between $7,000 and $30,000 up front and was also a penny stock scheme. Bob Cummings had his own franchising business. One of the sponsors of Cummings' hit television series, Love That Bob, was his own multi-level marketing franchise for nutritional supplements, NutraBio. After starring in movies like King's Row with Ronald Reagan, Cummings produced his own television show, Love That Bob, that did very well in the ratings. His TV career began to ebb somewhat with the new Bob Cummings show. Here's a clip from his hit show.
Love That Bob,
Love That Bob.
starring Bob Cummings.
Yeah, I get it. Hello?
Hello, darling.
Same.
I just called to say thank you again for last night.
The girl you were with last night.
Marion, you down.
This is Gwendolyn.
When it came to business, Bob Cummings was rather unprincipled, not slow to make false claims about his supplements and to infer that franchisees selling his products could get rich.
Oh, let me move that for a second.
Cummings claimed to take at least 174 vitamins a day to keep looking years younger than his real age.
Was it
He
that
retained
Bob?
an astrologer who mapped out his day, charting upcoming events, sometimes hour by hour.
Lord.
He became addicted to methamphetamines, which at first he thought was a vitamin concoction being injected.
Oh, yeah, he didn't.
Cummings eventually ran into an FDA buzzsaw. His nutritional supplement pyramid program was cut down. He
Wow.
was charged with making false claims. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration seized stocks of
didn't know this.
NutraBio products over false and misleading labeling claims. Later, Bob Cummings, Inc., a similar nutritional supplement venture, was prosecuted in California as a pyramid scheme, making its profits from recruiting investors rather than from product sales. After that, Cummings engaged with the infamous Holiday Magic suspected fraud. Cummings had also engaged in the Holiday
Oh, it's
Magic
way the hell down here.
cosmetics
Okay, hold on. I started this in the wrong damn spot. Okay, here we go. This is where it's going to slap straight into Scientology, in my opinion.
$710,000 loan may have been involved with the
This is
investment.
from Russell Ballard.
SEC filings indicate Russell Ballard's son, Craig, and son-in-law, Brad Brower, participated in the investment. Another Ballard penny stock investment after becoming a general authority, the Biomeridian electrodiagnostic device tests galvanic skin resistance to an applied electrical current. It purportedly detects energy imbalances. They're often used to recommend vitamins, nutritional supplements to treat supposed ailments. The website Quackwatch calls it a scam. Scientologists use a similar device called an e-meter that operates used to supposedly detect whether a person has been relieved of spiritual impediments of past experience.
Spiritual impediments, like demons, energy testing. I don't know. Muscle testing. Or it's the same kind of genre, but yeah, this is what Scientologists use, allegedly.
A scam. Scientologists use a similar device called an e-meter that operates used to supposedly detect whether a person has been relieved of spiritual impediments of past experiences. Ballard-related entities made loans and acquired 200,000 shares.
Okay, hold on. Scooch. Here we go.
Which provided long-distance discount services before undergoing several mergers and name changes. My previous reports detailed Brad Brower's connections with his father-in-law's business partner, Tim Ballard. Brower was reportedly Russell Ballard's go-between with regard to Tim Ballard's book publishing and movie-making ventures, which began under the auspices of the Utah company Liberty 89. Liberty 89's website showed
Tom Harrison's part of it,
Brad
too.
Brower with his wife, Russell Ballard's daughter, as a board member, along with former OUR president John Moreland and Ken Krogh. It also shows Hugh Vail as a team member and Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes as a course instructor. It's been in the news. Sherston Stockwell, once Operation Underground Railroad's development director, told criminal investigators about a meeting she attended with Tim Ballard at Thanksgiving.
This is super important to what's going on here. And seriously.
Point. The meeting was attended by two Liberty 89 principals, Ken Krogh and Hugh Vail, plus Tom Harrison, who purportedly believes Tim Ballard is a prophet. Stockwell told investigators they claim to have visions and special intelligence of the second coming. Tim Ballard was called by God to restore America to the covenant. Tim was very verbal about Elder Russell Ballard's involvement behind it. The same Ken Krogh, who served with Brad Brower on the Liberty 89 board, became an executive for Tim Ballard's Spear Fund.
So did y'all hear? I'm sorry, I was typing. Did y'all hear that part about the special intelligence of the second coming? in my opinion, that's the NWO agenda.
Ford became an executive for Tim Ballard's Spear Fund after Tim was forced to resign from OUR. Also, Krogh is reportedly very close with Russell Ballard, besides his connection with Brad Brower.
So just hold on to that. I know we're getting dizzy. I know. This was, we'll all be slaves in 10 years. This is a quote from Ken Krogh, and Tim Ballard tell this to an operator. This came out in one of the lawsuits. It's kind of damning. Or it's
So
kind of
Ken's
scary.
background is he built a multi-billion-dollar company
On this stuff.
inside sales, like huge office, and so that's why. And I met him through Elder Ballard because Elder Ballard and the churches used him to use the same kind of tools and technologies for the missionary program and everything like that. And Elder Ballard actually looked him in the eye, and poor Elder Ballard can't even affirm this right now. But he said Tim will be 10 years ago. He said Tim will be a household name.
Yes.
And I was just like, what are you saying? Like no one knew who I was at the time.
And he said, if we don't do it in 10 years, we'll all be slaves.
That's right.
Yeah.
He said, and he took to Ken and he said, Ken, you need to guide that process to when it happens.
You know what happened the next 2 nights? I had dreams all night long about what to do. And I even saw Tony Robbins. And we went up there to that whiteboard,
crazy.
and we made a 2-story high whiteboard, and we circled all the best places, and we circled the biggest name of all would be Tony Robbins.
This is before we knew him or he knew us.
We didn't even know. And the Lord had our back. And I didn't do anything about that other than highlight what he showed.
Well, I remember Elder Ballard, I said, he said, okay, well, Tony it is.
Yes.
Okay, well, how do we get to him?
Yes.
And Elder Ballard said, don't let the Lord take care of that.
And he did.
Within 6 months, Tony Robbins calls me.
By Lord, he meant him.
And already firmly committed, and that's where we're going, you guys. So, Young Single Adult Project.
So all I did was just that recording cut off, and then it just kind of goes.
Stuff, but I'll hit on that later. But what we do is we
But now, don't forget, there's a 2019 whiteboard meeting, the infamous whiteboard meeting. I call it the infamous whiteboard prophecy instead of the whiteboard meeting. Haha, it's a wordplay. But yeah,
this
is
traditional
2015
model.
now.
And the traditional model is you've got PR, which rolls to marketing, which rolls to sales, which rolls to customer support.
Now I have the full version of this in my members only. Well, not the full version. I have it broken down into 4 parts, and because it's a 2-hour video, and because I haven't done commentary over it yet, not over the whole thing. So, anyways, I mean, altogether it's 2 hours, and not one time in the entire presentation do they ever talk about rescuing children for the children's sake or the trafficked victims' sake. It's all how to market, how to target, how to merch, how to make money, digital material, where you create like one form. Let's say you take, and a lot of them follow this plan, like Julie Rowe, Mike Stroud did this too. And so did Tim Ballard on Ken Krogh's, advice, I'm assuming, where you basically, like, let's say, and Adam Cox and Rex, their Uncle Rex, where they do podcasts or videos like I'm doing right now. You go to the transcript, you take the transcript, you copy it, and basically send it off to the editor, and then they compile a book out of it. And bada boom, that's it. That's where the secret sauce is, okay? But then they take that, then they create e-courses, then they create, audio and just different ways of taking the same, which is smart, taking the content and dividing it up into different ways to meet certain areas of interest, I don't know. I don't talk about the same way.
Well, here, this becomes social media. And now this is digital media. This is split between 2 things, virtual media.
So right. It's the audio is not matching up. So just know that. Anyways, it was just for visual. And I was able to corroborate with the 2-story whiteboard. All right.
And so the Scientology Dear Alice training regimen is from the Alice in Wonderland interrogation manual. that comes from, or the interrogation tactic, which comes from the Kubark interrogation manual, which was developed by the CIA, and it involves various psychological influence from the Tavistock Institute, which takes it from Gnosticism, takes it from ancient Egyptian religion, takes it from philosophy and the Kabbalah. The Thelema aspect of it was brought in by L. Ron Hubbard himself, who, of course, had a relationship with Jack Parsons from the Thelema Temple, who connected him to Aleister Crowley, who was the creator of Thelema. And Lewis Carroll is involved with that, who is a Gnostic and also a part of Theosophy. And he's the one who wrote Through the Looking Glass, Alice in Wonderland, that we see involved with that. So it's all right there, kind of in a circle, in a bubble
we're almost
of connections involved with it.
We're almost at the finishing point, if you want to call it that. Okay, so now we're jumping over to this video, which this is the Wellness Company's News Narrative Network. Very interesting. So let me back up a little bit. Just going to kind of cut in here at 27 minutes and 24 seconds. Let me speed it back up a little bit. Oh, it already is. Let's speed it up a little bit more. Okay.
Line with his award-winning Zelenko protocol. Dr. Zelenko joined with the founders below, and Zelenko Labs was born out of necessity within a matter of months. What they started as the Z-Stack supplement. Z-Stack is something that you will find in the Wellness Company store as well. The
which is interesting because it makes me wonder if Melaleuca, the Wellness Company, you know, what's the whole point of that, the Wellness Company, that part.
Supplement grew into a successful corporation and, more importantly, a worldwide movement for medical freedom. Zev is no longer with us, but his vision and legacy live on with families, with a family of products designed in accordance with his final wishes. When you purchase Zelenko Lab products, you are not only investing in your health for a future and you and your family, you are preserving his legacy and continuing to fight against medical tyranny. Not sure I believe that, honestly. Boom. There they are, the partners. Foster Colson
that is.
and David Lopez. They're the main dudes involved with this. So we got David Lopez involved with the Wellness Company. We got David Lopez involved with the IHB. We got David Lopez involved with the Zelenko Labs, all connected with Foster Colson as well. Let's learn a little bit more about David, shall we? We jump over here to Mission 06. We get a little backstory on the ghost that is David Lopez. David Lopez served as a U.S. Navy SEAL and is a subject matter expert on tactical operations, classified global counterterrorism operations, terrorist countermeasures, protection, security, and close-quarter combat tactics. Mr. Lopez has a tremendous depth of experience in these areas and has highly specialized training and support of classified intelligence operations. Beyond this, his intense military training and expertise is invaluable since he understands critical process performance and can advise on optimization for a variety of areas in these fields. Since leaving the U.S. Navy, Dave has trained over 20 SWAT teams around the U.S. in advanced tactics and close-quarter combat. He has also instructed numerous special response teams of the Department of Homeland Security.
Mm-hmm. Tim Ballard was a Homeland Security.
David Lopez has conducted multiple rescue missions with Operation Underground Railroad.
Oh, shit. Choo-choo.
Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
An organization that pursues sex traffickers around the world, which directly led to the rescue of over 200 children and the arrest of over 50 traffickers. Let's pause here before we start going any further. Operation Underground Railroad. They were the main people behind that movie out of the Mormon Studios, Angel Studios, called The Sound of Freedom.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I remember when that movie came out, I warned people, said, don't support this thing because it's not what people think.
Nope.
The money is not going where it's supposed to be going. The company that's behind it is not a company that we need to be supporting. And there was something sketchy about what was going on with the whole Operation Underground Railroad situation. Some stuff started to come out. What exactly am I talking about?
Oh, no.
Well, the main dude behind Operation Underground Railroad was Tim Ballard. New court filings detailed Tim Ballard's discipline with the LDS Church. New court documents, this was 2024, filed in a lawsuit against Tim Ballard have revealed new details about his standing with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Ballard was the founder and CEO of Operation Underground Railroad, a nonprofit seeking to combat human trafficking. He permanently separated from the organization after the Underground Railroad employees fired internal complaints accusing him of sexual misconduct. He's currently a defendant in 4 civil lawsuits. 3 of the 4 lawsuits centered around Ballard's alleged sexual misconduct, according to his female accusers. Ballard is also the subject of at least 7 criminal investigations.
At least.
Prior to the civil suits being filed, the LDS Church released a statement citing betrayal and condemning Ballard for morally unacceptable behavior. The statement accused Ballard of improperly using the name of President M. Russell Ballard for personal advantage. At the time, Russell Ballard was serving as the acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. Despite sharing the same last name, they are not related. But yeah, you kind of get an idea of who this guy is. Also, one of the executive producers of the movie.
Hold on.
And recruit a downline. Trump political MAGA rallies were like religious revivals and campaign events rolled into one. The concept was an evolution of his appearances at MLM conferences. The now defunct Trump multi-level marketing network sold skincare products, nutritional supplements, weight loss products, and multivitamins. The service included customers sending in urine samples for analysis to see.
Literally, I believe that this happened to, like, I remember when I was pregnant with Ashlyn, or after I had, or it was around the time I had my little girl. 2005 is when she was born. And I want to say it was after, because my hormones were all jacked up, right? Right. I'm a girl. I'm a woman. So we have jacked up hormones. And I do recall, and I need to ask Mom again about this to confirm or deny or whatever, having to send my urine sample into this company that provided supplements, multivitamins, things like that. And I wonder if Lori was behind that, because I remember her mom saying that, that Charles and Lori, that was, I guess, the connect or whatever. I don't know. I don't know enough or remember enough to, obviously, but I need to check into it.
See what supplements they needed. Trump's MLM rallies were forerunners of his political rallies.
The stage, the chairman and president of the Trump Organization, Mr. Donald J. Trump.
What a group. Very nice. Very, very nice. We're all going to be successful together, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it. You have to have fun. Do we agree?
Donald Trump made almost $9 million endorsing the ACN Inc. MLM that marketed phone services. He appeared at ACN events and did online video promos. ACN was accused of being an illegal pyramid scheme and a fraud. Trump once appeared on Letterman and was asked, "What would you do if you lost everything and had to start over from scratch?" He replied, "I would find a good network marketing company and get to work." Two Trump political appointees were associated with MLMs.
Oh my God.
Dr. Ben Carson.
Dude. Okay. Yeah. What? Okay. Yeah. Sushi. And not just Shiflett, but also Melanie Gibbs' husband or ex-husband. And Dr. Bradley Nelson. And I mean, although I know this has nothing to do with being a chiropractor allegedly, but Frank Vandersloot and the Melaleuca Wellness Company is said to not be an MLM, but although it's structured like one, but it does not qualify as one in Idaho. I want to dig deeper into this. So, I mean, just because. Anyways, just curious. And I kind of don't need to dig into it, because it's like the more I know, it gets scary. And it just brings on more.
With Manatech and Betsy DeVos, wife of Amway CEO.
Okay, so this is Sloot's in-laws.
Dick DeVos. Oh, yes, Democratic politicians play the MLM game. John Leibowitz, Madeleine Albright, Alan Hoffman all went to work for Herbalife Nutrition.
How many took that? Oh my gosh, how slow.
Here's former Utah Senator Orrin Hatch at a Zango event. A direct sell.
I mean, don't forget, he was on Tim Ballard's 2016, or Ken Krog's 2016 whiteboard you just saw throughout the program today.
Publication said Hatch's greatest legacy to his constituents in Utah is his sponsoring, along with former Democratic Senator Tom Harkin, of the Dietary Supplement and Health Education Act in 1994. That legislation, which was signed into law by President Bill Clinton, defined and regulated the sale of dietary supplements. It allowed manufacturers like Utah-based Nature Sunshine, Nu Skin, and Forever Green to make general health claims about their products without going through the Food and Drug Administration to prove safety or efficacy.
Which is why Lauren's face might be falling. I don't know. Okay, that was mean. I'm sorry.
With Jason Chaffetz, Nu Skin once had a man in Congress. He was a former public relations director for Nu Skin, a former John Huntsman chief of staff, a former...
Didn't Senator Mike Lee clerk for John Huntsman too? And John Huntsman Jr., his name was on the Epstein list. And I mean Black Book. And allegedly.
A member of the Congressional Dietary Supplement Caucus. He introduced a pro-dietary supplement bill to allow dietary supplement makers to quote scientific studies about the health benefits of their products. Former Utah Governor John Huntsman signed into law a measure that essentially gutted Utah's anti-pyramid scheme law. He helped open China to Utah MLMs like Nu Skin, USANA, and Nature Sunshine.
Oh, damn.
Mitt Romney had close ties to Nu Skin. He arranged a $20 million Nu Skin donation to Salt Lake City's 2002 Winter Games.
Yes,
he spoke at Nu Skin's 1999 rally where he praised...
Who else did? Oh, well, not the 2002 Winter Games. I don't know. Let me not say no, he didn't. But Frank Vandersloot was a huge donor for Mitt Romney.
The MLM. Nu Skin donated $1 million to his 2012 Super PAC when he ran for president.
Damn.
Billionaire GOP mega donor Frank Vandersloot with Melaleuca.
I didn't know this because I haven't seen this. I don't know. I just pulled this video up because I'm looking for Dave Lopez in here. Because Dave Lopez is all part of, he was part of the investigation into Operation Underground Railroad, Tim Ballard, with Paul Hutchinson, that weird dude who has an alleged sex room in his house. Whatever, no kink shaming, just not. Paul Hutchinson also hosts Y chromosome parties? Whatever the fuck that is.
Was national finance co-chair for Romney's 2012 presidential bid.
Good find.
Former Utah Attorney General Mark Shurtleff did not enforce Utah's modest MLM law, appeared in support of USANA at a 2004 convention, and 2 years later supported that bill that gutted Utah's anti-pyramid scheme law.
And don't forget that Utah is the fraud capital of the world, not the states, but the world, allegedly.
Welcome to the great state of Utah, and I have some news for you. Last night I went and talked to Governor Huntsman, and he agreed with me that it is now time to change the name of our state. From now on, we'll be known as Utahna. Woo! I'll tell you why. USANA, Dave, it means a lot to us here in the state of Utah. Pay a lot of taxes. And what you folks are offering, in every sense of the word, is that pursuit of happiness to everybody. Not only are you providing...
You're like a monster or something? What the hell is that apparition over there?
Quality of life to people, but you're also providing a system where it doesn't matter who you are, no matter your birth circumstances, no matter your education, if you work hard, you can realize the dream of financial wealth and success. There is no greater way to do that than through direct sales, multi-level marketing programs.
Earlier, I showed you a clip from Reyes's appearance at a doTERRA sales conference. He's also showed up at Nature Sunshine and Unique events.
Shocker.
As I reported in op-ed number 2, Sean Reyes grew up with...
Oh, God, I've been wanting to revisit Buddy Reyes. Okay, this is kind of wild.
With MLM. Reyes's father, Buddy, sold and built a downline for National Safety Associates.
NSA.
They sold home fire alarms, water and air filters, and Juice Plus dietary supplements.
Sounds like shit.
NSA, over time, was hit with a barrage of lawsuits claiming it was a pyramid scheme and that its salespeople made false claims. Back to the theme of this report, the divorce between the doTERRA MLM and Operation Underground Railroad. Even though neither party will discuss it, there are ample signs the breakup is well underway. And doTERRA may soon have more to worry about than OUR tainting its reputation. For decades, the Federal Trade Commission has been unable to even slow down the hard-charging MLM industry, which continues to grow in size, wealth, and political power. But with Trump's defeat, there could be a new sheriff in town. President Biden has nominated Rohit Chopra to head the federal government's Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Will he be a new, tougher sheriff One commentator wrote, under Chopra's leadership, the Bureau is likely to be much more aggressive across the board in initiating investigations and pursuing enforcement actions.
Initiating.
Wait a minute. Chopra was a Trump appointee to the FTC. Shouldn't that be good news for MLM companies? No.
Okay. All right. That was interesting. I know. Some people are like, this is probably boring AF, and I get it. But, you know, you got to do the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Tony Robbins. Yes, that Tony Robbins is acting president of the Quorum of the 12 Apostles. Despite sharing the same last name, they are not related. But yeah.
Allegedly, I'm not just going to repeat it. Okay. I didn't do my research. I'm not doing the genealogy because I can't afford that too. Because, you know, I don't know if anybody knows the genealogy of like M. Russell Ballard. I know he's related to Hiram Smith down the line. It's like his great grandfather or something, which is the brother. Hiram Smith is was the brother of Joseph Smith Jr. So, yeah, I want to know. I feel like, you know how sometimes they hide relations, you know, and not to mention that Barbara Ballard, she was married to M. Russell Ballard. Her maiden name was Bowen, and we know how we talk about Gordon Bowen here. The alleged Church of Satan, the LDS Church of Satan Punisher in the Hamblin case, you know, the one that allegedly wrote the public did the public distancing email to Vice News to basically distance M. Russell Ballard and the church from Tim Ballard when those lawsuits from those women came forward. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly, it was Gordon Bowen who wrote that, you know, from an official church email to Vice News. And that's why I believe Tim Ballard has been saying all along that it wasn't like a proper, you know, his church did not denounce him publicly. So it seems like more of a bloodline kind of competition. You know, it seems like Gordon Bowen is real good buds with Mitt Romney, but neither of them like Tim Ballard. But yet Tim Ballard and Gordon Bowen, and I guess you could kind of say Mitt Romney, are like under the wing whenever he was alive of M. Russell Ballard. You know what I'm saying? And actually, M. Russell Ballard would allegedly call Gordon Bowen his prodigal son. So, and then Gordon Bowen, his alleged mission is to learn secret combinations, well, which means in Mormonism or LDS speak, it means Satan worship. Okay. Like devil worshiping, satanic panic. That's what it means. Whatever. It means Gaddy Ant robbers.
Get an idea of who this guy is. Also, one of the executive producers of the movie, Tony Robbins. Yes, that Tony Robbins also had quite a few accusations against him, including one which was back in 1985 when a girl who was a teenager at the time said that she was sexually abused by Tony Robbins. He was also on site during the filming of that movie.
And I'm sure it went down like this. No, I didn't. You know,
on site of the filming of that movie. Mormon company with people involved with this thing that are very sketchy, including David Lopez and Tony Robbins. There's another executive producer that also had accusations against child things as well. We're not going to get into that. And then Tim Ballard, the main guy behind it, is also involved with that as well. Are we sure that what was on the screen really was what was being done? Man, I got run through the ringer when I came out in opposition against that movie. And more reveals that maybe that was the right choice. We'll get back to this in a second, but we want to go here. How ex-SEAL on child rescue missions became island kingpin. Let's take a look. When a former Navy SEAL that with ties to a raft of Trump world figures, that's right, he's heavily involved with Trump stuff as well, figures landed in Haiti nearly a decade ago. His punitive mission was to lead raid and rescue operations that would recover missing American child. But by his own account, he did little work in that direction, and the Daily Beast has discovered that instead fell into the Caribbean state's thorny politics and into an unbelievable business deal. Control of the Paradise Island, I'm not even going to pronounce that, that Port-au-Prince seized from its inhabitants. I'll show you that in just a second because that's actually legit. Since David Lopez left the elite special ops forces, his resume has featured a stint with Eric Prince's mercenary firm, Blackwater. Oh, we'll get to him in just a second. That's this next part in this. Now serves as a special projects manager for Blackwater and conducts security operations around the world for select clients. We'll get to Eric Prince in just a second. The launch of the anti-coof supplement company, wellness company, and multiple ventures with former Trump Customs and Immigration Services chief Ken Cucciolini. But the gig that sent him to Haiti and entangled him with Port-au-Prince's power brokers positioned him to win the rights to build what his team vows will be the struggling country's answer to Disney World, was his role at Operation Underground Railroad. The railroad and its founder, Tim Ballard, became nationally famous last summer with the release of its fictionalized cinematic origin story, Sound of Freedom, and then infamous in the fall, Ballard faces claims of sexual predation and, of course, and of self-enrichment at the expense of the organization's donors. Ballard has cast his allegations as a smear campaign designed to besmirch his name and extort cash. Sorry, I can read, I promise. But in years past, Ballard and Operation Railroad had enjoyed a level of celebrity on the political right, where their mission of disrupting alleged child trafficking networks resonated with a fringe inflamed with the conspiracy theories about elites. It's not conspiracy theory. We've been over that.
All right.
But experts on exploitation warn that the group's flashy tactics, which include film sweeps of supposed underage dens, serve the self-styled saviors more than the victims. But Ballard developed his ties with Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes and with the then Senator Orrin Hatch, secured an appointment with then President Donald Trump to a new council on human trafficking in 2019. And according to the conservative radio host Hugh Hewitt, enjoyed the personal I can't pronounce that either, of Trump National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien. There's a lot of connections between these two dudes, David Lopez and Eric Prince, to Trump. And we're going to be going over some of that as well.
Okay.
Here's where we go. Sound of Freedom dramatized a 2013 raid in Colombia in which David Lopez reportedly participated. But in Ballard's own telling, the railroad's real birthplace was several hundred miles north of Haiti. They have an obsession with Haiti, a big obsession with Haiti. Almost like they went to Haiti for the child trafficking stuff to spark the deal to get the island, which again, we'll see in just a second. The head of the railroad's operations in Haiti was David Lopez. The ex-SEAL also served as Ballard's lieutenant in another of his signature projects, the Glenn Beck founded Nazarene Fund, formed to rescue Christians from persecution in the Middle East. Glenn Beck will make another appearance a little bit later as well. And later, it was Lopez who gave up information to investigators in a probe that led to Ballard's public disgrace.
Right.
Southern it just keeps going.
Thank you for hanging in.
It just keeps going. But I think we get the idea of what's going on here. A lot of connections to quote unquote conservative.
Yeah. So I want to share. Oh my gosh, I just moved it. Okay, Kresha, chill out. Chill out. All right. Okay. Let me see how I read this. So this is like Vandersloot uses aggressive tactics against whistleblower reporting abuse in Boy Scouts of America's sex abuse scandal. That would be Adam Steed, allegedly. I have found definitive evidence linking evidence. You hear that, Patricia? Linking Frank Vandersloot to aggressive tactics against those reporting on abuse. The lawsuit against Mother Jones centered on reports that Vandersloot publicly outed reporter Peter Zuckerman as gay in an attempt to discredit his coverage of Boy Scout abuse scandals. This validates my assertion that Vandersloot actively combats whistleblowers and attempts to control narratives through personal attacks and media influence. Vandersloot owns East Idaho News. He bought the stations, about a handful of stations from Bonneville Communications, which is the church. He basically bought 5 stations from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which would then become Riverbend Communications, which is over, it's the parent company or whatever over East Idaho News, which would one day be the very station that would be covering my family's murders. He'd be one. Like East Idaho News is a large source for people in the Daybell case, right? Myself included. But then I think like Lauren, Hidden True Crime became like the second. I mean, not second, not beating out other organizations, right? But as far as influence, it was a pretty big impact, unless, that just could be me being delusional. I don't know, or maybe sleepy, but it just makes me wonder about the controlled opposition angle, So here, Fox buys Red Seat Ventures. Okay. Strong M&A signal for Creator X podcasting. So Fox acquired Red Seat Ventures, a production and distribution company for creators, particularly in the right-leaning political and news space. The acquisition aims to help Fox reach new audiences, activate its broadcast talent and digital media, and expand its streaming services. RSV will operate independently with Fox's Tubi Media Group, allowing its talent to maintain their brands while benefiting from Fox's resources. And let's see. Rockwater Roundup. M&A analysis of the creator economy to make you a better operator and investor. Blah, blah, blah. Red Seat Ventures was named after the iconic red seat at Fenway Park in Boston, where Ted Williams hit the longest home run in the stadium's history. This legendary home run, measured at 502 feet, remains a symbol of excellence and achievement in baseball. I bet you it's one of them secret signs. The red seat serves... Whoa. Okay. The red seat serves as a tribute to that remarkable feat. By naming their company Red Seat Ventures, founders Chris... This is for you, web sleuths. Trisha. Here's your receipt. By naming their company Red Seat Ventures, founders Chris and Kevin Balfe aim to evoke the same sense of distinction and ambition associated with that legendary moment in sports history. Their goal was to position Red Seat Ventures as a standout entity in the media and creator economy, much like the Red Seat stands out in Fenway Park. So here's a diagram showing Kevin Balfe, I don't know how to say it, Balfe role within Red Seat Ventures, Tubi, and then Fox Corporation. So Fox is the parent company, Tubi is a streaming ad platform, media network, Red Seat Ventures production and distribution. Kevin Balfe, Mormon, CEO and co-founder. And then over here is the other Red Seat team / staff. And then down here it says content produced by Red Seat, which are podcasts, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Glenn Beck, etc. True crime shows, panels, etc. That would be CrimeCon. But what do I know? What do we know around here? And so this is just a screen recording of Red Seat Ventures, the talent lineup, okay? There's no sound. Nancy Grace. Oh, Megyn Kelly. TPUSA type of people. Oh, there's another Dr. Phil. Right? Yeah, he's not. Crime Online. CrimeCon. Here's your receipt, Trisha at Web Sleuths. These aren't conspiracy theories, ma'am. Love what matters. CrimeCon. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the website, I guess. And don't forget that, like, Annie, my mom, dad, Colby, they were invited on to the Dr. Phil show, Dr. Oz. I'm surprised Oprah didn't get her hooks in. The CrimeCon. You see what I'm saying? Like, you start to see a bigger network. And Glenn Beck. I mean, this is Glenn Beck all over it. So, Pierce Morgan. Oh, Dr. Feelgood. All right. All right. Come on. Oh, Crime Con. Crime at a con. Yeah. I won't mention the signs and symbols I've been finding on this one right here. Chris, take a seat, dude. Yeah. And Nate, if I'm being honest. Or, up front. Nancy Grace in front of the Coburger, or the Idaho 4 house. Network, man. It's a network. No, what's his name? Whatever Rowe, Mike Rowe. Wonder if he's related to Julie Rowe's husband, Jeff Rowe. I've chosen to work with the best people in the industry. This is Colin Coward. And the support I've received has been like nothing I've ever experienced. I feel incredibly lucky to launch this venture for fans to connect with my best content whenever and wherever they happen to be. Well, good luck on that. Okay. And so I pulled this up.
Really interesting thing that immediately stood out. But Chris, do you not do a lot of podcasts?
I
yourself?
never do podcasts. I'm absolutely a
Chris
behind the
Ralphie.
scenes person. I hate doing it. I suck at it. And this is
No,
the
you
second
do.
one I've done in 5 years. Third one I've done in 5 years.
Honestly, the one with Peter Kafka was really good. I do not think you suck at it, but it is kind of hilarious to me that you like
the podcast guy doesn't do podcasts. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it is true. But yeah, I generally say no for you guys. Made an exception.
Thank you, Chris. I'm Ben
Here's the
Smith.
point.
I'm Max Tunney, and this is Mixed Signals
I'm
from
Kresha.
Semaphore Media. This week on the show, we're chatting with Chris Balfe. He's the co-founder of Red Seat Ventures, a digital media startup behind the podcasts for several big conservative media personalities. Red Seat counts Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Bill O'Reilly among many of the stars on its roster.
Bill O'Reilly.
And earlier this week,
Bill O'Reilly was on Tim Ballard's 2016 whiteboard meeting that I was showing you earlier. Well, oh, don't freeze on me now. God dang it. Oh, shit. Hold on. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in the portal. Oh, well. I'll get in.
week, the company was acquired by Fox. So today, we're talking to Chris about the acquisition, Fox's bet on podcasts, and the future of conservative media. Yeah, the future of media is that we all work for one of three companies, and this is the first shot in the.
Not to mention, Oprah was the darkest soul on Chad and Lori's alleged list of the darkest people. Remember that? Remember hearing about Oprah being the darkest of them all? I think April Raymond is who shared that.
But that also seems like the past of
Yep.
media as well. Funny how that works. Yeah, exactly.
Is it funny?
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about that after the break. Okay, so Ben, I feel like this week's episode, even though we're talking to Chris, I feel like in many ways this is a victory lap for us. The fact that this week's news, this was something that we actually wrote about in our newsletter a few weeks ago. So, everybody loves a self-congratulatory podcast. The listeners are they're clamoring for it. People often say to me, Max doesn't congratulate himself enough. No, but I mean, I do think that there's this big framework that we have been talking about, which is over the last couple of years, it's been this wild fragmentation of media, and a fragmentation that we're all getting incredibly sick of. And the consumer-facing companies that own a lot of this business know that we're sick of it, and sick of having 1 million subscriptions, and sick of all the different Substacks and streaming services. And the answer to that is going to be consolidation. And this is sort of the first real move in podcast world of a giant media company just going and sucking up a bunch of podcasts. Yeah. So to get to the
monopolizing basically is what you mean. So yeah, so they talk about it. I did put the link in the chat, and we'll check this out more later. So by following the money and mapping the interpersonal networks, this investigation exposes a convergence of 3 distinct spheres: the corporate consolidation of the true crime industry via Red Seat Ventures and CrimeCon, the monopolization of regional information by billionaire Frank Vandersloot through Riverbend Communications, and the theological radicalization pipelines operated by the Firm Foundation and, no longer, the defunct Preparing a People, or, like Jody, no. Like Tom Harrison and Ken Krog's gig, Eternal Core podcast, these kind of types of fronts is what I call them. The analysis suggests that the exploitation of the Vallow Daybell victims is not merely a byproduct of tabloid sensationalism, but is rather a systemic feature of a media landscape designed to profit from the intersection of tragedy, political extremism, and religious fundamentalism. The report validates the suspicions of me, basically. It details how the mechanisms of influence in Idaho and the broader conservative media sphere prioritize the protection of institutional reputations and the monetization of end times, right? No preppers, right? They were the scapegoat too. So it's not just preppers. It's these accelerationalists. It's those who are programmed with this end time programming stuff. I don't know what to call it. It's weird. It's not like there's a book or anything I can even guide myself off of. The monetization of grief, Red Seat Ventures, CrimeCon, and the Fox Corporation acquisition. The commercialization of the The commercialization of the Vallow Daybell case cannot be understood without analyzing the ownership structures of the platforms disseminating the narrative. CrimeCon, the world's leading live event for true crime, positions itself as a respectful forum for advocacy and education. However, an examination of its corporate parentage, Red Seat Ventures, reveals deep ties to conservative political media and a business model predicated on the creator economy, which is interesting, right? This YouTube is a creator economy where engagement metrics often supersede ethical considerations regarding victim privacy. This sounds like something I'm interested in. So the origins of Red Seat Ventures, the Glenn Beck connection. Again, Trisha, ding, ding, ding. Here you go, proof. Red Seat Ventures was founded in 2015 by Chris Balfe and Kevin Balfe, their brothers. They're Mormon too. To understand the operational DNA of CrimeCon, one must examine the professional genesis of the Balfe brothers. Both served as high-level execs at The Blaze, which is the conservative media network founded by Glenn Beck. Chris Balfe served as CEO of The Blaze, while Kevin Balfe was instrumental in its operations. This lineage is critical because it establishes that the architects of CrimeCon originated from a media environment focused on political polarization, the cultivation of parasocial, relationships with audiences, and the monetization of ideological outrage. The relationship between the Balfes and Beck ended in a litigious rupture that exposes the high financial stakes of this media model. In 2016, Glenn Beck and his production company, Mercury Radio Arts, sounds like Mercury One, huh? That Tim Ballard and David Barton are part of, filed a lawsuit against Chris Balfe, alleging breach of contract, fraud, and general mismanagement. The lawsuit was not a minor dispute. It claimed that Balfe's compensation exceeded $13 million between 2009 and 2014, a figure that underscores the immense profitability of the anger and anxiety industry. Furthermore, Beck accused Balfe of deliberate mismanagement that harmed the company and of fraudulently causing Mercury to sign an unnecessary lease, creating a $20 million liability for a floor at 5 Bryant Park in New York City. While the internal dispute suggests a fracture, the operational philosophy of Red Seat Ventures, leveraging personality-driven content to build direct-to-consumer businesses, remains deeply rooted in the strategies honed at The Blaze. The transition from political commentary to true crime entertainment is a lateral move in terms of audience psychology. Both genres rely on a heightened sense of danger, a distrust of official narratives, so they play on that, the quote-unquote deep state or incompetent police, corruption, right? And the empowerment of the quote citizen investigator, the web sleuth, the sleuthers, CrimeCon as a financial asset in the Fox portfolio. CrimeCon is not merely a convention. It is a vertically integrated media asset designed to capture the value of the citizen detective demographic. Red Seed Ventures manages a portfolio of creator-led businesses, including podcasts by Megyn Kelly and other conservative figures, effectively creating a closed loop of content creation and monetization. That's interesting. A closed loop of content creation and monetization. Is this why they pass victims' families back and forth in around? You know, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, here you go, Dateline. All right. And then here you go, Nancy Grace. All right. And then here you go. He's CrimeCon. You know what I'm saying? Like, that kind of makes sense to me. In 2025, Fox Corporation acquired Red Seed Ventures, integrating CrimeCon into its massive media apparatus. This acquisition signals a shift where true crime is no longer a niche genre, this is scary, but a pillar of corporate media strategy, valued for its high engagement and revenue generation. The financial data surrounding this acquisition illustrates the scale of the industry. Fox reported first quarter fiscal 2026 revenues of $3.74 billion. Excuse me. With Red Seed Ventures contributing to its digital portfolio. Well, we're just helping people build their damn digital portfolios, real estate portfolios, right? Last month or just recently, you know, people didn't even know if they were going to receive food stamps. You know what I'm saying? Because of freaking government shutdown or whatever. Bullshit. Just bullshit is why. RSV itself reported having 17 creator-led shows generating over $200 million monthly active views as of late 2024. The integration with Fox Corporation suggests that the Vallow Daybell case, among others, serves as content grist for a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Ooh, Jen, the L mom taught me to fear that word right there, conglomerate. Okay, I'm like, ooh. The dark underbelly here is the transformation of human tragedy into EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization. The ethics, defense versus consumer reality. While CrimeCon marketing emphasizes respect for victims, does it now? And advocacy, the structural imperative of Red Seed Ventures is to maximize the creator economy. Of course it is. Red Seed Ventures is going to maximize the creator economy. So, like Hidden True Crime, or you know, I don't know. I know I'm not part of this program. I'm on their shit list, basically. This involves turning case files into content and tragic narratives into ticket sales. I mean, that grosses me the fuck out. The tension between profit and propriety is palpable. Critics and homicide survivors have noted homicide survivors. That doesn't really sound like that works. Okay. You don't survive a homicide, first off. Anyways, critics and homicide survivors have noted the commodification of trauma, describing the environment as gross and questioning how much revenue actually supports victim advocacy. The juxtaposition of wine and crime culture with the brutal realities of cases like the Vallow murders creates a dissonant environment where families often feel their tragedy is being consumed as entertainment. And then you have people contacting the killers, okay, and becoming pen pals and thinking that they're like hot shit. Okay, it's put money on their books. Anyways, survivors attending these events have described seeing fan art of serial killers and merchandise that trivializes the violence they suffered. Moreover, while CrimeCon hosts sessions on advocacy, such as the advocacy blueprint, that's an alarming word right there all in of itself, that blueprint word. That's a Freemason word all the live long day. And also for architects, which is also a Freemason term. Presented by, or it could be, you know, a contractor, Anyways, I'm kind of going too far off with that. I must be tired. Presented by Haley Gray. The primary draw remains a spectacle. Families of victims, such as the Trussell family, have attended CrimeCon seeking justice for their loved ones, finding some solace in the community. However, other attendees have raised concerns about the objectifying of murder cases and the celebrity status afforded to figures adjacent to tragedy. My concern regarding the Better Business Bureau status and potential scams is also grounded in the chaotic nature of the true crime event space. While CrimeCon itself is a large corporate entity, the broader industry it anchors is rife with complaints regarding refunds, framed stalker crimes. No, I'm picking that too, though, huh? Okay, well, CrimeCon itself is a larger... Where the hell did I lose myself? I shouldn't have been a smartass. While CrimeCon itself is a large corporate entity, the broader industry it anchors is rife with complaints regarding refunds and the delivery of promised content. The capitalization on the desperation of families seeking answers, families seeking answers, families who often have to pay their own way to these events to beg for media coverage represents a significant ethical failure of the industry. I agree. Oops. The political overlap. The 9/12 Project and media influence. All right. Hold your beer. The connection between the CrimeCon founders and Glenn Beck is not merely historical, but ideological. Glenn Beck's 9/12 Project, launched in 2009, sought to unify Americans around 9 principles. That's interesting. And 12 values, heavily infused with theological and nationalist rhetoric. This project utilized the same community building tactics now seen in the citizen detective communities. You see that? That's they're slick. Communities fostered by CrimeCon, the creation of local chapters or camps. Think about this: chapters or camps. Think about Boy Scouts of America, it was chapters, the identification of a common enemy and the empowerment of the individual against perceived institutional failure. The danger lies in the overlap of these networks. When media executives transfer from managing political extremism, the Blaze, to managing criminal justice narratives, CrimeCon, the methodologies of audience radicalization, fear, the whole us versus them, black and white thinking, narratives, and distrust of institutions transfer with them. That'd be me, I'm the user, suspicion that Beck may be behind CrimeCon via Kevin Balfe is structurally accurate. It's structurally accurate, Trisha, in terms of corporate lineage and operational playbook, even if the direct legal ownership has shifted to Fox Corporation. You heard that? Yeah. So the 9/12 mentality that the nation is under siege and only a remnant. That sounds interesting and very familiar. The Davidic servant, right? That type of thing of true believers or true investigators can save it. Mirrors the prepper ideology that radicalized Chad Daybell, allegedly. The Idaho media monopoly, Frank Vandersloot, Riverbend Communications, and the control of narrative. No, I mean, it didn't say Lauren. I don't know why I didn't. The second pillar of this investigation focuses on the control of information in eastern Idaho, the epicenter of the Vallow Daybell crimes. The media landscape in this region is dominated by Riverbend Communications and East Idaho News, entities controlled by billionaire Frank Vandersloot. Understanding Vandersloot's history of suppressing whistleblowers and his financial ties to the LDS Church, allegedly, all this is alleged, Frank, calm down, is essential to evaluating the impartiality of the coverage regarding the religious roots of the Daybell case. From Bonneville to Riverbend, the strategic acquisition of voice. Frank Vandersloot, the CEO of the wellness company, or actually Melaleuca, the wellness company, maybe I'm wrong, purchased a cluster of high-rated radio stations from Bonneville Communications in 2006, rebranding the group as Riverbend Communications. Bonneville is the commercial broadcasting arm of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This transaction was not merely a business. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh. It was not merely a business deal. It was a transfer of stewardship. And it says this transaction is significant for two reasons. One, consolidation of voice. It transferred media control from the ecclesiastical authority of the church to a private billionaire deeply aligned with the church's public relations interest and conservative politics. The church does not. They're not political, allegedly. Number two, strategic intent. Vandersloot admitted that his media acquisitions were motivated by a desire to counter whistleblowers and what he perceived as attacks on the community. He has explicitly stated that he likes stations that offer good music and has used his ownership to enforce a specific moral and political tone in the region. The suppression of whistleblowers, the Adam Paul Steed precedent. My initial query highlights a critical historical precedent, the Adam Paul Steed case. Adam Paul Steed was a victim of child sex abuse within the Boy Scouts of America program in Idaho. When reporter Peter Zuckerman of the Post-Register investigated the abuse and the systemic failures to protect children in a series, Scouts Honor, which is on Netflix, I think, or it might be Hulu, Vandersloot launched a sophisticated and highly funded campaign against the reporting. I'm just going to say allegedly right there because he's got billions and I have none. The attack campaign. Also, just kind of take note of the tactics. Vandersloot took out full-page advertisements in the Post-Register attacking Zuckerman and the Scout Honor series. These ads publicly identified Zuckerman as gay, utilizing his sexual orientation to discredit his reporting on the Boy Scouts, a tactic that Zuckerman alleged resulted in harassment, threats, and professional retaliation. The lawsuit as a weapon. Oh, no. That's not a coincidence with other like-minded behavior from Karens and stuff. Vandersloot sued Zuckerman. So a billionaire sued the Zuckerman. I'm not saying that everybody has their right? And Mother Jones magazine for defamation. While the Mother Jones suit was dismissed on First Amendment grounds, as Vandersloot failed to prove actual malice. One could switch that around and say, as Matthias failed to prove actual crime, allegedly, the litigation against Zuckerman forced a settlement. In the settlement affidavit, Zuckerman apologized for specific misstatements regarding the timing of his boyfriend's firing relative to the ads, but the broader message was clear. Vandersloot utilizes immense financial resources to aggressively litigate against journalists or whistleblowers, allegedly, covering abuse scandals involving the LDS Church or its affiliates, like Boy Scouts of America. Legislative influence. While Adam Steed and his father fought to change the statute of limitations, laws for child sex abuse in Idaho, battling against John Doe corporations and institutional resistance, according to Adam Steed and even Vandersloot, I think right here, let me make sure. Vandersloot demonstrated his ability to shape Idaho law in other arenas. He was the largest spender on lobbying in the state for the Idaho Patient Act, spending over $68,000 to pass legislation protecting consumers from medical debt collectors. This contrast is stark. The billionaire uses his lobbying power to pass bills that align with his corporate interests, like Melaleuca employees face medical debt issues, while aggressively attacking reporting that exposes the abuse of children in institutions he supports. Allegedly. Bias in East Idaho news coverage. Allegedly. East Idaho News, led by news director Nate Eaton, has been the primary source of information on the Vallow Daybell case. While Eaton's coverage is widely cited and seemingly comprehensive regarding the criminal aspects of the case, the ownership structure raises questions about editorial constraints regarding the institutional and religious roots of the tragedy. The conflict of interest. Given Vandersloot's documented history of attacking journalists who expose abuse within the LDS Boy Scouts ecosystem, there is a structural what the fuck word is that? What is wrong with me? Disincentive for East Idaho News to aggressively investigate the systemic culpability of the LDS Church or its prominent members in the radicalization of Chad. That should say Lori too. The omission of critical voices. I'm just saying, look, I'm nobody, but Kresha Easton suggests that Nate Eden has not interviewed critical family members such as the daughter of Kay Woodcock and Larry Woodcock, Kresha K. Easton, whose aunt was Lori Vallow Daybell, who was married to Charles Vallow, Kresha's uncle. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right. So, who wish to follow the money. This aligns with the media strategy that focuses on the sensational aspects of the individual criminals, Lori and Chad, while avoiding the dark underbelly of the religious and financial networks that supported them. By isolating the crimes to a cult or splinter group, the broader mainstream LDS institutions and their billionaire benefactors are insulated from scrutiny. The exclusion of critical perspectives. I point out that Nate Eden has... wait, okay, so I just repeated that. All right, hold on. Sometimes I do this within there. All right, did that one too. Oh, shit. Now I'm just messing everything up. Protection of the mainstream. The narrative promoted by East Idaho News often emphasizes that the Daybell beliefs were apostate or fringe. However, as shown in the subsequent sections, Daybell was deeply embedded in networks, firm foundation, preparing a people, etc., that were endorsed by mainstream figures like Glenn Beck and Tim Ballard, Tom Harris, that were endorsed by mainstream figures and operated openly within the Mormon corridor. Investigating these links would require implicating the very demographic that constitutes Riverbend Communications audience and Vandersloot's political base. The turning point, USA, TPUSA connection, and political control. I know. I really should call it a night. Vandersloot is not just a local media owner. He is a national political player. He is a significant donor to conservative political causes, contributing over $1.1 million to Mitt Romney's PAC or PAC, and supporting Marco Rubio. Remember that article I shared earlier? And it had Marco Rubio and other Republican candidates. His involvement extends to Turning Point USA, TPUSA, the organization founded by Charlie Kirk. Vandersloot has appeared at events alongside high-profile figures like Sarah Palin and has utilized TPUSA platforms to advocate for political outcomes in Idaho. He also admits that. That's what I'm saying. The fight against ranked choice voting. In 2023, Vandersloot appeared at an event in Idaho Falls with Sarah Palin to oppose the Open Primary Initiative and ranked choice voting, framing it as a liberal plot to turn Idaho blue. This demonstrates his active role in maintaining the political status quo in Idaho, allegedly, and a status quo that benefits the theocratic corporate complex of which he is part, allegedly. The Melaleuca bonus. Oh my gosh. Melaleuca has also been listed as a sponsor/partner in TPUSA. Related context, with Vandersloot using his company's bonus structure to make political points about tax cuts, mirroring TPUSA's messaging. This connection links the Idaho media monopoly to the wider network of conservative activism that includes Glenn Beck and the figures discussed in the following sections. It creates a closed ecosystem where political ideology, corporate power, and religious identity are enforced by a unified media voice. I'm going to have to let that dude talk for a minute. I need to catch my throat.
Conservatives have connections to the Trump administration and a lot of connections to supposed
Everybody
freedom narrative groups. So what's this Haiti Island thing? Well, David Lopez is CEO and founder of Waters Mark. Our mission, breaking the cycle of social and economic poverty. So
Thank you.
supposedly their goal is to go to indigenous places and help establish prosperity among the poor. Not exactly what you're thinking. And it's all through transportation and tourism. So about making them giant retreats and resorts for the rich to come to poor islands. And you think that that money is really going to make it to the poor people up there? I highly doubt that. What do they impact? Let's take a look at what they impact. Social and physical infrastructure, medical public services, so on and so forth. But we kind of start getting into stuff like banking the unbanked, carbon credits.
Oh, shit.
Political risk insurance. Let's see. There's a couple other ones on here as well. Housing initiatives, access to courts, tokenized real estate and blockchain, reverse brain drain, circular economy. Yeah. This is kind of the same stuff that the WEF and the globalists and stuff all want to be a part of as well. If that's not enough. Their ideal and vision has to do with the Sustainable Development Goals on that Haiti island right there. So apparently this dude who's supposed to be all for the right and all for the good stuff seems to be quite the opposite of everything that he's supposedly supporting in regards to that. It's fascinating how that works. So if we get back here, we were introduced to Eric Prince, who is the founder of Blackwater, the private security firm, PMC, private military company. It's basically what it is. So Blackwater is now known as a group called Constellus. Blackwater went through several mergers. They merged into one company and then merged into another one, and then eventually became Triple Canopy, which then merged with these other groups to create Constellus. So it's quite a large group now. So Blackwater is connected to this. Well, let's learn a little bit about Blackwater and Eric Prince, shall we? Blackwater founder Eric Prince accused the U.S.
freaked the hell out so when Jimmy Rex came out about, whenever the church distances itself publicly from Tim Ballard via Vice News, Jimmy Rex, did a expose or whatever, basically distancing himself from Tim and just, giving us just enough narrative, in my opinion. Well, so I was looking into Dave Lopez via, and Jimmy Rex. Those are the two people I was looking into because I didn't know anything much. I knew very little. Basically what Lynn Packer reported on back then, but I had no idea what they meant, what all these words meant. I mean, I'm telling you, I've been learning in these YouTube streets. Okay. This YouTube university. I need like a damn student loan or something. But I remember whenever Blackwater and Eric Prince came up, and I remember like physically scooting my chair back and going, yeah, let me sleep on this, because I just kind of, you fear things until you learn more about things, institutions, organizations, what they're about. I fear, or this NWO thing looks really, really dark, especially when you don't know anything about it. So I like to kind of conquer these things, and then I don't feel scared anymore. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I remember my Uncle Ed used to talk about this kind of stuff, about rapture and the New World Order, these type of ideas. And I mean, I used to be like, oh my God, stop, stop talking about that. Because it's scary when you don't know what that means, how does this fit into your life and your world in context of everything? So again, it's crazy. And it's also, this is going to run straight into Turtle Boy's, Karen Reed's, you'll see.
Intent to kill.
God.
This is involved with a group called the Niceauer Square Massacre, where 17 innocent Iraqi civilians were murdered by Eric Prince and his Blackwater goons. Founder Blackwater USA deliberately caused the deaths of innocent civilians in a series of shootings in Iraq. Attorneys for Iraqis suing the security contractor told a federal judge Friday. The attorney singled out Eric Prince for the blame in the deaths of more than 20 Iraqis between 2005 and 2007. 6 former Blackwater guards were criminally charged in 14 of the shootings, and family members and victims' estates sued Prince Blackwater, now called XE Services. That's one of the groups that they changed it to, and a group of related companies. Attorneys for the former Blackwater company denied the allegations at the hearing. There's a lot of evidence that says it was them, which was called to consider their motions to dismiss the lawsuit. How did this all go into effect? Well, Blackwater's contract got involved with Iraq during the early 2020 situation that was going on there. And then the U.S. jury convicts them for it. And in December of 2020, 4 Blackwater contractors jailed for the massacre of Iraq civilians pardoned by Donald Trump.
Oh, they're always getting pardoned by people.
I believe they call that getting away with murder.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what they call that.
Allegedly.
Let's keep going, shall we?
Oh.
U.S. defense contractor Eric Prince charges $6,500 per person for a seat in the plane out of Kabul. You guys remember that situation? If you guys remember, there was a lot of news swirling around how there was people who were charging the people at Kabul to get out of that airport. They were all trapped in that airport because of the situation happening there. And there's people charging them exorbitant amount of money. That was Eric Prince of Blackwater, connected to David Lopez.
Oh,
yeah.
Connected.
U.S. and NATO forces are sending special rescue teams in the Taliban-controlled areas of the city to spirit their citizens to the airport. So U.S. defense contractor Eric Prince said he is offering people seats on a chartered plane out of Kabul for $6,500 a person. The U.S. forces we just read that. Many Afghans who thought the U.S. would protect them have, after having assisted with the U.S., remember that whole Afghani pullout situation that was with Biden? Which that was not a
yeah, that one pull out.
People thought that was Biden just lost control of the situation and whatnot. No, that was a deal that was being finalized. It was a transfer of goods. All the military equipment, all of the armaments, all of the cash that was there that supposedly got left behind. No, that was a transfer. It was a deal transfer that was being done.
Wow.
And this was the situation that came out of it with all the people trapped in the thing. And that's what we got going on. Many Afghans who thought the U.S. would protect them after having assisted U.S.-led coalition forces in the past 2 decades are now realizing that they will most likely be left behind. Private rescue efforts are facing growing obstacles this week. Just as the urgency grows, chartered planes are now flying out of Kabul with hundreds of empty seats. New Taliban checkpoints on the road to Pakistan have made driving out of the country increasingly risky, and so on and so forth. But yes, it was Eric Prince who was charging those prices for that. If we move on, FBI investigates Blackwater's Eric Prince over alleged support for Haftar. The FBI has launched an investigation into Eric Prince, the former head of the private security firm Blackwater, and an ally of former, now sitting U.S. President Donald Trump, over his alleged involvement in illegal arms sales and money laundering. The probe is also examining Prince's connection with foreign intelligence and military elites, including the reported support for rogue military commander Khalifa Haftar.
Oh.
Yes. According to the Washington Babylon newspaper, the investigation focuses on 3 main areas. Firstly, Prince is suspected of facilitating the illegal transfer of weapons to Haftar. So we got gun smuggling, a violation of the international arms embargo on Libya. Prince is alleged to have played a significant role in assisting Haftar during the 2019 attempt to overthrow Libya's internationally recognized government. Investigation also scrutinizes whether Prince has laundered money. So we got gun smuggling, gun running, we got laundered money.
Where's
linked
Tim
to the
Ballard?
support for Haftar. The United Nations has estimated the cost of Prince's assistance to Haftar at $80 million. Additionally, the FBI is exploring the broader relationship between the Prince and Haftar, particularly Prince's involvement in providing military support and operation handling of Haftar's forces. So basically being a military for the warlord.
Oh, Lord. No, warlord.
We getting a picture on this yet? Let's keep going. Desperate Haiti. Back at Haiti again.
Oh, hell.
Desperate Haiti turns to Eric Prince, Trump ally, and fight against the gangs. Eric Prince, a private military contractor and prominent supporter of Trump, is working with Haiti's government to conduct lethal operations against gangs that are terrorizing the nation, threatening to take over its capital. You guys remember that? That wasn't too long ago. That was last year or the year before? That wasn't that long ago that this was going on. Prince, the founder of Blackwater Worldwide, signed a contract to take the criminal groups that have been killing civilians, seizing controls of vast areas of territory, according to the senior Haitian and U.S. government officials and several other security experts familiar with Prince's work in Haiti. So we got that going on as well. There's also connections, if you guys want to look into it, where he's involved with being funded by the Bank of China. He was also allegedly involved with human trafficking, which again, Go back to David Lopez, who's supposedly working with a group who was supposedly trying to stop that, but yet Eric Prince is being kind of positioned to be involved with.
Yeah, and it really does validate the women who have alleged that Tim Ballard. Well, they didn't say Tim Ballard. Let me quote them right. They said the anti-traffickers are the traffickers. That's what they said in their lawsuits. So makes sense.
That type of stuff. So what's going on there? Fascinating with the situation that's
Nothing to
happening
see
there.
here.
If that's not enough, because I don't think it is, take a look. This was during Dan Bongino's questioning of Trump naming him FBI director.
Sounds like Grayson edited it.
And look who's sitting at the table. Dan Bongino and Eric Prince.
Oh, Eric Prince. That's Frank Vandersloot.
We got that going on too.
Okay. Be my channel.
If that's not enough. Oh, because there's more.
Let's see. How do I do this without
Military contractors pitch unprecedented prison plan for detained immigrants.
Huh.
Eric Prince wants to cut a deal to transport detainees from the U.S. to El Salvador. That's happening right now. Former Blackwater CEO Eric Prince and a team of defense contractors are pitching the White House on a plan to vastly expand deportations to El Salvador, transporting thousands of immigrants from the U.S. holding facilities to a sprawling maximum security prison in Central America. The proposal, exclusively obtained by Politico, says it would target criminal illegal aliens. This is not the first time that Eric Prince has publicly spoke about doing this, by the way, and would attempt to avoid legal challenges by designating part of the prison, which has drawn accusations of violence and overcrowding from human rights groups and American territory. It's unclear how seriously the White House is considering the plan by Prince, which, if you look at how ICE is dressed now, they claim that it's to protect their identity. I've got a feeling that a lot of those ICE members are actually Blackwater guys. Just
ice baby.
Just throwing it out there. It's unclear how seriously the White House is considering this plan to be planned by Prince. There's drawn scrutiny over his firm's role in the deadly massacre in Iraq 2 decades ago. How Prince is not behind bars shows how the bribery system works, but it would give Prince's group an unprecedented and potentially high lucrative role in the expanded version of a transnational operation.
All right,
it has elicited his own webs of controversies, in part because it has swept up immigrants who do not have criminal records in the United States. Not only that, but they have swept up a bunch of U.S. citizens and shipped them out of the country, even though that they were U.S. citizens, but they were not given due process, which means they just got wrangled up and thrown out of the country. There's a lot of reports regarding that as well. Very interesting how all that's working out on that. So far, we're not done. I'll point this. I just happened to catch this at the right time. Eric Prince has been on Steve Bannon multiple times. Used to watch Bannon, but no more. Yeah, Bannon. If you guys don't know, he's also been pointed at for being funded by Chinese nationalists. Bannon has also been reported to have 15 hours of personal interviews with Jeffrey Epstein. Which have not been
forgot
released.
about that.
And he's also highly connected to Eric Prince as well in regards to that. So yeah, Bannon's a moron and needs to be avoided as well.
I'll probably be getting.
So I'm glad I saw that
from Vandersloot.
But we're not done. So far, how does this trail work? We've got Foster Colson and David Lopez, who started the Wellness Company. They also fund nanotechnology with connections to DARPA and to the Department of Defense, as well as to the main dude who founded Moderna and is also connected to Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. They're connected to Blackwater's Eric Prince, who's heavily involved with David Lopez in regards to that, and has been on record for doing many abominations and wants to get involved with the shipping out of illegal immigrants. We following so far? Doesn't stop there. We just keep on rolling. Security contractor Eric Prince reportedly recruited ex-spies to help Project Veritas infiltrate liberal groups. Yeah, the O'Keefe guy, Project Veritas, that somehow managed to get all the undercover admitting of things in their recordings and stuff like that, where a lot of them look staged. Yeah. Yeah, this is a part of that as well too. Eric Prince, a security contractor with close ties to the Trump administration, recruited former spies to infiltrate various Democratic organizations, including a congressional campaign. Multiple documents and interviews revealed. One of the operatives recruited by Prince, a former MI6 agent, ran a 2017 sting in which he copied files and recorded conversations from a Michigan office of the American Federation of Teachers, one of the country's largest teacher union. The same operative also went undercover and now
I'm about to sound really ignorant and pretty much dumb. So is it not Karen Reed's case, like the victim in that case, or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Is it O'Keefe? Is all I remember. Is it? If he's bad news, how is he bad news if he's not here anymore? Or do I have a different guy? Okay, I shared it on the screen. I tagged Huggy Bear to it. Okay, I'll grab it. Thank you. O'Keefe was, what is AstroTurfed? Turtle Boy? No, not the same. Okay, good. All right, good. I was like, whoa, shit just got real. Okay, good morning, Tracy. 7:15. Well, I know, good morning. I know, we're doing a marathon. But it's not about me. So anyways, but glad you're here. Good morning. One is an investigator and one is an officer. O'Keefe was killed. Different guy. O'Keefe was his boyfriend. John is, oh, wait, what was this guy's name? Now I'm confused. That officer, John O'Keefe. And this one is, oh, shit. Okay, Angel Slayer says, nope, Kresha, John O'Keefe died at 34 Fairview. James O'Keefe is the shield dude with the media company. Okay. All right. Thank you for clearing that up for me. All right.
Now Representative Abigail
Let me back
Spanberger,
it up.
6-2. Eric Prince infiltrate liberal groups. Yeah, the O'Keefe guy, Project Veritas, that somehow managed to get all the undercover admitting of things in their recordings and stuff like that, where a lot of them look staged. Yeah, this is a part of that as well too. Eric Prince, a security contractor with close ties to the Trump administration, recruited former spies to infiltrate various Democratic organizations, including a congressional campaign. Multiple documents and interviews revealed. One of the operatives recruited by Prince, a former MI6 agent, ran a 2017 sting in which he copied files and recorded conversations from a Michigan office of the American Federation of Teachers, one of the country's largest teacher union. The same operative also went undercover in now Representative Abigail Spanberger's congressional campaign. When the campaign discovered this, the agent was fired. Both of the operations were run by Project Veritas, conservative group that was gained notoriety as of late for running these kinds of sting operations on news organizations, Democratic lawmakers, and left-wing advocacy groups. Now, you're probably sitting here going, well, that's just what they're saying. Well, if we look at it, ran in 2017. If we go straight to the horse's mouth, a post from James O'Keefe in 10th of February, 2017. It says, with Project Veritas' special training, we will be the next great intelligence agency. Our team is undergoing intense training from a classified location, which has now been confirmed as Eric Prince's personal ranch, which that's where that picture's at, as we make Project Veritas the next great intelligence agency. That's right. Project Veritas and James O'Keefe were trained by Blackwater agents. But we can trust the information that they give us, right?
Yeah.
Because Blackwater's the good guys, right?
Okay, thank you, young black economy.
Let's keep going. Prince is the former head of Blackwater Worldwide and the brother, here we go, brother of Education Secretary during Trump's first term, Betsy DeVos.
Oh, there's another in-law.
At times, he has served as an informal advisor to officials within the Trump administration.
Frank Vandersloot.
According to the documents obtained by the Times, Prince started using former spies to train Project Veritas employees in espionage at some point during the 2016 presidential campaign. Head of Project Veritas, James O'Keefe, declined to give detailed answers about Prince and the operations, but called Project Veritas a proud independent news organization. and said it was currently conducting multiple investigations. Let's get back here. Betsy Davos. Let's take a look. What's up with her? There's Betsy.
She's happy.
There's Betsy. Betsy DeVos is an American philanthropist, and Republican political activist who served as the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Education from 2017 to 2021 in the administration of Donald Trump. And what we want to find out here,
we know that's more
her siblings include Eric Prince, founder of the private security agency Blackwater USA. Betsy,
where'd it go?
Is the sister
right here? To such conservative Christian organizations as the Family Research Council. I'm just saying that looks a little too close to genealogy and focus on focus on the family. Why does that sound so? What the hell? It sounds like I feel like this is going to clash straight with the what's it called? The Family Proclamation to the world and the 1985, I think it is 1985 manifesto, Family Manifesto or something. I saw it on Mormonish podcast. Please let me know. Gerald Ford's right there. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Oh Lord. Okay. Sorry.
There, Prince. Just getting more and more connections regarding this. I said we'd be back to Glenn Beck, and DeVos make a deal. The Blaze, one of the original conservative politics, meets lifestyle brands of the digital media era, has raised a new round of financing investors from including investors, including the billionaire DeVos family. It's just crazy. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, in 2018, Blaze Media merged with Mark Levins. We all know him, right? CRTV, and now in the latest group of funding, I believe this was 2023, yes, they received money from the DeVos family, who's connected to Betsy and her brother, Eric Prince of Blackwater. So let's keep the theme here.
Think about Chris.
We're talking about this quote-unquote good, trustworthy, conservative media narrative group that's supposedly telling us the truth of what's going on.
Thank you.
Are being funded by Blackwater and people directly from the Trump administration. But we're supposed to trust that information because that's the good information, right? That's the good stuff. That's supposedly what I've been told.
But why?
So we got that going.
Focus on the family. Like it feels like something that, but I don't know those names that you shared, Dr. Vonda. So what am I thinking of? Focus on. It sounds like the same thing and or something pretty much identical to some kind of LDS program. Focus on the family. Focus on the family. Oh my God. It'll, unless I'm losing it, which is possible. Right. Thank you for sharing that too. Oh, I'm sitting here hitting the screen like, go.
Hold on. And you're probably looking at this going, hey, you only got 2 tabs left on that.
7-mount mandate. Thank you, Huggy.
You'd be wrong. I had to have 2 browsers for the amount of stuff. And we're just cracking the surface.
Up there. Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. This was published January 11, 2024.
That's what mine
The
looks
Year
like.
of the Parallel Economy, written by Foster Colson. Remember Foster Colson?
No.
We're back here.
I'm new
Tracks
to
of Time, Christian nationalism is another subject to keep eyes on too. Go check out a podcast that I did called 7 Mountains. I break down what Christian nationalism
I haven't watched that one yet.
I did that podcast last year, I think. So
I like this
go back on my live streams and you can find it. And I break down what it is. So go check that out. Let's see what Foster Colson has to say. Keep in mind, this is on the Vigilant News Network. Let's just keep an eye on that. As the year ends, another begins. A new year brings equal parts reflection on the past year and
I
planning
know
for
it
the
leads
year
back to
ahead.
Gary Falwell.
And skipping down, this is the scourge of wokeism and cancel culture. The
Am I
two
right?
things that were the main narrative, a part of the right-wing news network for such a long time, right? Scourge of wokeism and cancel culture, coupled with the horrific experiences of the draconian lockdowns and mandates.
Cancel culture.
Keep in mind, who was the one
Lauren
that
in the
instituted
house.
those? Be Donald Trump's administration. Created a real opening to build a parallel economy, one that is free from corrupting influence of the left-wing money and control. That's right. So to fight against the left-wing money and control, we're going to create our own right-wing money and control. And none of them give a rip about you. Both of them are funded by the same puppet master. And so they're just playing you in order to make this happen. 2023, my companies across the spectrum of emerging parallel economy are touching more people's lives in a tangible way than any other out there from today. From providing the news, helping people find connection, health, and wellness, to tomorrow's cures, my group of companies are here to fight for our freedoms and for a better and brighter tomorrow. Man, he should be a politician as well. Well, we don't care what else he has to say about that. Let's just take a look at what's going on here. So my flagship company, the Wellness Company, we have definitely firmly established what that's all involved with that. We'll take a look a little bit more. He founded Zelenko Labs with Dr. Vladimir Zelenko. So we've got that as well.
Vladimir, God.
Q Biologics, which we just talked, which we saw that on the list as well. And he's also shareholder in Nano Biosim. So he's involved with that as well. What about connection and community? What else is he in part of? The unjected.com. How many people have heard of that? Which is supposedly the dating app for people who are unjabbed. Did you not? He invented that as well. But what we want to focus on is this.
I don't know if this is true or not. You know, I didn't go and fact check this, but I saw a headline. I think it was on Substack. And it said something about they cannot find, or they're looking for autistic people with autism who are not injected, who have not been injected. So basically, I equated that to like, okay, so has every, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Let me shut up.
He founded Vigilant News Network as a free and open network to bring people the latest unmanipulated stories. And have partnered with amazing truth-telling outlets such as the prophecy community's favorite website that I continue to say, don't get your news from there, Gateway Pundit.
Damn.
Foster Coulson and his news network partnered with the Gateway Pundit.
You know, when they say that it's not going to be, what was the damn word? I'm looking, unmanipulated. That's like saying, okay, this is the problem I had with the church saying it's the true church. If you have to tell me that you're true, then I believe that you're not true. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying that you're nice or that you're a good person. Like, Karen. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, no, red flags for me when I see that. So to have the latest unmanipulated stories, that to me says, oh, we're going to be manipulating you. We're doing it right now. Call me,
Let's keep going, shall we? We got a lot to go.
Oh, crap, right here.
Here's where we start pulling off the Band-Aid. Who is connected
all of them
to the Wellness Company? Who is receiving money from Foster Coulson and David Lopez and all that they're a part of? Where are these groups see, the thing is people need to realize that the podcasts, those who are the sponsors of the podcasts are the ones who have control.
Absolutely.
Of the podcasts. Because if the podcasters want the money from the sponsors, they have to do what they're told. It's always been that way. Same thing goes for TV networks. Same thing goes for radio groups, the radio stations and whatnot. It's the sponsors that have the full control of what's going on. And so Foster Colson and David Lopez and their wellness company. Who are they sponsoring? Let's do it. Newsmax. The People's Voice.
Yeah, that's freaking right.
Ted Nugent.
Hell no. Hell no.
Patriot Barbie.
Doesn't sound very educational.
Mel K. O'Keefe Media Group, which, by the way, had an interview none other than Eric Prince several times.
This guy's
Zuby.
so informative.
Real America's Voice. The Glenn Greenwald.
He does this for a while.
Most of these people have contracts with Rumble, by the way. Todd Starnes, who I believe I pointed out something that he said when the quote-unquote assassination of Donald Trump took place, said that if your pastor doesn't cover that, then they basically need to stop being a pastor. Yeah, he was the one who said that. The Quartering. Alex Jones. Who amazingly flipped to being pro-Trump all of a sudden, right?
Well,
Roseanne Barr.
this drives me crazy.
Jack Posobiec. Arian Wexler.
Uh-oh.
By the way, all the people who received the Epstein binders during that show that happened at the earlier this year are all sponsored by the wellness company. DC Drano.
Uh-oh.
Dennis Prager. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Chad Prather.
Prather, I guess. Prather.
Benny Johnson.
TVUSA.
David Rubin, who's supposedly conservative, but is married to a dude and is getting 2 surrogate kids.
Hey.
Yeah.
Is it from your
what's her
brother?
name? Liz Wheeler. Red Voice Media.
Sounds like Red Seat.
Alex Stein. Zero Hedge.
Oh my God.
Jimmy Dore.
Dore or Dore? I don't know.
Alex Clark. X22 Report.
Like, personally?
JP Sears.
That guy is, whoa.
Laura Loomer. RSBN. The Daily Clout or Naomi Wolf. Shannon Joy.
Autumn.
Viva Frey.
Yeah, I'm afraid
Russell
not.
Brand. Candace Owens.
Oh.
The Pete Santilli Show. Redacted.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Ark of Grace or Amanda Grace. Breitbart. Which they've even got a whole sponsored section for the wellness company on their website, by the way. Rebel News, sponsored as well. Maria Z. You head down, she's got it right here. Visit the wellness company, get 5% off. Promo code.
All white people so
Charlie
far.
Kirk.
Oh, not anymore. You can scratch them off.
Kim Iverson. Rumble itself.
Oh.
Which, by the way, announced in 2024, the wellness company is proud to announce a $6 million advertising commitment with Rumble, which, and I covered this in the Trump card episode, Narya, which is JD Vance's investment group, and Peter Thiel lead investment in Rumble, that's in 2021, and Donald Trump's True Social partners with Rumble and bid to take on YouTube. And, of course, Gateway Pundit. Which, if we move over here, we get Gateway Pundit introducing Ivory Hecker, the host of Gateway Beyond the Headlines on Vigilant News Network. That is Foster Colson's founded news network. Announcing Gateway Beyond the Headlines, Vigilant News Network. But the only thing is Vigilant News Network is now been taken over by a group called Rift TV, which Rift TV is Eliza Schaefer. Liza Schaefer is a journalist at the Gateway, is chief executive officer of Rift TV, journalist of the Gateway Pundit, slightly offensive with Eliza Schaefer. and has been involved with Blaze Media. Actually got kicked out of Blaze Media for sexual misconduct going on over there as well.
Wow.
We jump over. Here's the coffee company. Remember Folsom Coffee, the 1775 coffee company?
How about Folsom
You got
Prison?
Kim Guilfoyle. I can never pronounce her name. Donald Trump Jr., Russell Brand, Jimmy Dore, and you got these guys: Steven Crowder, David Rubin, Donald Trump, and Russell Brand. They are all connected.
I've never
As
heard of
well.
Rebel News. This is all kind of new to me.
This is why I don't trust.
I don't trust anybody, dude.
And bringing it back around, you guys remember this? Because this is where it all really started to culminate. The Great Reawakening versus the Great Reset, where it was the good guys taking on the evil globalists because of their coof stuff.
Oh.
Half of the people, which is sponsored by Charisma News, by the way, Charisma Media, where all the people like Alan Didio and Benny Hinn and Jonathan Kahn and stuff sell their stuff at, Jimmy Evans and so on and so forth. But half of the people connected to the wellness company are connected to this as well. Mel K, there's Dr. Zelenko again. Charlie Kirk is there. Roseanne, there's Kash Patel, Stella Emanuel, Chad Prather, Sean Voight, we just went over him. Seth Wholehouse, Man in America, is on there as well. Laura Trump, Peter McCullough, who's
broken.
involved with the main doctor dude there.
Yeah.
Mike Lindell, Michael Flynn, Roger Stone, Mickey
Roger Stone, y'all were like, no, he's a bad guy. No, because I remember asking that one time.
Willis, who has high connections to Eric Prince, Eric Prince as well. In regard to that, Eric Trump is there, Ann Vandersteel, Mike Adams, Sidney Powell, Simone Gold, Peter Navarro, Amanda Grace, Sherry Tenpenny, who's all connected to the Awakening movement as well. Greg Locke involved with that. It just keeps going. Alec Jones, Rudy Giuliani is involved with that. Alina Habba is there. A whole bunch of different pastors and stuff. Jeffrey Prather is there as well. Julie Green.
Julie Green.
Nick Vajewski.
Remember her? Isn't Julie Green right here? Is that the one that Tim Ballard was on recently and he was in Jerusalem or something? I mean, yeah, it kind of looks like her. Was wondering.
Oh, Julie Green, Nick Vajewski, I can never pronounce his last name. Dude with no arms and no legs. Lara Logan.
He said dude with no arms and no legs. It reminds me of a horrible joke back in the day, you know. I think anyways. Yeah, let me just stop.
Ken Paxton, Sam Sorbo, the wife of Kevin Sorbo, Alex Stein, Joe Hoft. I mean, it just keeps on going who are involved with this whole thing. Mike Smith,
Steve Strang, Jane Ruby, Paul Lowski. Well, Pastor Artur Pawlowski. It's an interesting name.
Jane Ruby is another one that's involved with that. Arthur Pawlowski.
Oh, right.
And so on and so forth. If somebody asks me, do you not trust anybody on that list?
Dude, you're making me sick.
I do not.
I don't either. I don't trust anybody on that list.
I would not trust a single name connected to the Reawaken Tour or the Wellness Company. Some people might be saying that's taking it too far. I don't think so. I don't think you're taking it far enough. Just because they present something.
It's okay to be cautious.
Just because they present something that you agree with that might be right.
Just fill it out.
Does not mean that they are not controlled opposition. We talked about Tucker Carlson all the time. He was managing to say things on Fox News. How is he getting away with that? Because they let him. Because they wanted him to. And then he built up a giant reputation when then he got kicked out of Fox News, and everybody threw their support behind Tucker Carlson when he started his own thing, and everybody started to follow him. Now look at where he sits. Now look at what he's doing. Same with Alex Jones, built that reputation through InfoWars, got a bunch of stuff right, and started taking people into the wrong direction. It's the same thing with all of the lawfare that happened with Donald Trump. You put them in for the first thing, you fight all this stuff against them, you throw in chaos afterwards, you start going after them with all the lawfare and the quote-unquote assassination attempts and so on and so forth. You build up this trust, as the WEF would say, rebuilding trust at their Davos meeting, and then everybody threw their support behind him, and now look at what he's giving you. It's the same thing with these wellness company podcasters. The reason why they have that money and that sponsorship, and they're in the positions that they are, getting all the Rumble money, getting promoted, being so involved with all this stuff, is because they want you to trust them. So whatever they tell you, you're on board. The problem is they give you some truth and they give you some lie. And they continue to drag you down the wrong direction by utilizing limited hangout. This is what's going on. This is how they do it. This is how they get you. So when it comes to these people that I just listed out, that's not all of them. That's not all of them. I just gave you some of them. There's a bunch out there. Other ones that you may or may not have heard of, like Salty Cracker and Jules Jones and all these people. They've got contracts there too. They're all a part of it. And that you see how severely tied to the Rumble store that they are, which Foster Carlson owns. He created that. You can see the connected to Blackwater, connected to private military groups and private security firms that have ties to massacres, has ties to human trafficking, that has ties to political and governmental organizations outside and inside the United States, has connections to the Trump administration, has connections to all these places, including Smart Dust and biomedical and all that junk. So this is one of those situations where when you go over it, some people want to say you can't just blanket it and go, I'm going to avoid all those people. I absolutely can. And you know what the funny thing is? There's all the information that I managed to find, which I know there's a lot that I don't get, but still the information that I managed to get, I don't have to listen to any one of those people to find it.
You go, boy.
I don't listen to any of those people, and I still manage to find the information that I do.
But I do appreciate his research. Oh my gosh, right? I've never found, maybe it's just me. I'm still kind of newbie at this, but I mean, it has been jam-packed. And this is the second one. This is the second video.
And a lot of the information.
He still has 7 Mountain Mandate. And he also has that, the Chosen playlist. And yeah, that's about all I was able to even look at. It's crazy. So I'm going to share these links here in just a second. Then we're going to head out.
They don't talk about, because they don't want you to know about that stuff, because they are narrative driven, just like the left.
Stay with the mainstream.
Well. Same people.
Thank you, Miss Mojo. I believe
this is why it's so important that we realize that in the time that we're living right now, when Jesus Christ said, do not be deceived. Take heed. Do not be deceived.
Thank you, Dan.
I don't think we truly understand the depths of that warning. I don't think we do. I don't think we have a firm grasp on the depths of that warning. I can tell you this. The only thing that we can trust, we do our best to try and navigate and find somewhat of a semblance of truth in this world. The only thing that we can truly count on,
the botch,
we can put our full trust in, and know that we can believe it.
More? He didn't solve it all? No, I'm kidding. Bring it on.
The Word of God. That is the only thing that we can place unquestioning faith in.
Right, Lindsay? Oh, goodness. almost felt like I was rewinding there for a second. No. Okay, I know, right? I have stayed up past my curfew. No, Jason was like, "Hey, you coming soon?" I'm like, "Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally." It's not 1:45 in the morning. I have not been streaming for 6 hours and 8 minutes and 38 seconds. Mm-mm. Still not 9 though. Still not 9. And it wasn't about me. Thank you, Huggy Bear. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh, I'll be looking for your email as well. And yeah, I don't know. Anyways, just again, do your own research. This everything today was not fact, or tonight, or whatever the hell. It'll be like an all dayer. But I want to thank Tracy Mazzerni for becoming a new member. Oh my gosh, see, here I go pronouncing the names or mispronouncing, right? TZM. I don't know. It's late. I'm so sorry. Erie, thank you for becoming a new member, by the way. And then Erie Forever, become a new member. Awesome. Welcome to the shit show, I guess. And then Newport Marina, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you, Tracy Schuler. Hey, lady, I haven't seen you in a long time, but this was 7:39 p.m. whenever you became a new member. So, or no, not a new member, a member for 31 months. Y'all, I'm not. I can't read. Okay. That's what it is. But anyways, thank you for 31 months. Oh my gosh. It's the longest relationship I've ever had. No, I'm kidding. Longest parasocial relationship I've ever had. Just kidding. I appreciate you, Tracy. She made us some beautiful bracelets for me, Mom, a couple times. And we still have them. So we thank you, Miss Tracy. And then Bloom Flower Bar, new member. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful dog. Oh my gosh. Danny is livid about this mess, along with me, of course. Why? About what? Oh, you talking about Lauren crime, or just everything? Well, I tell Jason, I'm like, it's no use getting stressed over. I mean, that'd be right up her alley, if my rock gets taken away because of health issues or something, then better to isolate you with. Just saying. Just take away. So it's not worth losing your temper or busting a blood vessel or anything. So you know what I do? And I mean, oh well, I don't try to make fun, but it feels empowering to call out just simple things, because it's like, okay, so Lauren, she's an alleged atheist Mormon or something. Am I getting that right? Where she's like, she loves the church, but she's like, wait, how do you do that? How do you do that? You can take the girl out of the church, but you can't take the church out of the girl. I don't know. So, but with all that being said, and this is nobody else, I'm so sorry. Like what I'm about to say is pretty inappropriate, or, well, if you're sensitive, you're probably not around here anyways. So again, at the end of the day, Lauren allegedly still believes in Joseph Smith. And that's kind of leaves me feeling like a winner. Okay. Anyways, all right, let me move on from that. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So Kimberly, thank you. I'm sure that interview with Brianna Whitney opened with your quote, you're a reporter who was in regular communication with Lori, was a total coincidence. Oh my God. Right. Oh yeah. That's a good one. And thank you, Miss Susan B. Thank you. Beautiful dog. Again, y'all have beautiful animals. Really enjoyed the stream with Turtle Boy. And I didn't even get to that. I feel bad. Maybe I'll schedule one for Monday night. And we'll go over that. I really enjoyed this. Okay. And thank you, Renee Valentine. Thank you so much for your super sticker and your support. Newport Marina gifted 5 difficult research memberships. Beautiful dog. Man, y'all are making me want a dog. Thank you so much for gifting those. Cynthia Dawn, 5806, $10 super chat, said, I totally agree with you about the controlled opposition. I think HTC and Megan are good chances to be controlled opposition for the LDS Church. I love your work. Thank you. Boy, we'll never know. It's not like we'll get the truth. That's how I look at it. Whether it's, the church is actually, doing this. They are actually contacting creators through YouTube, through TikTok, through social media platforms. And again, I don't blame them for the business move. That's smart, strategic, right? And that's their whole thing, is like missionaries to convert people to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I get it, business-wise. However, on the receiving end of it, where the narrative seems to be the most important thing to these people, and anchoring that narrative. And to me, it's been so frustrating to research this case, not just the people in and around Lori and Chad's circle, but also, like we say, the 2 to 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 5 degrees, it's like you don't have to take that many steps and you are a bunch of connections, and you're just like, whoa, it's not a coincidence, y'all. I think that we've been given like the most skeleton or, bare bones, framework. I feel like Lauren, now that I'm looking back, I have that luxury of hindsight to look back and think, oh my God, she did just enough, just to curb our curiosity. And even Nadine, I appreciate what they did. I hope people don't think this is like hate or, inciting people to cancel culture. That ain't me. You do you. You're an adult. You make your own decisions. I don't pay your bills, right? So I don't tell you what to do. I choose. I don't want to control people. That's just not in my, it's not on my bingo card. But it just makes you wonder about these cases, right? Especially high profile cases where they just kind of navigate the victims, family members. And that's why I say what I say when I've mentioned I just wasn't a good little victim. I wasn't a good polished little victim. And I'm saying that with sarcasm, with, because I think that's kind of the point, if you're asking questions like I do, and you're researching into what I do, in order for Lauren to acknowledge me, in order for Nate to acknowledge me, they would have to acknowledge what I do, what I research. And okay, right. I'm, like I said, I don't feel like I am owed a platform, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just was one of those things that kind of, like Trina Kay said in Lori's trial, one of them, she said that sometimes no evidence is evidence. And I get that, because I've heard Nate say it so many times. I want to interview everybody, every family member, everybody that knew Lori and Chad Daybell. And again, I met him even. I even held his camera after Lori was convicted in Idaho in 23. Just saying. And again, no conditions here. It just was, that's what you do. You help people without expecting things in return. But again, maybe my questions are threatening. That's probably why I don't have a high, consensus of LDS Mormon, I don't know, whatever. I have a lot of truth seekers here. People who don't mind being asked a question. Like, asking questions should not be taken as criticism. Like, unless it's like, are you going to wear that? Then be like, no, not now. Now I'm not. You know what I mean? I don't know. It makes me wonder. And I mean, I just kind of got the idea from like watching the Charlie Kirk situation go down and then comparing it, not comparing the victims or anything, but just comparing it to social in the widespread in the oh my gosh, I just said it earlier. In the public spotlight, in the high profile, and so they can get, I mean, and then looking into MK Ultra and these mind control techniques and stuff. Oh, I need to go grab that video link too for y'all. Somebody, let me rewind, like I'm in the 80s or something. Let me rewind, please. History, and it's called A Divorce from Hell by Lynn Packer, investigative journalist. That is, well, I'm just going to put Lynn Packer, and that way it'll be in the chat. So there's this one. Thank you. Thank you, Karen Ann. I enjoy listening to you. You're my kind of person. Sending love and support from a member down under in Perth, Western Australia. Keep up your great work. Thank you. It really means a lot. I really appreciate you. Down under. And Katie H. Hey, girl. I know it was 8:19 when you sent this, but yeah, thank you so much for everything you do. She sends me loads and loads and loads of articles every day via email, and it's awesome. And she's done it for a long time. So 5 gifted difficult research memberships. JLL? No way. Oh, well, good night. And well, yeah, you're going to bed. Me too. Good night to you too. Thank you so much. Oh, girl, I'm gonna cry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you for, you know why I appreciate you. You allowed it to be a less stress situation for me to go and attend Lori's trial in Idaho. No strings, no strings attached, no worries. And I mean, I can't thank you enough for that. And I mean, I'd love to scream it from the rooftops, but I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how much you want to be known, or, you know what I'm saying. Anyways, all right, I'm babbling now, but I appreciate you, and I hope everything is fine, and call me anytime, day or night. Love you. And let's see. Hidden True Slime. Love the brows. Love the brows. That's what. No, I'm kidding. No, for real. I had to take my time to fault everyone for my stalkish, manic, lunatic lies and for John's weight gain. He has more than 3 sides to him now. I believe it. And this is Terry Webb, who became a new member. Thank you. Welcome. Mountain Granny 103, $20 super chat. Kresha K, Colby, and a professional victims advocate should do a panel at CrimeCon about the exploitation of family members by creators, how not to treat families in crime cases. That's definitely, that would be, it's like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I do plan on I always speak my mind, or try to eventually, once I figure out what's going on and how to word it and all those things and what's really going on. And I mean, even if not, it's still like a good way to want to be. If that's the platform, I don't know, all the dirty money attached to it freaks me out. That I'm just like, but kind of like John DeLynne's whole goal is to create change in the church, make them do and practice better and treat its members better. Right. So if we can drive change that way, that's awesome. I really think that's a good idea, but thank you again. That's a good idea. Hey, Cheryl and Amanda, Australia, down under 2, new member. Hey, girls, love you. Hi, Kresha. I also lost, oh my gosh, I also lost my family members to murder. Lauren should not have struck you, and especially for what she did. Keep speaking up. Thank you, Toma Toic. That's pretty. And I'm so sorry for your losses. Okay. If you ever want to share your story, you know, my email is kresha0123@gmail.com. I mean, not to share it with anybody else. Just if you ever, you know, I know not a lot of people have asked me what my experience was, you know, and sometimes every now and then it would be, yeah, it just depends. You know, grief is weird. It ebb and flows, but just know that, you know, I'm giving you a virtual hug and I'm sorry for your losses. It's never ending for sure. And it's so senseless. It's senseless. I don't understand it. Anyways, thank you so much for being here. I'll keep speaking up. And then Shannon Marie 7839 HTC is spiritually sick. You are a truth teller. Awesome. Well, not that they're spiritually sick, but I mean, I understand that virus. Woo! It's a dark virus. No, I'm kidding. But I appreciate you and thank you so much. You're also from Australia too, huh? Thank you. And then Natalie, yeah. So that whole Grant Cardone, right? That's his name, Grant Cardone. That was the craziest freaking bombshell for me, at least, was just asking my mom because Grant Cardone is from Lake Charles, Louisiana, which is where I'm from, wherever we live, Lake Charles, Louisiana. Sometimes we just call it Lake Chuck or the Chuck. And then my Uncle Charles was from here. His name was Charles. You know, it's just interesting. So, and then my family or my mom and her siblings grew up Catholic. And to find out that Grant Cardone was raised here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and went to Catholic schools. And well, I'll be, you know, then Natalie's like, maybe I know who this person is. And then he is first cousins with one of my best friends I grew up with. We were always around him, Natalie says. And I'm like, oh shit. You know, because here he is pushing Scientology and or Hubbard, I don't know. And it's just weird, right? But he knew Uncle Charles, this Grant Cardone. That's wild, y'all. That to me is like, whoa, shit, that's close. The other close part is the fact that my cousin Bethany Trahan was Miss Louisiana for a time, and then she went on to go compete in the Miss America pageant in Vegas back in I want to say 2016, 2017, somewhere in that window of time. She didn't win, but you know what I'm saying? Look at Erica Kerp. Look at, I mean, Lori was in a pageant, but it was for Mrs. Texas, right? Some crazy stuff going on. Some crazy stuff going on. And I'm too scared to look. But, and I will check this movie out, Keep It Moving. Have y'all seen the movie Anniversary? It's really similar to all of this. Oh my gosh, that would be cool. I'll go check it out. Christina's husband, Connor's mom, is sisters with Sharon Lee, Senator Lee's wife, aka he is her uncle by marriage. Mike Lee speaks at Firm Expo with Tom Harrison and Tim Ballard. Christina's temple going Mormon. Mike compared Trump to Moroni, right? I know. It's freaking crazy. Thanks again for your super chat. Becky Marie again says, I don't like Lauren, but Christina's connected LDS woman who is friends with Chad Daybell. Follow. Oh, that's bad. I don't want you to feel like you ever have to say, I don't like, you know what I mean? Like, I just, I don't, and maybe you didn't. Maybe this is just me being really tired. But like, I don't like Lauren. But Christina is so if you would have just said Christina is a connected LDS woman who is friends with Chad Daybell followers. I've gone down rabbit hole researching and can't stop. It's because it's never damn ending, right? She's on LDS website for Light the World. I'm gonna have to go look that up tonight or tomorrow and check it out. But you know, Could have saved you a couple spaces right there. But unless you wanted to share it. Anyways, I'm just saying you don't have to. It doesn't bother me none. Thank you for being so brave and educating us. Oh, I feel, I guess, like I don't feel like I am. Jason always telling me that I am. And I'm like, I'm not trying to, I'm just sharing, just sharing. Because I'm learning too. I don't know. I don't have this figured out. That's all we can do. But I appreciate you for being here. Southernish. I like that. You have opened so many eyes. Wow. Wow. That's awesome. Thank you. And Dr. Fonda K, I hope you feel better. I saw that earlier. And I hope you feel better. And I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all you guys being here. It takes a damn village. So it takes a damn village. Senator, and this is also Becky Murray. Senator Lee's family is responsible for Mountain Meadows Massacre. Mormons murdered hundreds of pioneers. I think it connects to everything you talk about. Mormon family crime runs so deep. It's a cult. It's also the mafia. Oh, it's wild. It's the Wild West over here. It is the damn Wild West. Bloomberg has a website called. Okay, I kind of started these earlier. Thank you also, Lindsay. Thank y'all for being here. I feel like I need to list you all. Alpha Fem X Teen. It's so good to see your beautiful face. And did you ever start your podcast or your channel? Let me know. And we'll all go subscribe to it because I believe it would be interesting. But anyway, thank you so much for becoming a member. The family proclamation. Yeah, that I got to look into that focus on the family thing. I don't know why it's so weird. It reminds me of something. Anyways, thank y'all. I appreciate you. And, that's all I got. I'm tired. Y'all, we put in a whole damn day's work. But still not 9 hours. Still not 9 hours. I still value your time. And, tomorrow I'll schedule another one and we'll go over Dr. Turtle Boy. So I feel bad for false advertisement, but not really, not now because we did talk about it. Anyways, okay. And I'm glad we got that whole O'Keefe thing situated because I'd have felt like a dumbass. Oh my God, I'd have caused mass confusion even more. But anyways, all right, guys, love you. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You guys are proof.